Ahoyhoy gang, welcome to the definitive Venture Brothers review. That's right, Ventureroos new and old can all get a taste of this beautiful review starting from season 1 and going all the way to the conclusion of the movie. Like the new face, like the new do, thank you! And as always, if you enjoy what you see, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and share. This is a touched up version of all of my previous reviews, as well as a review and conversation about the movie. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoy, and above all else, go Team Venture! Back in 1991, Ted Turner bought the entire Hanna-Barbera library. Scooby-Doo, the Flintstones, Yogi Bear, Snagglepuss, the works. The only problem was he didn't have a place for it all. And so, on October 1st, 1992, Turner Broadcast launched a little channel you might have heard of. Cartoon Network. Initially intended for just children's entertainment, it played all kinds of classic cartoons as well as some new kids programming, and then Mike Lazo had an idea. The late night was left relatively untouched, and they still had all these Hanna-Barbera characters that were niche and unused. And so he decided to repurpose them. Space Ghost, Brack, C-Lab 2020, Harvey Birdman, you name it. And so, on September 2nd, 2001, Adult Swim launched with Space Ghost Coast to Coast. There were other shows that had some test screens like C-Lab 2021, The Brack Show, among others, but one of the most important repurposed shows was Harvey Birdman, turned into Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law. Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law, followed the sun-powered bird boy, defending all kinds of classic Hanna-Barbera characters like Speed Buggy, the Jetsons, and Magilla Gorilla. But his first case was probably the most important: the custody battle between Race Bannon and Dr. Quest. This would set the groundwork and precedent for mocking Johnny Quest. Johnny Quest first aired in 1964, following the adventures of Johnny Quest, his dad Dr. Quest, their dog Bandit, their bodyguard Race Bannon, and Johnny's best friend and sidekick, Haji, which was, from a different time. Together, they travel the world going on wild adventures, encountering all kinds of villains, men in lizard costumes, and all things fantastical. And in 2003, a new globetrotting family took center stage, focused on twin brothers eager to see the world with their depressed failure of a Dr. Dad and their murder-hungry bodyguard, not to mention their charming, loyal, next-level sidekick. Created by Doc Hammer and Jackson Public, the Venture Brothers would go from a Johnny Quest parody to being a full-on media phenomenon. It's important to understand the origins, to understand the context of the landscape in which Venture Brothers was made, because there weren't any series like it, live action or animated, at the time. It laid the groundwork, it was experimental, and I will say with unbridled confidence, it's one of the best pieces of media ever constructed. This is not a review. I'm not going to rate each episode, because personally I can't. This is more akin to a celebration. A deep dive into what makes this series that could have just fallen on its face at the starting line, something that has cemented itself as an icon of adult animation and just animation in general. Venture Bros has cultivated one of the most passionate and beloved fan bases out there. It's gripping, emotional, hysterical, and made with such love and genuine care that it just exudes from each carefully crafted pore. That being said, this is your content warning. There will be discussion of all kinds of topics that may be upsetting for some. While this is an animated series, it does not shy away from heavier topics including grief, PTSD, and so much more. So please, watch at your own risk. And so I, the anime academic, the academic chronically allergic to making anime content, will be going episode by episode looking at what made this series so special. Sit back, relax, put some Bowie on, and enjoy. I said this with American Dad, but I feel the need to say it here as well. Obviously, I am not an unbiased party. I adore Venture Brothers, and I have ever since I was a kid. I was 10 when the series first came out, and the moment I saw Dia de los Dangerous for the very first time, I was hooked. I fondly remember watching my Robot Chicken and Venture Brothers Season 1 DVDs on a loop constantly. I participated in the Shirt of the Week Club every time I could and still have shirts I wear to this day. I own and have slept on special limited edition Venture Bros bed sheets. In my quest to better understand the impact media has had on the collective unconscious and the zeitgeist, I have consumed literal years upon years worth of media. Live action, animated, anime, movies, games, whatever. And to this day, Venture Brothers may be one of, if not the most influential pieces of media I've ever witnessed. I know I'm gushing, but it needs to be said. Venture Brothers is a formative show. You will grow as a person from having watched it. It's a series unafraid of being raw or going places few other shows will. It's a story of growth, of loss, of redemption, and of course, it's about family, both found and bound by blood. And so we open the curtain on one of the most transformative pieces of media of the modern age. How did a series with such a storied legacy start? Season 1 is unique. As the show goes on, there will be less and less of what you could consider filler, but in Season 1, these stories are all incredibly important to shaping the family and their relationships. Season 1 could very well be seen as a self-contained story in its own right, mainly because Doc Hammer and Jackson Public didn't even know if they'd get a Season 2. So, what worked? What failed? What orphan-powered experiments will be done? It's time to review Season 1! Hey, it's a pilot. I will say it's a little rough to watch, like Flash animation of the early 2000s bad. You could make the argument it was almost Newgrounds worthy. That's how rough it is in places. Anyway, the pilot does introduce some elements that would be recurring throughout the series, like the cold open and after credit scenes. Not to say other shows didn't have cold opens, even Family Guy would do it several times in the earlier seasons, and several other Adult Swim shows would as well, but it became a Venture Brothers mainstay, as did the after credit scenes. Anyway, this episode opens with a ninja being alerted that Doc Venture is unveiling a new invention in New York. The series opens after the intro with Hank and Dean riding their hoverbikes looking for their precocious dog, Scamp. Hank is played by series creator and writer Christopher McCulloch, while Dean is played by Michael Sinterklaas, who you'd probably recognize as Horo in Shaman King, Guy in Gao Gaigar, or Nadoitra Gilga in Bleach. Dr. Thaddeus Rusty Venture is played by James Urbaniak, who you may recognize as Dr. Zero in Fallout New Vegas and the Big Empty expansion, and of course Brock is played by a little-known actor by the name of Patrick Warburton. That's right, the Tick, Seinfeld, Joe from Family Guy, the gym teacher from Kim Possible, Krunk of Emperor's New Groove. I mean, I could keep naming roles, but you know the man with one of the most iconic voices in the biz, and he delivers brilliantly as Brock, the family bodyguard. Anyway, Dean reminds Hank that they don't have a mom as they hunt down their beloved dog while Rusty plans for his greatest invention ever. It also shows that Rusty just disdains his sons, and he's always chasing his dad's long shadow. Anyway, Rusty takes Scamp's skin off to hopefully turn him into the ideal testing animal. We also get the first introduction to the mighty Monarch and his loyal foot soldiers, as well as his loyal number 2, Dr. Girlfriend. I gotta say the pilot design for the Monarch is great, but it totally makes sense how they'd redesign him going forward. Anyway, the family ends up going to the UN Science Expo, and yeah, they explore the sights of NYC, and we actually get our first display of Brisby B as Hank and Dean are being chased by the Monarch, which will be super important later on, as well as the first shot of Professor Impossible and his wild stretching powers. Doc Venture fails his demonstration, and we get our first shot of Billy Quizboy and Pete White, not to mention one of the best characters ever, General Manhausers. Overall, the pilot is rough, absolutely, but as far as Adult Swim animation at the time, it's honestly pretty on brand. It's what you'd expect from a show sharing airtime with things like C-Lab 2021 or Space Ghost Coast to Coast. It's also inherently longer form. While some Adult Swim shows would be the 23 minutes like home movies, the bulk of them were 11 to 12 minute episodes so they could be smashed together to try and keep the attention of teens indulging in the devil's lettuce. Turtle Bay does have some flaws. Otaku's voice is definitely a choice. The animation is clunky, there's a lot of very basic bare bones effects that seem to be moving it from one set piece to another, but really the only reason the animation is so noticeable here is because of how much it elevates itself later on in the series. If I were to sit you down, have you watch the entire pilot, spin you in the chair, blindfold you, and ask you to describe each of the characters without discussing their physical attributes outside of Hank and Dean, you'd honestly be able to. Rusty is a pill-popping loser scientist, Brock is a murder-hungry, hyper-violent rock god of a bodyguard, and the Monarch is a true and proper villain. The pilot showcases the brilliant vocal talents and precise joke delivery that the show has become so famous for. It's something everyone should experience once, and it's fun to revisit after all these years, but it's definitely not an episode I go back to all that frequently. The next episode, however... The episode has a cold open where Brock is in a poker game with a group of luchadores that try and cheat him, and yeah, he Brocks out. Anyway, Rusty is down south to teach at the University of Mexico and get some drugs from a Tijuana doctor since he can't get them back home. This episode is also the first introduction of Helper, the family's robotic assistant and one of the greatest characters ever who speaks only in beeps. He's just the best. The episode is noticeably more polished than the pilot, because of course it is. And while it still uses a lot of still shots, they do a much better job of covering it up and using matte backgrounds to keep your attention. In something like, say, The Flintstones, they regularly reuse backgrounds as a means to save money, but with Venture Brothers, they actually really only recycle character models, and even then they're very smart with how they pose them. I don't know, I know it's a technical thing, but it really shows how much love Doc Hammer, Jackson Public, and the whole crew had for the series that they put in that much attention to detail. It's also minor, and I may be reading too much into it, but with there being an Astro Boy reference later in the series and several anime references throughout, I feel like there's a non-zero chance that the Mexican professor is loosely based off Dr. Tenma's design from Astro Boy. Doesn't do anything for the series as a whole, and he's only in it for a few minutes, but it just looks really kinda neat. We also get the reskin of the Monarch and his henchmen, and they admittedly look a lot better. Whether it's because of the sleeker designs being easier to animate or just wanting a change, I really love the look and how simple it is. Plus, Dr. Girlfriend still having her Jackie O style just shines for the character as she is right now. They're also really diving headfirst into the Monarch being way more comedic than you'd initially expect. His first scene in this episode, which for a lot of people is the first episode, really helps him steal the show as it establishes he's willing to take out his own henchmen and how replaceable they are to him. We also get his backstory of being a young boy lost in the woods after his parents were in a plane crash. Taken in by monarch butterflies, he learned their ways and then got a fat inheritance. I'm sure that backstory will never be revisited and has no holes whatsoever. Anyway, he keeps his henchmen numbered except for the one go-getter, Speedy, who's ready to earn his wings. The boys decide to give Helper a tune-up and trick him out, while Doc gets his kidneys stolen and Brock enjoys the local flavor. However, Speedy sees the boys and decides to kidnap them and gets taken out by Brock, who then has to get the boys back. We also see that the Monarch isn't a total monster, and it's just, I'm sorry. There's so much character in this show, in this world they've built up. Like, there's a scene where a Chupacabra jumps out and Brock unalives it and comments on how they're everywhere, and it's just never brought up again. Monarch's flying cocoon of doom is parked on ancient Mexican ruins. You just passively believe everything about this world, because none of the characters are surprised by it, so why should you be? This is their everyday, and the dialogue carries a no small part of that. The sharp banter, great delivery, and just overall aesthetic brings out each character's true likeness. I will say they use the proto-voices of Henchmen 21 and 24 a few times this episode and give different henchmen the same voice, but as it goes on and they get sharper with it, it really becomes night and day. I know it's the first real episode of the season, but there's just so much to love. Even the Brock fight scene on the cocoon is fantastic. I love how selfish Doc is, because it just matches his character so well, and we even get a weird dream sequence where he's getting bitten in the womb. Seeing Monarch try and be a real father to the boys when he sees that Doc is so distant is really wholesome and makes you kind of root for the character in his own way. Dr. Girlfriend is a great support for him, and we even find out the Monarch isn't even considered Doc's arch-villain, something that amazingly will be expanded upon brilliantly. Dia de los Dangerous is just how you write good TV. Like, any flaws or qualms I have with the show really just come down to the age of the season. If they were to redo the season with modern graphics, it would just be kind of perfect. Even then, though, that old style really does have a genuine charm, and it's a show that's aged exceptionally well for how long it's been around. And speaking of how long things have been around, here we see Gargantua 1, the greatest invention known to man in a retro slideshow with little beeps to change the slide and all. At this point, we really have to celebrate J.G. Thirlwell's soundtrack for the series. If you just listen to the background music, it has such a retro yet contemporary feel to it, and it's all thanks to his incredible talent that there's that extra layer to the show. The music itself almost feels like a character and helps elevate without relying on pop song X to force emotion out of the viewer. Anyway, during the show, we get to see a young Rusty back when he was a kid adventurer playing with his plastic cowboy figures, which is a nice touch when it's juxtaposed to his modern miserableness. Colonel Bud Manstrong and Lieutenant Anna Baldovich call on Rusty because the light is blinking on the problem machine. Remember this. Remember this blinking. If there's one thing you remember about this entire season, let it be the blinking. You'll understand later. Anyway, Anna and Brock have some broadcast foreplay while docking the ship, and Rusty gets to work on the light with Hank and Dean's help. All while Bud gets jealous of Anna and Brock's fondness, and yeah, there's not a ton to talk about with this episode. And that's a good thing. There is no Monarch or any other arch nemesis, it's just Rusty trying to figure out the blinking as he has drug-laced hallucinations of his dad and trying to figure out the problem with the space station that otherwise seems fine, all while Bud goes insane after spooking the boys with this story about the Burt Reynolds classic Sharky's Machine, a movie that came out 20 plus years before the show even premiered. And that's just the charm of Venture Brothers. The fantastical is mixed with the everyday because it's all treated as just mundane. Him going to a space station is just treated as another Tuesday, which may not seem important, but it absolutely is. There's an undercurrent of love and passion to the homages, to not only the Johnny Quest themes and tropes, but also the tropes of the super scientific futures of the 1960s and 70s, where we'd have giant space stations in the far-off world of 2002, and flying cars, and all of those fantastical ideas. Like, comparing this to, say, Rick and Morty doesn't really do it justice. Sure, they're both based off existing properties and deviate enough from them to have their own personalities, but Rick and Morty is more openly mocking it, whereas Venture Brothers is just asking, man, how messed up would Johnny be after having to go through all those adventures? A question they will answer literally in the next season. There's just so much to take in an episode where narratively you think nothing is happening. It's often stated that you need filler episodes in the first season of a show so that the viewer has a better idea of the characters and what they're dealing with, and oh man, does Venture Brothers nail it. There's so many small elements that intermingle themselves, but even if you just watch and enjoy the episode on its own, you still get a ton of great jokes, sharp references, and setup for things that you wouldn't even think of. This wouldn't even be the last time we'd see old Bud, and he'd make a comeback in one of the best episodes of the whole series. We get our first proper introduction to Baron von Unterbite and his close counsel, Manic 8-Ball, Catclops, and Girl German Bad Guy. There he believes they've been scheming against him and takes them out while vowing to take out Doc once and for all. Meanwhile, Brock is on a vacation to the mountains, and so the family is on their own for the weekend. It's really sweet seeing how much Hank idolizes Brock, and how Brock at least treats him with baseline kindness and encourages him. We also get our first reveal of Brock being a member of the Office of Secret Intelligence, or the OSI, which won't matter later at all. After Rusty passes out and Helper discovers Rusty is trying to replace him with a new security robot, both the Baron and the Monarch's henchmen try and take Doc out at the same time. He retreats to the panic room, the family gets sucked in as well, and the new security robot starts rampaging around, all while the henchmen all bond. This is really the first time we get 21 and 24 actually characterized, instead of just being the same designs as everyone else. It's a small thing, but it's great to see Proto Gary. Anyway, while the family is dealing with their own crisis, Brock is camping when he's attacked by a Bigfoot and the $6 Million Man, Steve Summers, which is actually a reference to the $6 Million Man that I doubt most people watching this even realize is a reference to an old 70s show. And wilder than that, the fact that it's Steve and Bigfoot is in of itself a reference to the 5th season of the show, where in one of the episodes he fights with Bigfoot, which may have been a means to try and compete with the Incredible Hulk that was airing at the time. Fun fact, Lee Majors, the aforementioned Money Man, actually played Grandpa Max in the first live-action Ben 10 movie. After confronting them, he finds out they're just trying to escape the military and agrees to help them out. Brock is not a bad person, he's not just a mindless monster, and the fact that he has his own rules is a really great touch. There's actually a really sweet scene where Helper comes to save the day, and it has assorted flashbacks, but one of the flashbacks is to when Helper hugs Brock before his exam, which is actually later in the season. Obviously a cost-saving maneuver and it doesn't really change anything canonically, just a neat thing to notice. This episode is really a celebration of how diverse the voice acting is, not to mention the incredible writing. Like, half the jokes would not land as well without the right inflection. From the music to the writing to the voice acting, everything was so carefully curated that it's just next level. I mean, this is a show made in 2003 that's referencing one episode of a show from the 70s as the bulk of its B story. We got the mention of the Guild of Calamitous Intent that will also be huge later on. These formative episodes build with just these little tidbits that you don't think much of out of context, but together they paint a much bigger picture. Okay, I don't want to lose the narrative or anything, I don't want to get lost in the sauce just losing my mind over a perfect show, but when you have an episode like The Incredible Mr. Brisby, how could I not? The family flies down to Africa where Rusty is to meet with Roy Brisby, the creator of Brisby Bee, and forbids the boys from getting off the plane because they angered him. And so the boys try to make their own fun while Brock and Doc go to meet the absolute mad lad, Roy Brisby, and his assistant, Mendeley, as well as his pet panda. They're ambushed, Brock is dragged down and thrown into a tar pit and saved by the chaste Russian agent Molotov, and the boys are kidnapped and taken to Florida by the Orange County Liberation Front. The boys are brainwashed and sent to take out Roy Brisby and their dad. This would be one of the first mentions of David Bowie in the series and is a very important setup for the series going forward. The introduction of Molotov is terrific and celebrates everything she parodies while still being a whole character, and we also get more of Helper, and around this point Hank and Dean really start to differentiate themselves. Sure, they're twins, but Dean is very much the book-learning fact fanatic where Hank looks up to Brock and has this never-say-die attitude. They both kind of approach being a boy adventurer with the same plucky enthusiasm, but the reasons behind it couldn't be more different, and how that's built up as the series goes on is just masterful. Like, again, the dialogue is just so strong that it makes the show as a whole feel more complete. It feels more fleshed out. There's never that just massive exposition dump and you're just steadily fed this information throughout quick little one-offs. Like, the Orange County Liberation Front with the massive oranges on their head is just terrific, especially with how they're portrayed, and episodes like these are super important, because sure, in the last episode we not only had the Monarch, but Baron von Underbite as well. Here we just have Mr. Brisby. He's got his own world domination scheme, and that absolutely makes sense for a Johnny Quest parody. You have recurring and one-off villains, which may seem minor, but the thematics, the soundtrack, the personification of Brisby as this man obsessed with the milk of the honeybee just paints such a vivid picture of the world we're in that it's so brilliant. It may not seem all that groundbreaking, but you can really see the love and attention that went into this series, and it really shouldn't be ignored what a series created with just an absolute love of the source material can be. Brock isn't Ray's, but he's also not a direct opposite of him. Hank and Dean are their own kids, and Doc is far from Dr. Quest. They're the best non-nuclear family out there, and I look back on these episodes with such a fondness because they're the fundamental building blocks to where the series ends up. The series is able to make the wild jumps it does because the base of the series is so secure. They took all this time to showcase characters even when they didn't know if they would get a season 2. They took the time because they knew these characters were worth caring about, and you can view media as cynically as you want, but even when it's all peeled away, you can tell when there's just a love, a passion at the core of a series that shines through even as the credits roll. The boys are doing a seance while Doc dreams of being strangled in the womb, and Brock has a nightmare about how he unalived his football teammate. And as a machine opens, a frightening, mystical specter of a man steps out and puts the boys to sleep. This is Dr. Byron Orpheus, master of that which is unseen, guardian of the mortal world. And the Venture family's new renter with his daughter Triana, who Dean instantly has a crush on, thinking she's a witch when she's just goth. It may be weird to say now, but you have to remember, before 2007, characters like Iron Man, Thor, and Doctor Strange were relatively unknown in the public sphere. Yes, I'm sure you knew about them before that. You're so cool. Please tell me how I'm wrong in the comments and remind me how there was a direct-to-DVD animated Doctor Strange movie and a live-action one from the 70s. Please. It feeds me. But yes, by and large, people didn't really know who Doctor Strange was in the early 2000s, so to have a character like Byron Orpheus, who's basically one half Doctor Strange and one half Vincent Price, is just a celebration of the creator's love of old TV and movies, as well as their deep passion for comics. He's not even close to the only example of it, but for a main cast member, it's so great to see. Even Hank and Dean's pajamas are references to heroes, with Spider-Man and Aquaman, respectively. Anyway, Hank and Dean are out to prove Orpheus is a vampire, and honestly, he's just a divorced single dad trying to do his best, and begins looking around with Rusty when they discover a dream tank that brings your wildest dreams to reality, where Hank, Dean, and Brock are actually trapped. Doc then reveals he used an orphan to power the machine, and that's why it may or may not be evil. I love this episode, and I love that Rusty is the antagonist. He made the machine that's making everyone go insane, and it's 100% because he has no morals. The Triana and Dean stuff is sweet, showing just how sheltered he is, and the stuff with Brock and Hank is just so wholesome in its own way. It's just another layer added on top of everything else that helps build up the complex that much more. The Brock story, not only with Molotov but with his teammate, is just incredible, and even after seeing this episode easily over 24 times, his reconciliation gets me every single time. I cried. I cried from laughing so hard, my body hurt. I knew it was coming, and it still got me. Eeny, meeny, miny, magic is just great, and a fantastic intro for Orpheus. Again, the fact you just have these adventures and not just the monarch constantly arching them is great. It really helps bring the whole show together, seeing them interact in all these different scenarios. Every episode, no matter how small, serves a purpose. If Tag Sail You're It wasn't already my favorite episode, spoilers for later on, Ghost of the Sargasso is a very close second. On a mission years ago, Jonas Venture Sr. is trying to coach Major Tom down as his experimental ship is careening through the sky towards the water. The dialogue is literally just Space Oddity by David Bowie, but with a dramatic flair, and it's brilliant. We get our first appearance of Action Man, Kano, and Colonel Gentleman, members of the original Team Venture, and as they mourn the loss of their friend, we cut to the present, where Rusty is determined to find the test ship and make a mint off of it. He gets in his suit and submerges. However, his sonic emitter awakens the haunted remains of Major Tom as he rises to the surface. This is juxtaposed with the ship being taken over by ghost pirates, which are literally just basic Scooby-Doo villains who manage to take advantage of a wounded Brock and take him hostage while taking over the ship. This is our first introduction to the captain, and man, he's just fantastic. The line delivery, again, is just next level. It's just a great Scooby-Doo parody that doesn't outstay its welcome and knows just what to do. The pirates are all catty, and they didn't need to have so much personality, but again, it adds to the show. Rusty not caring about the old Team Venture or having any reverence for it at first seems like he's just cold and unfeeling and resents his dad for no reason, but the more you learn, the more his feelings start to make more and more sense. We'll revisit old Team Venture later in the season, but this is a terrific first introduction to mostly Action Man, who will become somewhat of a staple later on. Ghost of the Sargasso is just another homage done brilliantly, and even though it happens in the middle of nowhere, it continues to help craft this iconic world. The episode opens with Race Bannon stealing a serum from King Cobra, and as he's parachuting down, gets taken out by the falling plane, and Hank gets conked on the head by the falling serum and starts to feel the effects. Meanwhile, Rusty, Pete White, and Billy Quizboy are recruited by Professor Impossible to a think tank in the Arctic. Professor Impossible is voiced by the legendary and downright iconic Stephen Colbert, and is very obviously a riff on the Fantastic Four, with his wife Sally being able to go partially invisible, her brother spontaneously combusting whenever he's around air and screaming in agony, and Ned, their cousin, who's basically a human thumb. Anyway, Professor Impossible was their college professor and wants to use their genius to help his think tank. Meanwhile, Hank, Brock, and Dean are trying to get to the bottom of the serum that landed on Hank, and Doc has to fight his growing interest in Sally, who is infatuated with him. We really get to sit down and experience Doc, Cameron, Jackson Public going wild with Pete White and Billy Quizboy, and it's great to see how they bring these characters to life. Between them, 21 and 24, Watch and Ward, the Lepidopterist, and so many countless others, their voice work really brings home so many classic characters, and they each sound super unique, which is great. Sure, there may be some overlap when you listen to them and go, oh, that's Doc or that's Public, but the conversations feel super fresh and there's just a ton to love. Ice Station Impossible doesn't have a ton to really break down. It's funny that they establish Race Ban as a real character in this world, something that will be built on next season, but it also gives us even more world building, letting us know Jonas passed away while Rusty was in college and he and Pete knew each other back then. It's just another absolute banger. If I had to pick a weak episode of the season, it would be Midlife Chrysalis. Now, does that mean it's bad? No, absolutely not. It's like a 9.99999 out of 10 instead of a straight 10 out of 10. The issues are infinitesimal and really are just from the show being 20 years old. Very, very minor audio complaints that otherwise you don't notice unless you've heard the episode over and over. When the family is pulled over by the Air Force, they inform Brock his OSI card has expired and he has to go and get it renewed while calling Rusty Grandpa and throwing him into a midlife crisis. Brock is distraught he lost his license unalive and starts to spiral into depression when he's dragged out to the strip club by Rusty, who is decked out with a medallion and hairpiece and ready for a night out on the town. And that's when he runs into Dr. Girlfriend in Disguise, who drugs him, turning him into a caterpillar, all while the Monarch watches from his mighty flying cocoon-shaped fortress in the sky. And so Rusty turns into a caterpillar monster, referencing Kafka and the Metamorphosis of all things. Tokyo Ghoul fans, eat your heart out. Brock has to train with the boys to get his license back, and Monarch doesn't believe his girlfriend when she assures him nothing happened between the two. The episode is still super solid, and it's really great to get this idea of who Brock is. He isn't a mindless murder maniac. He does it because it's his job, and he's very, very good at his job. He stops himself when he knows he doesn't have the freedom to act how he wants, which is a very important distinction and an amount of self-control. Brock is actually smart in his own way. He's a trained man mountain. Even the agent that gives him the test is the son of General Tracer, who might be one of the best Venture Brothers characters ever, and definitely one of my favorites, though he wouldn't be shown for a couple more seasons. Even just the bits where Hank and Dean are on their own and just act like dumb kids is great. It's wonderful that they're not just always smart or always stupid, they're kids. They're gonna do their own thing, and 9 episodes into the season, you have a very vivid idea of who these characters are, which is great for when we lead directly into... As they're strung up over the Amazon by the menacing monarch who has stolen Grover Cleveland's time machine, Dean's no-nos start to hurt and he's desperate to be released when Rusty reveals that due to an addendum in the Guild of Calamitous Intent Statutes, cruel and unusual torture does have a limit, and so Monarch has to let them all go while Doc figures out what's going on with Dean, and Brock and Hank are taken hostage. The addendum would later be discovered as Rusty's Law, made for when Rusty was younger. Again, these small moments don't seem important, but think about it in the grand scheme of things. Baron von Underbite and the Monarch aren't one-off villains. They have a code they have to follow, and it's a code that is actually written down and not just some moral curve. Meaning there is organized villainy and arching, and those that are being arched have some say in how they're being arched. This will be explored more in depth, but seeing the start of the mention of the guild is terrific, and will even start to ramp up as we head into tag sale. Anyway, Dean is suffering from testicular torsion, and they have to basically make sure his clackers are swinging the right way. All while Brock and Hank hang out in the cocoon and realize that the Monarch really doesn't doesn't have anything going on outside of arching Doc. It's nice to see Pete and Billy Quizboy return as Rusty's assistants and almost sidekicks. It's important that he has them because otherwise it's really just him and the family. Rusty isn't a horrible, unapologetically bad person with no redeemable qualities. He does have friends. Whether he treats them well or not is a different story, but his relationship with Pete is incredibly important to his character as a whole. But they fix Dean, Brock goes on a rampage to liven things up for the Monarch, and eventually they all end up back in the Amazon when Hank starts to complain. Rusty actually shows he cares about Dean, and you could even argue he's giving him preferential treatment over Hank, which is definitely intentional. The episode is a great study of Rusty's relationship with his kids, and we just get a great showcase of high-quality Monarch goodness. The episode opens with a special agent briefing his team on the most dangerous mission of their lives, guarding the Venture compound during a yard sale. In order to make ends meet, Rusty is throwing a yard sale of some of his inventions, and it's attracted all kinds of villains from the Monarch and Baron to newcomers like Phantom Limb and ex-flame of Dr. Girlfriend, and our very first appearance of Augustus St. Cloud talking about Buffy's own Sarah Michelle Gellar. There's also an assortment of cameos of characters like Professor Impossible. But the biggest deal is this is the first time we get the Monarch and Dr. Girlfriend, sure, but also Henchmen 21 and 24 together and on their own as they raid the yard sale for anything cool. Orpheus gets jealous of Doc having so many people ready to arch him when he doesn't have anyone, and decides to rile the crowd up into a frenzy. Hank starts a sub shop, Dean tries to impress Triana, and it's just chaos in the best possible way. There's a scene where Henchman 21 gets a lightsaber and challenges Brock, and it might be one of the funniest scenes in the entire show. Like when I did the American Dad review, I had to review the episodes in the context of the period they came out. Some episodes were super timeless and had a ton of charm, others were very obviously made to be appreciated in that pocket of time. But Venture Brothers is really, truly evergreen, and I love it. Like, there's not even a ton to talk about with the episode itself because it's just a celebration of how the comedy is written in the show. It devolves exactly how you think it will, and as the Monarch tries to find ways to screw with Dr. Venture, he just starts feeling more and more pathetic until he gets a second wind and properly antagonizes him. I don't know, it's just the strongest episode of the season that started it all. Obviously, next season the story actually kicks into full gear, but this is the best kind of filler episode where it still establishes new elements but isn't afraid to just have fun. Also, the fact that Henchman 24 sounds like Ray Romano is just great. When one of Doc's college friends unalives, he and his college buddies, including Baron von Underbite, go to the funeral where they're kidnapped alongside Brock, and Hank and Dean have to get the old Team Venture together to save their dad. We get the first dialogue from Colonel Gentleman and get introduced to Otto Aquarius, the half-merman member of Team Venture. Kano is actually based off Kano from the Green Hornet, which will be talked about later, and of course we get more Action Man. We also get flashbacks to Rusty's college years with a laugh track added in for comedic effect. It sets up that Rusty knew Brock in college, and that it was actually the Monarch that blew off Baron von Underbite's jaw that he has blamed Rusty for after all these years, though he still doesn't know he didn't do it. We get more insight into Pete and Rusty's relationship and how he dealt with the passing of Jonas Venture Sr. The episode gives us a lot of exposition without feeling like a massive dump, and it also helps make Rusty feel more human by showing him have those moments with Pete and the crew. He has so much more hope and joy in him, and he really seems like he's coming into his own. And then his dad passes, so you're left wondering what really happened as he struggles with his identity. Past Tense is excellent in showcasing not only the original Team Venture, but also Rusty's past and how it intersects with all the other characters' origins. We'll get more on Pete and Brock later, but it's a good jumping off point and actually calls back to the canon of Brock taking out his football teammate, which may not seem important, but it absolutely is. Remember, cartoons back then weren't building season-long narratives. They weren't developing the characters, especially on Adult Swim. There was no overall plot to Aqua Teen. Harvey Birdman wasn't breaking down each case to get to some criminal mastermind. They were quick one-and-dones to keep a stoner's attention. But here they trusted that the audience would be smart enough to not only follow along, but rewatch the series over and over and parse out new clues that in hindsight set up a lot more than you'd previously think. Sounds like a familiar argument, right? Like something you could say about Rick and Morty? Venture Brothers truly laid the groundwork for modern adult animation going forward, and it's just so brilliant to see how it shined even 20 years ago. I I don't even know if I should call this a two-parter or not. On the one hand, the next episode is impacted directly by what happens here, but on the other, this is a completely standalone episode on its own. The episode opens with Hank and Dean investigating an ancient tomb when they're attacked by the Monarch and have to stop him by forming Mecha Shiva. And yeah, they're totally making things up on the stand at a courthouse where the Monarch is being held for unaliving a cop. The Guild, led by Phantom Limb, invades the courtroom and puts their plan into motion to try and frame him. We get introduced to Watch, Ward, and the distorted face of the Sovereign, the Lord of the Guild of Calamitous Intent, and it's also shown that the Guild pays off the police so they can continue operating. Basically, the Monarch kicked Dr. Girlfriend out, she goes to Phantom Limb, and he decides to frame the Monarch to get him thrown into prison and out of the picture while capturing one of the Guild's most wanted at the same time. It's great to see Dr. Girlfriend have her own character arc and have her own unique person. We never really experimented with her. She was just always there as a foil with the Monarch, but in this episode, and a little bit in the episodes prior, she definitely does come out of her shell more and is given more time on the screen. Even as the episode ends with the Monarch in prison, there's this undercurrent of tension, complemented brilliantly by J.G. Thirlwell's incredible soundtrack. Like there's something more going on and something that much more dastardly afoot. It is a lot of setup and very little payoff, but in a very intentional way. The episode opens with Rusty clutching his protruding stomach in agony after coming back from Rocky Horror Picture Show. Hank and Dean think he's having a kid and start to freak out about having a new younger sibling. Meanwhile, the Monarch orders 21 and 24 to take out the Venture Brothers after sending the charred remains of Wonder Boy to Captain Sunshine, the first mention of the Kevin Conroy voiced hero. Brock has Orpheus babysit the kids while Doc is in the hospital, and it turns out that Doc's pain was caused by a twin he'd eaten in utero, who finally felt it was time to make himself known. Using the Securitron's body, he tries to get revenge on his brother, and the two finally make up, revealing that he is Jonas Venture Jr. Dr. Orpheus follows as Hank and Dean run away on a cross-country hoverbike ride and make sure that no harm befalls them as they have their springtime of youth. They get taken to a Scared Straight program where they run into the Monarch and King Gorilla in prison, and the Monarch convinces them to go home and be the Venture Brothers again. It's actually really nice that Rusty is showing mercy to Jonas, and he does have some humanity left to him. As the family goes to pick up the boys as they hoverbike home, 21 and 24 pull up alongside them to ask about a haircut, pull out one of their blasters, and accidentally pull the trigger, unaliving Hank and Dean. As the credits play and the screen fades to black, everything is gray. And as Dr. Orpheus breaks down at the lives of two young adventurers snuffed out too soon, the season ends. And yeah, Hank and Dean are no more. Talk about a way to end the season, especially not knowing if there was anything to go beyond this. Return to Spider Skull Island is tense, dramatic, full of revelations that wrap up some of the biggest plot points in the season, including Doc's recurring nightmares, and if there never was another episode of the show, a somber conclusion to a truly brilliant outing. Thankfully, there's over 60 more episodes to cover. And there we have it! That's season 1! What's your favorite episode of the season? Least favorite? Anything I got right or wrong? Let me know in the comments below. I know people are going to say something, and it's true. There is a Christmas special that I didn't talk about. TLDR, it's a fun little Christmas jaunt that has some neat references to the season as a whole, but it's largely skippable. It's more just a celebration of a season wrap than anything. It's worth watching once or twice, and it's only 11 minutes long, so it is a quick in and out. Also, one of the few times we get the Krampus animated. Anyway, yeah, Season 1 was an incredible ride with some of the best that Venture Bros has to offer. And even then, you could argue that the season had some weak episodes just in comparison to later seasons, but on the whole was a very high quality first outing. I mean, the amount of quality they packed into 14 short episodes is just mind-boggling, and they only take off from here. We got great character intros, wonderful stories, brilliant writing, dynamic comedy, and one of the best soundtracks in the game, and just, yeah, a beautiful beginning to an iconic show. Please, if you see these reviews, I know I give an abridged coverage of the series, but do pursue it on your own time. This series is such a work of love that no matter how much I might gush about it, nothing I say can do this series justice. And coming next season, we get a ton of Doc and Jonas, our first proper two-parter, a three-parter, and some of the best episodes yet. And so, Woo! I'll see you all in season 2. Goodbye, everybody. Ahoyhoy gang, here we are, season 2. The season when things really start to take off. If this is your first time with us, welcome! And if you're joining us from a previous video, hey, we love to see it. And regardless, I hope you're doing well. Season 2 of Venture Bros is very formative. Where Season 1 was setting up the characters, Season 2 sets up the world. From new villains and their dynamics to new information on factions recently mentioned, here they'll be pulled out of the shadow and into the limelight. How will a series called TheVentureBrothers move on after their two protagonists were gunned down on an innocent hoverbike ride? Only one way to find out. This might take a few, but it's time to look at Season 2! The episode opens with a surprisingly upbeat song as everyone seems to be moving on with their lives. Brock digging graves, Jonas Venture Jr. getting prosthetics, 21 and 24 blowing up the cocoon, and Doc running off in the X1 to travel the world while Brock has to hunt him down. Orpheus is distraught that he couldn't save the boys, and when Brock tranks Rusty at a rave and drags him back, we get our first look at the future of the show. The intro has been adjusted to show off Jonas and Rusty running side by side as the new Venture Brothers. Jonas is much less murderous and way more idealistic with a grand dream of what his father's aspirations were. We also get to meet Doc's staff, a former pro boxer and his old childhood sidekick. Orpheus decides to resurrect the boys while Brock is noticeably nonchalant about the boys being gone. Meanwhile, the Monarch is planning to break out of prison and starts coordinating the prisoners to rise up and overthrow the guards while Phantom Limb bribes them to do nothing to keep Monarch trapped forever so he can keep Dr. Girlfriend to himself. This is 2006. To have this much detail in an animated series at this time is unheard of. To have this much emotion and depth to the characters. Here's Orpheus, the should-be Sorcerer Supreme, racked with guilt and doing everything in his mystical powers to bring the boys back while Triana freaks out. Rusty and Brock don't seem to care, and Rusty really used it as an excuse to just run off and party. Things are not back to how they were at the start of the season. Actions in the Venture Brothers have consequences. And as Orpheus uses his necromancy spell and Rusty teleports himself into a wall, he gets a knock at the door by two half-formed clones of Hank and Dean. That's right, the boys are clones. When you have accident-prone kids, you get them helmets, and when you have death-prone kids, you keep clones around. It's genius, and how they play it off is hilarious. The silent killer bit gets me every single time. It just makes sense in the most morbid and twisted way imaginable, and yeah, of course Orpheus cares about the moral issues while Doc just doesn't, because he's a man of science who was raised by Jonas. And as King Gorilla defies Phantom Limb's orders and helps Monarch escape prison to be with the one he loves, and the boys start to return to normal, the episode ends. Talk about a great way to start a season. Not only do they explain what's going on, they also build on the world while doing it. Brock and Doc have been through this before. They know what to expect and they know it's not the end at all. The boys have all the same memories thanks to their education beds, which are borderline brainwashing, and there's just plenty of ways to evolve from this jumping off point. Remember, the first season was the foundation we're building off of. Now it's time to build up and out. Also, another huge shout out to the voice talent. Doc Hammer and Jackson Public, aka Chris McCulloch, are nailing the myriad of voices they perform, while James Urbaniak is able to riff off of himself as Jonas and Rusty excellently, while switching into Phantom Limb with nary a delay. Patrick Warburton is just flawless, absolutely no notes. He brings Brock to life in the best way possible and really helps give him a more human angle. Like, this is how you write a season premiere. This is how you sculpt true and genuine art. Sure, the animation quality is still improving, but it's night and day with where we were a season ago. Things are only going to go up from here. You know what's not going up, though? The cocoon. In one of the greatest intros ever, we get Henchman 21 out of costume as Gary, and 24 calling him just to be wrapped up into a diabolical three-way with the mighty Monarch, who is sitting in the remains of his burnt cocoon. Monarch demands the rest of the henchmen come back, and 21 and 24 are the only ones available, so they do what any loyal sidekicks would do. They go to the inner city to recruit new members. Gary, being kidnapped as a child by accident and sort of indoctrinated into the Monarch's crew, is such a neat touch. And the fact that comics, movies, TV, and everything pop culture related are still more or less the same in this world really adds that extra layer of depth. Pogs, Magic the Gathering, Lord of the Rings, etc. are all canon in this world, which makes it so much easier for the dialogue to feel more natural and lived in than having to come up with a whole extra mythos. Sure, things like Giant Boy Detective exist, but by and far, they're few and far between. Anyway, while 21 and 24 are gathering new members, it's Hank and Dean's birthday! And so it's time to celebrate by taking them to the mall! Hank to go shopping with Brock and Dean for his first ever speed suit, all while Monarch stalks Dr. Girlfriend in a giant flying cocoon. The Monarch's new henchmen are armed with actual guns and aren't part of standard guild-issued henching. They're doing their own thing, eventually taking over the cocoon, kidnapping Doc, and shooting Brock. It may not seem like it, but the mall scene is huge. Here the family's interacting with normal people and shopping in normal locations. They aren't globe-trotting to Africa or dealing with some monumental event. They're getting a Nerf football. Brock is buying a sealant gun. The woman at the store has no idea what a speed suit is. This is when the veil starts to get lifted a bit. Sure, there was some back in the Trial of the Monarch, but they very much paint these people as weird for being this into henching and super science. And as they're taken hostage, Phantom Limb uses Brock to storm the cocoon and get back Dr. Girlfriend, who was actually with Hank and Dean the whole time, showing why she's incredibly competent on her own. By and large, she's the reason the Monarch makes any sort of progress in his desire to arch venture. Hate Floats is a perfect way to rebuild after the season finale. It's how you tie up loose ends while still establishing characters and rebuilding everything. You can't have the Monarch just in prison. He needs to be out arching venture. This is how you reset that up. It's a good opportunity to not only get more time with the boys, but also see they're still more or less the same. And it's not like it's forgotten they're clones, it's almost spilled several times throughout the episode. But a very important thing happens. Brock and Doc treat them like they're the only Hank and Dean out there. Even if they have a clone do-over available, they're still kids and it's still important that they treat them like the originals, even if they're buried in a plot on the complex which totally won't be brought up ever again. Hate Floats is in a lot of ways another season premiere. It's necessary to watch it directly after Powerless in the Face of Death and really shows that if you blink, you're going to miss something huge in this world. While for the most part there's a good chunk of filler episodes in something like Rick and Morty or Archer, Venture Brothers gets you comfortable and then pulls the rug out from under you. This is when the binge begins. This is where it becomes the most apparent that they are setting up a bigger story. It might be subtle, but the pieces are starting to fall into place. It's the return of Molotov! The episode opens with a flashback to when Brock first joined the OSI, and we get the introduction of one of the best characters ever made, Colonel Hunter Gathers, very obviously inspired by the legendary journalist Hunter S. Thompson, a founder of Gonzo journalism who you'd recognize from movies like Where the Buffalo Roam starring Bill Murray, or Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas starring Johnny Depp. He hazes Brock and pushes him further and further until he finally jetpacks off and welcomes him to the Office of Secret Intelligence. The episode then fast forwards to Brock packing up for a special assignment and having Molotov look after the compound while he's gone. Unlike Hate Floats or Powerless in the Face of Death, where there's a bunch of smaller stories, here there's really just the A and B story. Molotov babysits and Brock has to hunt down his trusted mentor, Hunter Gathers. That's it. But it gives us so much time with those stories that they have so much more room to breathe. We get to see Molotov genuinely cares for and lusts for Brock. Hank has a crush on her, Doc sees an opportunity, and Dean is terrified of her and just wants to go back to his old life. All while Brock is traversing the Amazon trying to hunt down his teacher as we get assorted flashbacks where he's reminded constantly that no women and no children. Of course, there's some fake outs where he thinks one of his lady companions has been unalived by Hunter, when she was really just asleep, and he gets sent into a fury. Like, Brock is a fascinating character. He's a trained weapon, absolutely, but Hunter gave him a code and treated him like a person. He's not barbaric, he's still got a ton of personality, and despite being the bodyguard, he's one of the strongest moral compasses in the whole family alongside Orpheus. He's not afraid to tell Doc when he's made a horrible mistake, and even as they get to the end of the episode and he finally finds Hunter still under anesthetic for a sex change operation, he lets them live. No women, no children. He put his feelings for his mentor over the mission, and while it may not seem like it now, this would have sweeping consequences as the series goes on. I love that Hunter is viewed as some crackpot for pushing these deep conspiracy theories, and Brock in a way just eats it up because, yeah, why wouldn't he? Their dynamic just really works. The compound stuff is alright. The best part is Hank and Dean not really understanding what's going on, but once Hank gets drugged, I don't know, it feels like the episode kinda drags. Fun fact, Assassin Nanny 911 is a reference to Nanny 911, a nanny reality show from a very weird period in American television. We also get the first introduction of Triana's friend Kim, which is nice, and Molotov's flashbacks with Brock, but overall it's all just fluff compared to the Brock mission. I don't know, there's this creeping chill in the episode that you wouldn't expect. There's this tension that you don't know what's going to happen next, again beautifully brought to life by J.G. Thirlwell's outstanding soundtrack. Like going through American Dad, I knew there'd be episodes I'd have to slog through, and for me, this was the closest I came to a slog episode in this entire rewatch. An episode packed with so much quality and character depth, just juxtaposed with other brilliant pieces, makes it look like a slog in comparison. Assassin Nanny is essential for moving forward, even if you don't realize it on the first watch through. You'd be inclined to skip it if you didn't understand what it was setting up, and even then, it's still just terrific. This is probably the only filler of the season, and even then, it's essential viewing because it's just perfect. The episode opens with a last time on Escape to the House of Mummies, Part 1. I'm not gonna lie, when I was a kid and got the DVD set for Season 2, I legitimately thought it was a bad copy since it didn't have Escape to the House of Mummies, Part 1 anywhere. Much less the implied existence of Escape to the House of Mummies, Part 3. I was a dumb kid, obviously. Anyway, the family is trapped dealing with a magical cult and take off on a time-traveling adventure to stop them. And when the family gets stuck in a spiked wall trap, Doc escapes determined to save them as he goes back to the compound and gets into a bet with Orpheus that he could shrink anything down better than he could ever do, and yeah, that's the episode. Doc, Pete, and Billy competing against Orpheus to see who could shrink down more, all while Brock, Hank, Dean, and other Brock have to deal with the cult of Osiris. It not only sets up that the Rusty Venture show was a real thing based off Rusty's life as a boy adventurer, but that Billy was a huge fan of it, and you really get to see Rusty and Pete just bonding and laughing. Like, compared to Rick and Morty, Rick has very few friends. He has fewer people that he actually trusts. Doc has friends. He may be abusive to them from time to time, but they're still close, and Venture Brothers takes the time to showcase these relationships. It takes the time to build them up and show off that Rusty is not irredeemable. He is doing his best. The B story is just a fantastic homage to those classic Johnny Quest tropes. They have time travel, costumed henchmen, spiked walls, mummies, everything you could possibly ask for. And even while Doc's contest results at the end of the episode, everyone is still stuck dealing with the cult of Osiris, which leads directly into Escape to the House of Mummies, Part 3. An episode that obviously never came to fruition, which in and of itself is a terrific joke on its own. And I know it's been said before, but it needs to be said again and again, John Benjamin as the Master is one of the smartest casting decisions in the history of mankind. The man is one of the best voice actors ever, and I'm so glad he found mainstream success with Bob's Burgers and Archer, but that's not to say the man doesn't have absolutely legendary skill behind his work and hasn't earned every accolade tooth and nail. I'm not going to drone on, I promise, but Escape to the House of Mummies is just fantastic. It's a filler episode, sure, and that there's very little story elements presented, but it still just has so much character work and high quality jokes that would probably be the best episode I'd recommend if you want to see if you liked the Venture Brothers without going too deep. If you're curious about the show or know someone that wants to try it and isn't ready to dive on in, I think Escape is the best introduction episode. You get everyone's characters, it's just loaded with quick quips, solid references, and ends on a positive yet suspenseful note. It's everything you'd need in an episode and more. And almost like they knew they had to make up for lost time, here we have effectively a story shotgun. It's the night before Rusty's 44th birthday when Brock finds a video left by Jonas Sr. detailing the location of his greatest invention as the family has to set out across the world to gather each piece to put it together before midnight, all while a galactic inquisitor from beyond the stars follows them around and shrieks for them to ignore him. This episode is really something special in that not only is it a massive ensemble story showcasing all the different characters of the last 2 seasons, but also acts as a bridge for them all to interact with one another. They go to Spider Skull Island to try and steal the first part from Jonas Jr. when they're caught by the ghost pirate captain from the first season, who now works for Jonas. They all agree to work together and go their separate ways to get all the parts to downtown New York City in time. This works as a great vignette episode where everyone has a bunch of mini-adventures that ultimately culminate with the Venture family coming together to stop the encroaching threat. We have Jonas and the Captain going to see Action Johnny, a drug-addicted version of an adult Johnny Quest, Rusty and Brock going to One Impossible Plaza to try and get Sally to let him in so he can take the piece when Professor Impossible isn't around, Hank and Dean having to go and get a piece from Colonel Gentleman, who they think is unalive when they arrive, and all this is just slathered with references. Huggy, the Impossible Family's robotic helper, a thinly veiled reference to Herbie, the robo-helper for the Fantastic Four in the animated series. You get more of Stephen Colbert's brilliant voice acting. There's again this meshing of old world and new age technologies where small reel film camcorders and intergalactic teleportation devices are just as believable in the same world. And it's just, yeah! 20 Years to Midnight is not only a terrific story and a great way to show the extended family working together, it still has just those super high quality jokes that build off of the pre-established lore. Like, this is not a series you can just jump into anymore. You need to watch from the beginning to get who all these characters are, and it does an excellent job of catching your attention and adding enough new elements that you're curious to see who these people are and how they're first introduced. It's just, when you look at the series and you approach it, you can watch this episode on its own, absolutely, but you're only getting half of its weight, half of its impact. It has enough jokes, it has enough references that you can be like, oh, the Impossible Family is like the Fantastic Four. That's great. Oh, that's a Johnny Quest reference. I understand that. But you don't understand the inner workings of the family. And so it works as both a casual, you catch it on Adult Swim at like 12:30 at night, oh, I haven't seen the show, but this looks fun, as well as a building off of all the building blocks we've seen before it. And the last bit with the messenger is also just really fantastic and seals the episode brilliantly. Oh boy. Okay, on paper, this episode doesn't seem like a lot, and then it just explodes out of nowhere. After discovering a certain sensual musical starring one Dolly Parton and Burt Reynolds that he has no idea about, Doc has Hank and Dean go out with Triana and her friend Kim from Assassin Nanny 911, while Brock drops them off and gives them dating tips. We get 21 and 24 tagging along as the Monarch and an online date join Dr. Girlfriend and Phantom Limb for a double date, and everyone starts to speculate on how Phantom Limb lost his limbs, with most of the stories focusing around how Billy Quizboy was somehow a part of it. Dr. Girlfriend is tired of seeing Phantom Limb do the boring, uneventful villainy, and so he decides to crank it to a Spinal Tap 11 and take out the Venture compound to prove he still has it. Brock then has to keep Doc alive as he takes out the guild minions and eventually goes after Phantom Limb. This episode is what makes Venture Brothers so great. It starts as a very simple, almost peaceful, the boys are going on a date and so is the Monarch! Wacky hijinks ensue! And then quickly escalates to the compound being under attack and Brock having to go and save the boys covered in blood and ready for war. All because of a bet. I mean, other than the fact we get to see Brock go full-on berserker in a way you don't really get, this episode marries the two settings brilliantly. You feel the awkwardness of the Monarch trying to make Dr. Girlfriend jealous, as well as the sense of urgency in Brock trying to do everything to keep the family, his family, safe. The fact the climax of the episode has Brock in a men's bathroom confronting Phantom Limb in a tense yet comedic standoff shows why this show deserves all the love it gets. The violence isn't downplayed or the drama subverted with a joke. You don't have them making these quips as they're going total goblin mode on these people. They know how to hang on these tense moments and to build them up so that when they do have that punchline, it feels earned. Having Doc have to basically stop the blood flow to his arm by putting a Christmas tree holder around it is funny, yet it's also effective and it makes sense for him. The Venture Brothers earns every laugh it gets out of you, and even if you don't get a joke, they know you'll probably pick it up on the next one. The show wasn't made for you. The show was made as a passion project, and they're not going to water it down for people to get every bit of it, but the more you get, the funnier it becomes. Venture Brothers really is one of the weirdest and most surreal animated series out there in what it's willing to do. I could never imagine another show doing a plot like this even half as well. It's baffling to me that they would go this far, and we're barely halfway through the season. And even then, it doesn't necessarily feel like there are consequences to this episode, but it's still gripping. It builds Phantom Limb as a growing force. We've seen him, ever since the first season, have this sort of impact, be a higher ranking guild operative than the Monarch, but now we're actually seeing that he commands an army. We're seeing that he is able to be a threat to Brock, to Doc, to the boys, and that he's not afraid to get violent when he needs to. Something that will be played on much, much later. Surprisingly, not a filler episode, but definitely feels like a much-needed breather episode after Victor Echo November. After coming back from a costume contest dressed as Chewbacca, Princess Leia, Old Ben Kenobi, and the Bat, the family flies over Underland, which is smaller than Detroit in northern Michigan, where they are taken out of the sky by Baron von Underbite, who will finally have his revenge on Doc for blowing up his jaw. Reminder, he didn't do it. However, as they're taken hostage, Dean in his Princess Leia costume is taken to the Baron to become his bride, while Hank, everyone's favorite little bat boy, and the rest of the family join the Unterground, led by Catclops and girl German bad guy leader, to stop the wedding and take down the Baron once and for all. It's simple, and it works because of it. Doc makes references to the boys being clones and is much more nonchalant about them unaliving, compared to Brock, who genuinely seems to care despite knowing that they can be somewhat easily replaced. It's a sweet touch that he really does care about them, and seeing Hank come into his own is just terrific. They've learned how to write him perfectly, and it warms my heart to see him so actualized. Hank is the guns a-blazin', never say die boy wonder, and he has so much time to just shine in this episode. I mean, his dialogue is the best he's had yet. He's making references like the wallflower, and it makes him so almost relatable with his mask slit comments. It just feels like he's a more actualized character. You understand Hank because you know people that act like Hank. Again, it doesn't seem like much, but all these small touches bring the world more and more together. By the end of the episode, the Baron is kicked out of Underland, girl German bad guy leader is put in charge, and Underland has a bright future ahead of it, while the Baron has to sleep on the Monarch's couch. It doesn't need to be more than this, and while it's very obviously a satire of Doctor Doom and Latveria being a tiny nowhere country, it still works as its own joke. I mean, the eunuchs are terrific. There's still phenomenal performances all around, and just, yeah. Love Bites is the perfect exhale episode with tangible consequences before we lead directly into introducing one of the greatest teams ever formed. The episode opens with a video from the Guild of Calamitous Intent, where Watch and Ward congratulate Dr. Orpheus and team on being chosen to get their own supervillain. Obviously a parody of sales videos, this intro actually gives a great background on why an organization like the Guild matters. This is a world where superheroes, super scientists, and super government organizations all interact and intersect. This is a world where somewhere like Underland exists without anyone thinking twice. There's going to be villains, and they're going to have lofty ambitions. The Guild exists as a mediator, as a way to make sure they don't go too far and break an already delicate system. They set up treaties, curb inappropriate behavior, and most importantly, make sure a villain is the right fit for who they've been assigned. They want to make sure power levels match to give both parties the challenge they deserve. It's just such a neat design that could only work in a world like this. Don't think too much on it, don't worry about it, but just appreciate the level of thought that's gone into this world, that the Guild has gone from being just mentioned here or there to actually having a tangible mission statement. They're just another organization. Of course, next season will introduce the council proper, but having this episode is super necessary for everything that comes afterwards. Anyways, yeah, Orpheus has to put together a team and pick his arch-villain today! Meanwhile, Doc has the family figuring out what his walking eye should be able to do to entice the government to buy it, all while Guild Wasp are landing on the compound to set up the interview process. Dr. Orpheus astral projects to get his two most trusted compatriots, Al the Alchemist, played by the incredible Dana Snyder, and Jefferson Twilight, Blackula Hunter, played by Charles Parnell, who you'd most likely recognize from Top Gun Maverick. The three of them then go through their roster of potential villains, while Hank and Dean have to entertain Triana until she's whisked away to the Torrid Zone by the evil spellcaster, Torrid. Not only is this a terrific introduction to Al and Jefferson Twilight and their dynamic with Byron, it builds the world and sets up how the guild operates. On top of showing just how petty Doc can be when he sends the walking eye out to try and get the villains to arch him, instead because he's just a wee bit jealous. We also get another appearance of Sergeant Hatred in the background, though he doesn't have any dialogue yet, and it's just, yeah, it stands on its own, but also builds on what was before it. Yes, I'm nerding out, no I don't care, it's my video. But just this attention to detail was not common, and I'm going to keep saying that until it rings home. The series was ahead of its time, and it's blasphemy it doesn't have more love, especially when they're putting so much thought into an otherwise ancillary element. You would have just thought that, oh, Phantom Limb and Monarch and Baron von Underbite are just bad guys that like arching Dr. Venture, because Johnny Quest didn't necessarily have an established villain league. But here they're actually justifying it. Here they're giving a reason and a purpose to it. And as we explore more into it in Season 3 and it makes more and more sense, yeah, of course they have a system like this in place. Otherwise you have a bunch of villains running around with no code, no understanding of rules, and they'll just start making absolute chaos. The guild is a necessary evil in that it keeps the villains under control. It keeps them from overacting. It makes sure that there is a balance of power so you don't have super powerful villains wiping out heroes and super powerful heroes just decimating villains. It's necessary, and this episode does a beautiful job of establishing it. Oh gee, and then we have Guess Who's Coming to State Dinner, which is just more peak. Oh no, I'm swimming in peak over here. Somebody throw me a life raft. As Gargantua 1 starts to careen into the ocean, Bud Manstrong struggles to keep the ship together as it burns up in the atmosphere. Anna tragically doesn't survive the crash landing. But that doesn't matter, because our little Boy Scout Bud is a hero who's going to be celebrated at the White House, and the Ventures are invited. And so yeah, the Ventures go to the White House and wacky hijinks ensue. Doc is determined to get time alone with the president. Everyone thinks Bud is gonna Manchurian candidate the president. Bud's mom wants to sleep with Brock. Oh, and Hank and Dean have to get $5 bills together in order to give the ghost of Abraham Lincoln a physical form to stop another president from having their own theater moment. I love Abraham Lincoln in this episode, just that whole penny for his thoughts. It's just, there's such a charm. Even the president is done incredibly well. Like it's this weird mishmash of like a Clinton character and a Bush character, and it's just like, how can you make the most weird, awkward, uncomfortable president and yet give him this charisma, this exuded confidence? And you have Manhauser again. The episode is terrific. Like that's the quick and easy of the episode. Is it the most important episode ever made? No, hardly. But it's still great to see the family having their own adventures, and I really love this episode for Hank and Dean. It's just such a G. Willikers feel for an otherwise serious situation. Jinkies gang, we gotta help the ghost of Abraham Lincoln save the president. I don't know. With the revelations they have to deal with in the next few episodes, as well as everything that happens to them, in hindsight, this episode really is one of the last times they're just Hank and Dean, boy adventurers. It's not a send-off of that idea at all, and they'll still always be Hank and Dean, but after this, there's definitely some of the sparkle washed away. They become much more aware of their own reality and their own mortality. I also just really love the President and General Manhauser in general, as they will make some appearances later on down the road. It's a wonderful episode that shouldn't be skipped, and honestly, while the tone is a little bit different compared to the episodes before and after it, it does feel fully figured, fully fleshed out. It feels important. While there are some elements that you may find uncomfortable, overall, it is a great episode worth checking out. Exhibit A. The episode opens with a cocoon hovering in front of an accounting firm and then raining fiery hell down upon unsuspecting financial advisors as the monarch and his henchmen storm out, having attacked the wrong place and having to bail after stealing office supplies, all while Doc gets possessed by an Oni and has to have Orpheus help him with his little problem. Meanwhile, Hank and Dean are training to get their driver's licenses when they're ambushed and kidnapped by a woman pretending to be passed out in the middle of the road. The woman being a former bodyguard of Doc's and an American gladiator named Myra, who thinks she's the boy's mother. While kidnapped, Hank reminds Dean of the time they were kidnapped by Sergeant Hatred and taken to the hover tank and how he did some things that we're going to talk about later on. But yeah, he did some messed up things to the boys that Hank has yet to forget. And so Brock and Helper go to get the boys back. The cocoon is whipped into shape by the wide-hipped, black drip-wearing doctor himself, Dr. Henry Killinger, and his magical murder bag, all while Doc and Orpheus get dragged to a motel by the Oni and start to fight. Dr. Killinger is just great. He's such a wonderful character that just gets the Monarch back on the right track for no discernible reason other than he wants to help. He brings back Dr. Girlfriend and shows her how much the Monarch really cares about her, all while being a genuinely creepy looking guy, obviously based off Henry Kissinger. And I mean, to have 21 suspicious of him, to not know if he can be trusted, while 24 is just obviously all in on it, it really kind of shows how 21 is loyal to the Monarch. How, after all these years, after even being kidnapped, he still looks up to him and doesn't want his life that he's become so familiar with sort of taken over and changed by a total stranger. The Monarch has a competent crew, and Killinger flies off into the sunset, his mission a success. And on the surface level, the episode does a brilliant job of just being a fun watch. But if you dig deeper and look at the episode in the grand scheme of things, everything that happened in this episode will be called back to in some fashion, and it's actually a big part of setting up the finale that we're going to lead into. With the Monarch and Dr. Girlfriend reuniting, Hank and Dean being a little bit more aware of their mortality, even bringing up Hank's memories of what Sergeant Hatred did to them. You get Brock and Helper having great chemistry and really showing off how Helper is a wonderfully written idea. He speaks in beeps and boops, but it's how they have orchestrated it, how they have provided him this voice and the shrieking. It makes him feel wholly realized. It makes him feel like he's complete. And I love that. I love every member of the Venture family, and even just having Doc and Orpheus go through this over and over again. This is like the 4th or 5th conflict they've had this season, and it really shows that clash between science and magic, and it works because they don't necessarily hate each other. Orpheus just very obviously hates that Doc doesn't have the morals that he has. He doesn't have the humanism, which is greatly exemplified in the next episode. The last great exhale before one of the biggest events of the show. The episode opens through the eyes of one of the Monarch's henchmen raiding the Venture compound, Saving Private Ryan style. When he runs into Brock, understandably, he does not make it. Doc, in an attempt to play God and wanting a healthy government contract, reanimates the corpse and creates VentureStein, the potential future of military technology. All while Brock actually has a crisis of faith, eating across from a man he took the life of, who isn't brought back and cognizant, but is a genuine, bona fide, reanimated corpse, a la zombie. Orpheus confronts him about it and encourages him to join in his spiritual gathering with some friends at his place. And while all this is going down, some plucky 20-something teenagers, the Groovy Crew, stop their van at the complex and decide to go in and look for a mystery to solve. Yeah, that's right, it's a dark, twisted version of the Scooby Gang, each inspired by different famous psychopaths. And so yeah, the gang raids the compound while Hank and Dean go looking to see if the compound is haunted, and wacky hijinks ensue! Turns out the gang is actually responsible for one of the uses of the sets of clones. And as Brock tries to settle his turbulent mind, we get a giant hunter rising from the sea of his dreamscape like a big-breasted Gogeta and tells him he's going to Secret Service heaven, which is even better than normal heaven because it's full of secrets and espionage. It's a nice touch to have Brock struggling with his identity and coming face to face with Doc actively cheating death and not being okay. He loves his family. He loves Hank and Dean, and he wouldn't fight so hard if he didn't want to keep Doc safe, but that doesn't mean he agrees with everything he does. He's not a machine, and it's funny that in a way, Hank and Brock are the moral core of the family. And as the groovy gang chases down Hank and Dean, they fall into the clone lab, and Hank and Dean start to freak out until Rusty tells them they're their personal servants and that they were going to be a birthday surprise. The clone room is massive, and it's telling how many clones he had prepared and ready to go, but they need to pop them into the re-education beds. I will say, having Venturestein in the learning beds really shows the militaristic uses of the things that Rusty and then later Hank and Dean used as they grew up. The learning beds being a way to brainwash and flood people with information in their sleep. Hover bikes can hover over mines. You have the floating shoes. You have reverse Heelys. There's so many items that make you realize how Rusty may not have had the greatest childhood that everyone seems to idolize around him, except for him. And now, Hank and Dean are starting to become aware of their clones. Brock makes peace with his decisions, and as he drives Venturestein into the sunset to party, Doc has fresh bodies to use for his research. What could possibly go wrong? Dr. Girlfriend and the Monarch have been sneaking around behind Phantom Lim's back, and so, tired of being just a motel hookup, Dr. Girlfriend threatens to cut the whole thing off, and the Monarch proposes to her to keep her around. There's a time skip, and next thing we know, somehow, the Monarch's henchmen have captured the Venture family on the Monarch's wedding day, despite the fact that Dr. Girlfriend strictly demanded he not arch Dr. Venture anymore. Welcome everyone to the showdown at Cremation Creek. Our intro plays over the Monarch going to Phantom Limb to get some of Dr. Girlfriend's things while he hunts down the villains the Monarch was in prison with earlier in the season, having broke them out and picking them off one by one. Obviously not taking the infidelity well. Meanwhile, the Ventures are scattered throughout the cocoon as part of the groomsmen, with Hank putting on an old henchman costume akin to the outfits they wore in the pilot. Rusty confronts Dr. Girlfriend after recognizing she was the woman he kissed in Midlife Chrysalis back in Season 1, and Brock actually just is a really responsible usher who organizes everything and gets all the villains, from Trucules to Sergeant Hatred, in their seats before he's confronted by the greatest villain of all. The leader of the guild, the Sovereign himself, David Bowie, with his two sidekicks, Iggy Pop and Klaus Nomi, obviously named after, Iggy Pop and Klaus Nomi. Everything seems to be going well. Hank even gets seated next to Sergeant Hatred, who doesn't recognize him with his disguise on, and he even references what Hatred had done in the past. And as Dr. Killinger is about to finish the ceremony, a swarm of guild wasps attacks the cocoon, with the Phantom Limb at the helm. And that's the broad strokes of this episode of an animated comedy on Adult Swim, the channel previously known for a group of fast food items living in Jersey or a space-based superhero having an unhinged talk show. Like, that's not even touching the sleepover that Orpheus, Jefferson, and Al throw to try and figure out how to be a better team, which isn't even a minor plot point. It's just, this is a part one of a proper two-part season finale, and it's wild that it's happening at all. It would actually start a tradition going forward of two-part conclusions for the next couple seasons, and cements why The Venture Brothers is a cut above what was traditionally allowed on television at the time. Remember, this is still around that 2006 period. This is not common. And so, after a very brief catch-up, we're thrown right into the action with Brock leading a militia of butterfly-winged soldiers and Hank, Rusty and Monarch escaping the damaged cocoon while Phantom Limb takes out the Sovereign and kidnaps Dr. Girlfriend as he plans to take his spot at the head of the Guild of Calamitous Intent, and that all of his schemes have been leading up to this moment where he would take his rightful place. It really puts Phantom Limb as an antagonist into perspective. He couldn't care less about the Ventures or anything that's been going on. Sure, he's not a fan of the monarch, but his goal has always been to take out the sovereign. Victor Echo November showed how deadly he was, how scary he could be when he had that full power at his disposal. The trial of the monarch was just showing how he could wipe things under the bridge. He is a very clever man. He is a very scary man because he is so smart. Dean, meanwhile, is hallucinating in the engine room of the Cocoon and going on a wild adventure alongside everyone's favorite giant boy detective that he imagines as Billy Quizboy, and all the other characters are just interpretations of the real-life people he interacts with his dad being a rat. It's subtle, but the cracks are starting to show. Hank and Brock help fight off the guild wasps, Sovereign takes out his traitorous and musically talented guards, and Orpheus and the gang fly in to save the Ventures and the day, while Monarch and Dr. Mrs. the Monarch drift off in their escape cocoon. Like, that's how you end a season. You set up new beginnings, wrap up the season big bad in Phantom Limb, who had proper setup in the previous season, and you feel like there's some kind of conclusion even with Dr. Mrs. the Monarch dropping an unknown bombshell at the end of the episode. You have Dean vocalizing how he's scared of going on adventures and is tired of being chased around, Hank confronting the reality of their positions, Doc just along for another ride, and Brock teaching, training, and loving Hank like a real person knowing full well he's a clone. 21 and 24 are fantastic. Orpheus and pals are terrific. The jokes are next level, and just following the tempo you'd expect of a show like this, you have a long exhale as you prep for the next season. Everything feels like it served a purpose, even as the cocoon smolders in the middle of the canyon. And that's it. That's season 2. Where season 1 was building the characters, season 2 was all about building the world and the webs of connections. We got a ton of new characters introduced and we saw them all doing their best to obtain their personal goals. To quote Doc Hammer and Jackson Public, the series is about failure. It's about everything falling apart. And I think that's what makes it so entertaining and yet gripping. We all fail. But it's rare for a show to confront that reality. To confront that maybe we won't succeed at everything we set out to do. That the age of space exploration may come to a flaming halt as a space station careens into the sea. That you can have everything figured out to take over and still be overtaken by a bunch of guys in butterfly costumes. Failure is not something to fear. Failure is not something that you should run from. It's something to learn from, to grow from. And here you see characters constantly growing and getting a little bit better, a little bit stronger, and a little bit closer to not always failing. You see characters recognize they live in the shadow of others, and even if you didn't notice it, I bet your brain did, Hank and Dean survive till the end of the season. Even with the freedom to effectively wipe them out episode after episode, a la Kenny in South Park, they don't, because it takes away that weight of death. It takes away the weight of loss. The more times they get brought back, the less you might connect with them, so each one is held very close to the chest. Will they make it out alive, or won't they? You had Hank thrown into a bunch of guild wasps with Brock, and when Brock needed to throw somebody into a wasp to take it down, he didn't throw Hank even though he knew he was replaceable, he threw some random grunt. Now that may not seem like much, but it shows that he treats them like humans. That Hank and Dean mean more to him. Am I reading too much into it? See, I don't think so. With something like, say, American Dad or Family Guy, yeah, probably. Probably way more than I need to. But with the Venture Brothers, the more you watch, the more you go back with a fine-tooth comb and recognize all the different buildups and all the different moments that have a lot more weight later on. Remember the blinking of the problem light on Gargantua 1? Remember the speculation around how Phantom Limb got his powers, or Venturestein? These may not seem like important things right now, even just glossed over, but as time goes on, they'll matter more and more. Now, whether that was intended or just them circling back on the ideas, I genuinely have no idea, but it's still incredible to see how intricately woven the show is. We're over a quarter of the way through the series and we've only covered 2 seasons. There's so much more I'm excited to go over, and I just want to thank you all so much for giving me this chance to gush about one of my favorite series of all time. The Venture Brothers really is something special, and I do hope that if this is your first introduction to the series, you do pursue it through legal means and experience this brilliance for yourself. I'll see you next time as we flee into Season 3. Goodbye, everybody. Ahoyhoy gang! If this is your first time with us, welcome! And if you're coming from a previous video, hey, we love to see it! Season 3 is probably the proverbial tipping point of the entirety of the Venture Brothers. If Season 2 made you curious about where the show was going, and if you should stick around for it, Season 3 is the hook that keeps you sat down, eyes glued to the screen, and wanting for more. Where Season 1 focused on the characters and Season 2 focused on building the world, Season 3 is very much about exploring the past and its impact on characters both old and new. We're gonna get a ton of backstory, a ton of growth, and a ton of reveals you may or may not have seen coming. So take a knee, gang, because we're talking Season 3! Season 3 continues the tradition of editing the intro to focus on different characters. In this one, we pick up right where the Season 2 finale ended, with Dr. Girlfriend and the Monarch being attacked by the Guild, and so the intro naturally is focused around them. Basically, the newlyweds are being interviewed, inquisited, crucibled, what have you, by the Council of 13 to find out about not only Phantom Limb, but to put the two on trial. There are some faces you'd recognize from a cursory glance that have been shown briefly earlier on, and there are others that won't get a proper introduction until much later, but overall it's a great added element that has a lot of cool ideas to explore. And so yeah, the episode focuses on both the Monarch and Dr. Mrs. the Monarch, aka Sheila's, backstories. Phantom Limb was the one that got Sheila to become a supervillain and become his sidekick, while the Monarch started by henching for Phantom Limb and sometimes going out on his own to arch while still figuring out his identity. It really humanizes the Monarch and makes Sheila feel more put together. We've gotten bits and pieces of her story in the past, but now she's actually in the spotlight and a primary focus of the episode. We get Monarch meeting 24 for the first time, him pretending to be Manotar, how Sheila's au pair idea with the murderous Moppet, something they reference back in Fallen Arches that gets expanded on with Tim, Tom, and Kevin actually getting voiced roles this season, all while 21 and 24 struggle to rebuild the cocoon while being pushed around by the Moppets and their knives. You even see Brock and the other villains coming together to help rebuild the cocoon. There's a lot to love about the season premiere, and the way it blends old and new elements together is really commendable. Like, not only do we get the backstory of two of the biggest characters in the show, but we also get the introduction of the Council, the Moppets taking on a more prominent role, and we see that Phantom Limb is still alive after the battle at Cremation Creek. That's what makes this show so special. It doesn't introduce some big all-encompassing bad guy, but it does introduce a lot of smaller yet significant elements that keep moving the story forward. The season premiere doesn't even feature the Venture family. It doesn't need to keep them in the limelight to keep your attention, and that shows just how strongly the characters are written. Not to mention the beautiful soundtrack crafted by J.G. Thirlwell that again just breathes life into such a series. I don't know, I still feel that warmth when the season premiere finishes and you realize you have a whole season of this quality to look forward to. When a display for General Manhauser goes wrong because Doc is basically just repurposing all the super science his dad developed, he's assisted by a very talented and cryptic mysterious figure, Dr. Henry Killinger and his magical murder bag. Dr. Killinger proceeds to help Rusty confront the ghost of his past, kicks out Dr. Orpheus with a rezoning clause, and helps the boys with their studies. Naturally, Orpheus thinks there's something nefarious afoot, and he's right. Dr. Killinger is trying to turn Doc into the villain he was always meant to be. This is a terrific angle to lean into, Doc being an arch for his brother Jonas. Like when we see how Rusty grew up, when we see how his dad treated him or made him go through traumatic experience after traumatic experience, it understandably left an impact on him, unlike, say, Jonas, who just kind of came out and didn't have to go through any of that. He's untouched by the poor decisions and the poor parenting of the past. Like I said, this season is all about dealing with the past, and while we got inklings of it beforehand, we're really going to go more in depth into what Doc had to go through and how he has to embrace it and heal, which is a big part of Season 4. Healing and acceptance. Even towards the end of the episode when Doc asks Brock if he's a bad person, Brock can't even give him a straight answer because not even a season ago he reanimated a corpse and was thinking of military uses for it. Right from the beginning, we see Doc trapped in the past. He hasn't come up with any new ideas and just wants to keep reusing the same old ones because his dad was this all-encompassing entity to him, and in a way, I respect that he isn't trying to do that to his boys. Granted, he also seems to constantly hate them, but if he didn't care about them, why would he keep clones of them? Why would he give himself the chance to bring them back? I don't know. You can argue it's just a family thing, but the fact he was willing to keep bringing them back while effectively being a single parent raising them does show he has some form of humanity. Is he flawed? Absolutely. Is he trying? I'd say so. This episode is fantastic in that beautiful blend of great jokes and writing with exploring interpersonal ideas. Again, remember, the series is about failure. It's about the failure of the futuristic ideas, and this season really showcases that. I will also say, if you do look for this show online, you can find uncensored versions. That is because, starting in Season 3, they released uncensored versions of the show. While I will be using the censored versions, understand that that is out there and you can see it. Oh hey, even more backstory! Fun fact, Billy's code name is Little Nemo in reference to Little Nemo in the Adventures in Slumberland, as opposed to Finding Nemo. Just a little aside, but yes, this is the origin story of one Billy Quizboy. A huge fan of the Rusty Venture show, Billy was a regular quiz show genius, running the show circuit and earning a substantial amount of winnings until the show cheats to keep him as the reigning champion and he gets found out. When he confronts the host reveals he's an albino and, you guessed it, he's the Pete White. We see them get kicked out of the Venture compound when they try and get jobs with Doc, and then go on the underground quiz circuit where Billy loses his arm in a dogfight. While left stranded by the side of the road after shunning Pete White, he's saved by the OSI, more specifically Hunter and Brock, who want to use him to prove the Guild of Calamitous Intent is real. This is maybe 10 to 15 years before the start of the series, and the Guild is more or less treated as this boogeyman when the real threat is Sphinx, a not-so-subtle reference to Cobra, with OSI just being G.I. Joe. Honestly, I love every bit of it. Even the village people soldiers led by Shoreleave, who I'm so glad isn't just a one-off bit character. We also get a reappearance of Race. We see Sergeant Hatred before he went full villain, and yeah, it follows Billy as a spy for Hunter and Brock trying to find out what Professor Phantoma, aka Phantom Limb, is up to, even helping him complete his experiment and causing it to fail, leading to his transformation, which was alluded to all the way back in Victor Echo November. There's just so much to love in this episode, from the nozzle to Brock and Hunter's interactions, Billy being a quiz boy and exploring how he first met the Pink Pilgrim himself. It doesn't feel like it has to be there. It doesn't feel like the entire season is built around it and that it's wholly necessary, and I think that's what makes it feel so strong. It helps give more detail into characters you already knew and loved, while also just being a fantastic watch. It fleshed the world out more, sure, but the ramifications of everything you're shown won't be felt for a minute, and that's what makes this so special. And let's go back to the season premiere when we're introduced to Monarch saying that he's Manotar, and at the end of the episode we see Manotar, and we also see Phantom Limb has survived Cremation Creek. Here you see all these elements, you see Shoreleave, you see the OSI, you see Sphinx, but they're not brought up again for a minute. They're not reestablished. They're just a joke. They're just an element that you can laugh at without realizing the weight of what you're seeing. Here, we've been introduced to the OSI as a lot of things. They're a secret government operation. They're this, they're that, but they're also a G.I. Joe knockoff. But Brock and Hunter are these fringe characters believing in essentially conspiracy theories that turn out to be real. It lays the groundwork for something bigger going on in the background. And it's one of those things where you may not notice it, but your brain did. I love the intro of this episode. It's just amazing and showcases why Hank and Dean are just the best. We get introduced to Malice, the supervillain gated community, and we see how the Monarch feels stagnant not being able to arch Dr. Venture, while also being given Sergeant Hatred's first proper intro as an archvillain for Doc. We get to see what a proper arching process looks like, and I don't know, the whole episode feels very humanizing. Hatred inviting the Ventures to a bad dinner party works perfectly for setting up a character that otherwise just had a few very creepy lines in the previous season. It's kind of funny that this episode is kind of out of place compared to everything else we got in the season, and yet it's integral for moving forward. It's not a bad thing at all and helps keep forward momentum while also addressing the past. Monarch moves into Phantom Limb's house, Hatred knew Monarch was stealing from him for years, and his henching venture is of his form of revenge. The Moppets and the henchmen still not getting along, juxtaposed with Hank and Dean being friendly with 21 and 24, despite the fact they work for a man that hates their father. I don't want to go too in-depth on the story because there's not much to dig into. It's literally just a house party, but the fact that the family can go to a party and not feel endangered is great. It really humanizes the villains and lets them be normal people. Giving the characters multiple layers really makes the transitions you experience later in the show feel not only more natural, but expected in a way. As the series goes on, we keep diving deeper into the characters, and home is where the hate is foundational to having that make sense. We've seen Brock mellow out, Hank and Dean take on more unique personalities, and Doc being much more human. The more they show, the more realized they become. I know it sounds like I'm hanging on to it, but think about it. How many shows were doing that back then? How many shows took the time to gradually make the characters more and more actualized? What may be more common now with shows like Rick and Morty, Archer, BoJack Horseman, etc., you have to remember was out of place for a series that aired in an era of Family Guy, South Park, Drawn Together, and Aqua Teen Hunger Force. It was much more focused on making topical jokes or wacky situations. And yet, the Venture Brothers exists and aims to tell a well-crafted story. I know I'm not talking about the episode itself, but it really needs to be experienced. The dialogue is what makes this episode shine. The fact that conversations carry more weight than sight gags is just amazing, and yet there's still plenty of brilliant content to cover. I don't know, as I've gotten older, I've gotten more and more respect for this episode, and it feels like a proper evolution of the series if you look back at everything that's come before it. Remember Hate Floats? The episode worked so well because it had these supernatural elements just interacting in a normal world. Here you have all these supernatural characters interacting in a normal world. Villains live in a gated community. They play dumb party games. The story progresses with conversations in hot tubs. It's a natural progression, and I love what it's setting up. There's a new day camp at the Venture compound. Come by and learn from boy adventurer Rusty Venture. That's right, they're busing some kids into the compound to take a tour and hopefully bring in some much needed income. And as they're brought in, we're introduced to one of the most controversial characters in the entire show, Dermot. A giant teenager with hands registered as lethal weapons. He is a master of the ancient art of nunchaku. He wears torn jeans, has long greasy hair, and can do like 8 freaking cool roundhouse kicks in a single jump. And yeah, Hank is determined to be friends with the coolest teenager ever because he doesn't know any better. We also get to see how the day camp is basically a recruitment fair for all the different aspects of this world. Scooby-Doo villain, quiz boy, magical master of the mystic arts, boy adventurer / scientist, all reasonable paths for an adventure-minded youth. And so yeah, it's just kids exploring their dreams and having it all go horribly awry. The great thing is, it's a great show of the passion the characters have. The Order of the Triad eagerly teaching kids about the threats of radon, Billy talking all things quiz boy, the captain being the best pirate captain ever, etc. But the most important thing is, all things considered, they're failures at trying to realize their full potential. Action Johnny is struggling in front of the kids as he's confronted by Dr. Z. He's supposed to be like the pinnacle of it, and here he is, just strung out, trying to figure out what's going on. There's a ton to love about the episode, and it's great to see Billy get to work with his hero in Doc. The biodome is great, seeing Brock have to restrain himself is delightful, and again we get to see Hank and Dean diverging more and more. Hank is all about bonding with a fellow teenager, while Dean is actually starting to stand up for himself now. He's actually trying to find his own identity at this point, and it's great to see his growth. And on the flip side of that coin, seeing Hank actually try and have a friend is great. Dermot is not great, but Hank is just happy to have companionship, and honestly, his big golden retriever energy balances out Dermot's Dorito dust and Axe body spray laced aggression. These boys are being forced into a life they don't know or want, and they're growing in 2 completely different but equally valid ways. Hank actually having someone to play off of works great, and then the end of the episode twist of Dermot asking if that was his real dad throws all that into contention, and the theme of the past comes right back and hits you over the head. I gotta say, as time goes on, I do find myself enjoying Dermot more and more. Not because he's misunderstood or anything, just he's that perfect embodiment of teenage angst that just, man, it just shines. Like when you're living that. When this season came out, I was much edgier as a teen. Now I'm very comfortably not a teenager anymore, and in hindsight, Dermot is incredibly well written. He embodies that grungy, almost depressed, lonely lone wolf, three wolves howling t-shirt energy perfectly. There is such a difficulty in writing emotional, angsty teenagers, but Dermot is handled brilliantly. Dermot is so realized that you hate him. You have this visceral antagonistic desire against him because he is just that thing you can't stand. And, now that you can take a step back and appreciate it, Dermot works so much better. While in the jungle, Doc and the family are training an orangutan to box when they're found by Dr. Quinn and her family. Dr. Quinn being Colonel Gentleman's stepdaughter and Doc's childhood friend. And now, the Ventures have to interact with the Doctor, her female bodyguard, and her twin daughters, Nancy and Drew, while hunting down the threat of the mighty Werodile. Doc, reconnecting with a childhood crush and actively trying to run around with an accomplished doctor and adventurer, really puts his failure into perspective. Here is an accomplished doctor trying to find a mysterious fruit in order to cure cancers and make the world a better place. Doc is teaching an orangutan how to box. And yet, even then, Dr. Quinn still likes him. She still sees something worthwhile in him. She sees that there is that shining beacon of hope underneath it all. Doc isn't undeserving of love, he just doesn't know how to love. Seeing Nancy and Drew crush on Dean because he doesn't have any interest while Hank is just throwing himself out there is also great. They're both still trying to figure out how to act and how to interact with other people. Dean is still focused on finding the Werodile. Brock is keeping watch, and yeah, that's pretty much the episode. You see that Jonas was a super scientist that loved to party and sleep around, and Rusty just wanted to be a boy adventurer. There was something pure there once, and that juxtaposition matters. How do you live in a long shadow like that? How do you create something that rivals anything he invented? Sometimes you just need to teach an orangutan to box. Sometimes that just might save the day. The writing is great, and the jokes about the IKEA and the Werodile subplot are fantastic. Again, J.G. Thirlwell's soundtrack builds a false sense of tension, and the fact they're able to insert genuine mystery into a comedy really just shows off the writing talent at play. It's really the first episode of the season, and honestly one of only 3 episodes where the family are the globe-trotting adventurers again. There's so many episodes that focus around the compound and the family just being around, say, bad dinner parties, because we've spent all this time seeing them traveling around the world, and that's what's so important. Season 3 is much more personal compared to Season 2. Where Season 2, the Ventures were dragged along on other adventures or were roped into Phantom Limb schemes, Season 3 is very much focused on just the Ventures and their compound and how they actually start to come together as a family. When you face the past, you can walk towards the future. And even the awkward tension between Dr. Quinn and Doc Venture and seeing them interact after all this time, and you wonder, oh, is she maybe his half-sister or something? What's going on here? This is kind of messed up and freaky and uncomfortable. But it's not his fault. It's not anything that he's doing that causes that uncomfortableness. That's all Jonas Sr. All of the things that make you feel uncomfortable about the episode are what you don't know. It's what you don't understand. And as things do sort of fall into place, you're left with more questions than answers, but that's okay. It's okay for things to be left on just a miserable note. For Doc to get into the X1 and have to fly away, admitting that there will never be love there. And this episode is a perfect example of the idea of having to face the past so that you can walk towards the future. The episode opens with our first introduction to Dr. Entman, a tiny member of the old Team Venture. We then flash back to Doc driving out a giant drill while Brock guides him out, and as they're going, both Brock and Doc fall into the basement. The boys discover they've fallen through and get the triad together because, quote, the basement is super spooky. Brock gets locked into a nuclear bunker in the basement dungeon, and Rusty runs into several people living in the basement of the compound. Rusty is then taken hostage by them and is taken to go meet Father. Turns out the people living in the basement of the compound were trapped there by Jonas Sr.'s AI mother, who disapproved of his basement fallout shelter and trapped a bunch of kids down there years ago who only had VH1 Classic and a re-education bed to raise them. The flashback scene with the old Team Venture dealing with Mother pumping gas into the tunnels and causing them to hallucinate is genuinely chilling. Like it's a comedy and you have someone thinking they're scratching at the wall with their fingers shredding down to nubs. Again, brilliant soundtrack, and I promise I'm not gonna stop gushing about it, but it needs to be said, like you can feel your heart rate pick up watching it. Even the tension of her connecting to nuclear payloads and willing to end the entire world is just, it's gripping. It may be a minor role, but having Pete White around is terrific for this episode. The Triad is terrified of the digital horror. Brock and Doc are trapped, and Hank and Dean don't know what to do. For all intents and purposes, they need an adult, and Pete is the best one they've got. He's a genuine friend to Rusty who doesn't care about his money or fame and is just a good college bud, and I don't know, I really appreciate that about his character. Like, they hang out, they just do dumb stuff together, and he doesn't see him as a boy adventurer. He doesn't see him as a super scientist, he just sees him as Rusty. Like, Rusty, what the hell, bud? Like, Pete is just one of the best characters in the show, and seeing the horror on his face as he genuinely believes the end times are upon him is just fantastic. The episode has so much to love, and it genuinely might be one of the best episodes of the whole show. The introduction of Entman, the passive conversation between him and Brock, Doc dealing with the basement dwellers, even Hank and Dean's just usual boy adventurer vibes, all culminating in a delightfully twisted dark comedy horror showcase that, man, just thinking about it again brings a tear to my eye. I mean, you have Hank and Dean realizing that things are getting too spicy for the pepper, as it were. They understand to take a step back and just let the adults handle things now. Whereas beforehand, take Love Bites, where Hank was running headfirst into all kinds of challenges. Seeing the horrors of the battle at Cremation Creek, they're not going down in that basement. They're leaving things alone now. And I kind of appreciate that more. That they know to just let the adults adult, and even then, the adults fail to handle the situations. If the basement dwellers hadn't sabotaged the payloads with their cleansing, it would have been the end of the world. We're facing all these end of the world threats, we're facing all these giant menaces that can be handled super simply because they think outside of that proverbial super scientist mentality. They know what they're doing, and this episode encapsulates that perfect human thought process brilliantly. Confronted by the robot from the Mr. Roboto music video, the Monarch is just not feeling his new arch, the peaceful and loving Dr. Dugong and his tank of cuttlefish. He misses having an arch he could actually hate and wants to really go after. He hates the system and what it represents, a boot being lodged on his throat. He feels trapped, and when he envisions the wheelchair-bound Dr. Dugong and imagines him as Doc, he unalives him with a laser bazooka to the face. An act of cold-blooded villainy that will have zero repercussions. The episode is honestly a Hank, Dean, 21 and 24 and the Monarch episode. Brock and Doc are away at a conference, and we see Dermot and Hank starting to practice their fledgling band, Shallow Gravy. The Monarch decides to go to the Venture compound and raid it for old time's sake after getting into a fight with his wife, and so he and his best henchmen go to harass the Venture family, completely unaware that Doc isn't even there. And so the episode has Dermot thinking the Monarch's men are aliens, Hank thinking he's immortal, and Dean thinking it's all dumb as he tries to pursue his dreams of being a boy journalist. I love that not only does the Monarch and the whole cocoon read Dean's little newsletter, they write into it. I don't know, there's a quirky charm to their spy work, including just seeing what Dean is talking about and the super vacuum Doc has invented. It's also another mention of the Viceroy, 21's alter ego that he's brought up a couple times in the past. I don't know, the episode is great and really helps build Dermot as a character. Not only do you get him being more of the edgelord you love to hate, but you also start to see Hank questioning some of his bigger claims and Dermot trying to impress them less and less. this. I don't know, it's very humanizing to see Hank actually have friends and be more social than Dean, who's more focused on breaking away into his own thing. We get to see the boys grow as characters, and seeing how far they've come in just 20 episodes is really something special. It's like when Cremation Creek happened, you start to see that real deviation. You see that they're more aware of what's going on than you would have initially thought. In season 1, by and far, they were just along for the ride, happy to go on these adventures and see what's out there, go into space or Africa or wherever. Season 2, they decide to try and solve mysteries on their own and still have that idea of the fantastical. And then in season 3, you very much have them growing up and calling them mystical or professional adults to handle issues they don't want to or it's their responsibility to deal with. I don't know, it really works for their characters, and I'm so glad there's an episode like this before the series cranks into overdrive for that sprint to the finale. Everyone has time to shine, and as we celebrate the growth as the boys move into the future, we need to turn the wheel of time back just a little bit. We get a flashback to an old villain syndicate led by Scaramantula as he plans to take out Jonas Venture Sr. and the old Team Venture. However, at this table of evil is one super scientist in a very kind of pretty racist costume, ready to stop their plans. We see Ant-Man before he got shrank down, Ook, their caveman sidekick, and the classic team shining as we pan out to Jonas Venture Jr. opening the Jonas Venture Museum on Spider Skull Island to celebrate his late father. Scaramantula is actually played by Toby Huss, who you'd recognize as Khan or Cotton Hill in King of the Hill, Evel Knievel and Harvey Birdman, and all kinds of roles throughout his storied legacy. However, his time on Venture Brothers, I would argue, is some of his most prolific work, which we'll get into later in the season. And so yeah, it's another ensemble episode that actually has the Venture family taking a more back seat to the rest of the characters on display, and it's kind of nice seeing the side characters being so strong they can carry an episode more or less on their own. While the Ventures are there, they're really there to just kind of push the story along. We find out Colonel Gentleman isn't dead, we see the old Team Venture trying to compete with Scaramantula to get more autographs and pictures, Sally thinks that Jonas cares more about his museum than her, Pirate Captain feels underappreciated by Jonas and tries to form a mutiny temporarily, and through it all, it makes Jonas, who seemed to be the second coming of the late great Jonas Venture, just seem that much more human. Here we see Jonas Jr. failing for the first time. He hasn't had long to stretch his tiny underdeveloped legs, but in that time he's consistently one-up Doc again and again, and now we see he's just like anyone else. He's just trying to understand why everyone loved his dad. He just wants to honor the memory of the great man he never got to meet and try and share in some of the splendor of the good old days. We also get Richard Impossible coming back, and he's sadly no longer voiced by Stephen Colbert, but it makes sense with how busy he was at the time, and he'd later be replaced by one of the best voices in the game. It's also great to see Billy just being able to nerd out with his heroes and his favorite villains, and it's just wild that here these people live alongside the characters they looked up to. That's like if you could watch Superman save the day on the news and then bump into him drinking a Yoo-hoo on the street. Sure, you'd have questions, but the most jarring one would be, why does Superman drink Yoo-hoos? It's just that kind of familiarity that makes this world feel that much more lived in, that much more fleshed out. Their idols are real and inspired by the same things that inspire us. Even in the end of the episode, it's just so charming to see Rusty and Brock just joking about going back and saving Jonas as the island gets ready to blow. In a dark, twisted kind of way, they've developed this camaraderie, and I mean, man, it's so important for where the series is going, but even in this one moment, it feels right that everything ends on a high note. The episode opens with an all-too-familiar Pinecone flying up towards Spider Skull Island, piloted by everyone's favorite villain, the Mighty Monarch! That's right, he has a new arch-enemy, and his name is Jonas Venture Jr. Jonas meets his approach by summoning a giant robot combined with pieces from Pirate Captain, Sally, himself, and a clown head piloted by Ned. Look, viewer discretion advised, it's TVMA for a reason, but I adore this opening so much, and it still makes me roll every time I watch it. And yeah, Jonas proceeds to hand the Monarch his ass on a silver platter and is ready to finish him off for good when Dr. Mrs. the Monarch interjects and tells him if he takes them out, they'll just find a bigger, badder villain to take him out, and the cycle never really ends. You either play the game or you get taken out of it. It's that kind of delicate power balance that I really appreciate. They're not trying to totally wipe out the heroes, it's supposed to be more of a dance. But here we see Jonas just not even humoring the idea and determined to take out the monarch. However, he has to do it by the book, and after getting laughed at for calling the guild by Watch and Ward, he gets in touch with the OSIs and introduced to Cardholder and Doe, who also introduce us to Pirate Captain's addiction to tranquilizer darts. They bring in Brock to help plot their next move. This is really a great example of Jonas failing at being a super scientist. He's not used to the things that Rusty grew up with or what Jonas Venture Sr. had to deal with. Meanwhile, the Monarch finds out that if he can survive a lethal encounter with Jonas, he'd be able to hench his next of kin, i.e. Doc, allowing him to take back the arch enemy that is rightfully his. And so he sends his best men, 21, 24, and the new henchman 1, Scott Hall, to go on a covert super double secret operation. The episode is great because here you have this new guy schooling 21 and 24 on the different codes and practices in the Monarch's handbook, which implies that he actually has some kind of order, whether developed by his wife or by himself, that allows him to lead such a large group effectively. We also see them scheme and strategize, and all things considered, he should not be walking away from this operation, but his tenacity is just unmatched. Again, remember, the series is about failure. Jonas fails to live up to the charades in the shadow of his father. He doesn't have it in him to be that kind of super scientist. The Monarch has failed in the past, but he's gotten better, sharper, and more effective. The more you fail, the more you stand a chance to not fail. Each failure is a chance to learn and a chance to grow. You even see Jonas starting to get into the whole thing as the episode goes on, even revving up Scaramantula's cannon as he gets ready to take them out once and for all. It may be minor, but it's great that the museum is still on the island when 21 and 24 are sneaking through, and I mean it may be minor now, but that kind of world building is just fantastic. Does it carry any major weight after this? No, not really. But the fact that they didn't forget about it and even mention it as they look around is an incredible attention to detail that other shows would have forgotten. And again, we may have Jonas and Brock, but we don't have the Ventures proper in this episode, and it's still incredibly solid without them. Like, we've seen so much time taken to focus on so many other characters and pieces of the world, and they have such care in how they're crafted that if you were to wipe the Ventures away tomorrow, they'd still be fully fleshed out individuals. They wouldn't be the same without the Ventures, but you understand who they are away from them, and it really adds that extra layer to it all, especially as we head into the end game of the season. And even looking at season 4, where it's very Venture-centric, where you're constantly seeing what's going on with the Venture family, how they're interacting in this new world. Season 3, stepping back and taking a moment to focus on all these other characters, is integral to season 4 being allowed to do that. And the endgame starts with a conspiracy. Billy is watching old episodes of the Rusty Venture TV show and discovers different codes and starts to parse together that it's one of the greatest mysteries left unsolved, and he's determined to get to the bottom of it. He finds a clue that leads him to the Venture compound where they start tearing up the backyard when Brock tells them to not dig in one specific area because it was part of his assignment. And then they all start digging in that one spot. Fun fact, not only is Yu-Gi-Oh! Canon in the Venture world, but so is the Ancient Gear archetype, which is very oddly specific. It's not Blue Eyes, Dark Magician, Heroes, or anything like super prolific. It's Ancient Gears, an underappreciated GX archetype. I don't know, it could have been anything, and it's Ancient Gears. That's hilarious to me that they went with such an interesting deep cut. Anyway, while they're digging, they dig into Brock's room, and he finds a message encoded into a sound device. When playing it, we get a flashback and are introduced to the original founders of the guild before it was the Guild of Calamitous Intent, members like Oscar Wilde, Samuel Clemens, aka Mark Twain, Aleister Crowley, Phantoma, Phantom Limb's ancestor, and Lloyd Venture, the ancestor of Rusty and Jonas. They are in possession of a mighty orb that has been crafted for generations by all the greatest minds, and there is internal strife over what to do with the device as the guild is splintered and facing enemies from all sides, including the diabolical Nikola Tesla. However, as Brock is listening, the recording ends and he has to find the other one to get the full story. But it's only passed along to the different bodyguards of the Venture family. While the family's investigating, they discover that they need to travel to NYC, and both Pete and Al get to show off their clue-solving skills, while Rusty and Billy go on a real boy adventurer adventure. And when Brock tries to get information on what's going on and is putting a code into his computer in his beloved car, he's delisted from the OSI and a gag order is placed with the goal of eliminating him. He runs off to NYC to get to the bottom of things when he runs into Kano, who breaks his vow of silence, thinking Brock has come for his head, and he gives him the other device that implies Sandow took out Colonel Venture when he tried to harness the mighty power of the orb. It's also hinted at that Kano was the one that took out the late great Dr. Venture, but we don't really get any confirmation on that. Again, we never have any idea what the orb does, but it's a pivotal player in everything narratively. Brock is kicked out of the OSI, Doc goes on an adventure with Billy, Hunter knows it's something spooky, and it all centered around this one piece that the greatest minds would fight over. And in the end, when Rusty finds the orb that he's been chasing down, this object of ultimate power, when he's given the chance to use it, he just puts it back out of respect. Something that I don't think a Rusty from any other time earlier in the show would do. This definitely feels like the growth of Doc. Like he's not the same person he was when the series started. He's starting to get that spark, that inspiration back, and it really makes him endearing in a way. Orb really feels like it's about him making peace with his old adventures and finding a way to move on. However, as Brock hitches a ride home and gets off the X1 in the hangar and is blinded by the headlights of his beloved Adrian, we realize that the season is far from over. Brock dismantles Adrian and switches into survival mode. The family is ambushed by Molotov and her Blackhearts, who inform Brock that the OSI has put a bounty on his head and have summoned their best assassins to try and claim it. They decide to try and run, but when they're hunted down, they lose Helper, who is later picked up by the Monarch in his quest to arch the Ventures and raid the compound, blissfully unaware of what's going on. And so, yeah, Brock has to fight off the assassins while keeping the family safe, and that's just part one. We get a proper showcase of Shore Leave and Mile High, now Christian boating and diving instructors with the call signs Holy Diver and Sky Pilot. We get to see Hank bond over his love of Batman with someone, even if they're a stone cold killer, and we see that Princess Tiny Feet has left Sergeant Hatred and is looking to get a divorce, and so he's come to the Venture compound to give up his life and face his demise. Like, I know I skirted over so much of the episode, but it's a very easy episode to boil down to just its bare elements, and something like it could only be effective because of all the time they took establishing all the different pieces. Why does the OSI, that should be this heroic fighting force, have assassins they'd contract to take out one of their own? Why did Molotov choose not to take out Brock, and why did Hunter help him? Hank and Dean are just along for the ride, as is Doc, and in a first, we actually get an episode entirely dedicated to Brock and him trying to keep the family alive. Unlike Showdown at Cremation Creek, the family that slays together doesn't try and introduce a ton of characters at once and shotgun out a bunch of exposition. It gives you 3 assassins and just says enjoy. You get a funny, action-packed, brilliantly animated work of art that sets up the second part incredibly well. Like, the big cliffhanger is literally just Brock and the family getting arrested after he takes out the assassins. You go from assassins to the family having to face the very real idea of actual cops having no idea what's going on. Which again, may not seem that important, but remember how they've built up that all of this is weird to outsiders, and they currently don't have a ton of options. How do they escape one of the most mundane traps of all? And that's the absolute charm of Venture Brothers, is that this very real, very possible threat of the police arresting them, throwing them in jail, separating them, is much scarier to them than, say, the Monarch. While they are unfazed by it, while they do believe that they can get out of this easily if they get a cleaner and get everything taken care of, you have to remember, there isn't anything on the books. Both the Guild and the OSI are very secretive organizations that usually pay off the cops, so if someone is working with them, something else is going on. And then we dive right into part 2. The family is arrested, everything is up in the air, and through it all we're introduced to one of the best characters in the entire series right in the intro. Mentioned all the way back in season 1, but showing up for the first time, voiced by the brilliant, incredible, downright legendary Toby Huss, is my personal favorite character, General Traster, leader of the OSI. A man that eats patriotism and farts freedom. He's that kind of over-the-top in the best way kind of character that feels so natural yet out of place with everything on display. Like, how could he be the one behind the assassins hunting down Brock and his family? How could he be a big bad? Unless... We then cut back to the family struggling to explain what's going on when they're saved by the cleaner called in by Molotov, who gets them out of their situation with his lemon-scented expertise. And with his back against the wall, Brock makes a final stand. With both General Traster and the Monarch on the line, he tells them both he's ready for one last stand at the Venture compound, winner take all. And so they all plan for their final showdown. Again, it's great to see Brock not only trying to keep the family safe, but he's not charging in guns a-blazing. He figures they'll take each other out and he'll just pick off what's left. He's a very smart and talented agent. However, that's not quite how things go. Helper is held hostage and strapped with explosives, Sergeant Hatred confronts Doc, Hank, and Dean in their panic room, and Brock has the Monarch and Traster send their men into an absolute fury. This is when Traster asks Brock what he thinks he's doing and tells him that the assassins weren't even hired by the OSI, he just wanted to talk. But of course, Hank and Dean have no idea what's going on and decide to unleash their secret army to help Brock. Their clone army. So, led by Hatred out into the field, all of their clones stand, bubbles popping on their lips as they struggle to even think, much less fight, as the Monarch activates his battlesuit and guns them all down as he loses control, and Hank and Dean lose their life insurance. And that's me abridging it. 21 and 24 are in the Monarch mobile, and Helper gets in to drive off to fight, and 24 is stuck with the seatbelt fastened, unable to get out, and before you know it, the car explodes with him inside, right as Brock is walking towards the car. We don't even know if Brock survives as the episode cuts and reveals that, sure enough, Molotov used Brock to take out the competition for her assassin league, the Blackhearts, including a certain hunter-gatherers. Like, that's how you end a season. 24 is gone. Brock is MIA, Tracer didn't do anything wrong, and Molotov concocted everything, and you still don't really get the full idea of why. There's still questions lingering, suspense around every corner, and you just want to keep going. And yet, through it all, sure, their clones may be gone, but Hank and Dean live to see another season, drastically changed by the events that they've lived through. They have now not only seen themselves die over and over and over again, but they have had their lives put on the line. They have been hunted down like dogs. And that will have ramifications as we leave this season. And there we go! That's Season 3! Anything you think I was wrong on? Right on? What's your least favorite episode? Most favorite? Let me know in the comments down below. Season 3 is very much about the past and how we confront it. How we grow out of who we used to be, and as we look towards the future, sometimes that bright dawn on the horizon is just headlights and a car bomb. Season 3 is very much the tipping point. If you're not completely invested in the series by the end of Season 3, you just frankly aren't going to enjoy the show. It's just not for you. Everything we've been given up to this point has been perfectly crafted into a shining beacon of what adult animation and even just animation in general can be. Look at where the season started, with flashbacks of how the Monarch started his path becoming a villain, to where it ended with the family being shaken to its absolute core. This entire season has been about establishing a bigger world, establishing the past, establishing all these different connections, and showing you these ideas and building out the organizations that you've become familiar with. Those that know the show know that Season 4 was huge, and while it is also the longest season, it also has the biggest twists and turns, and it only has those because of how Season 3 took the time to not only build the world and the characters, but address their past and help them grow past it into characters that can handle where they're going. If Season 3 is about the past, Season 4 is definitely about the future. It's about Hank and Dean both growing away from their old identities and discovering entirely new ones. It's about leaving your old self behind and embracing that you may not know what comes next. While Season 2 almost mocked the idea of it, Season 4 very much takes on the idea of grief head on. How do you move on after losing your best friend, a mentor, family? How do you move on after a divorce and you're left to rediscover yourself? How do you know who you really are? Like, incredible shout out to everyone attached to the series, because each element just shines because of the love and dedication put into it. It's not to say the Venture Brothers was alone in having darker or edgier elements to it, just look at Moral Oral, a show that had episodes so viscerally upsetting yet captivating, it's beloved to this day. There just needs to be more respect for these ideas of what meta or proto-comedy could be, and we haven't even scratched the surface. Season 4 is just so magical, and I can't wait to talk about it with all of you. We may be coming up on the halfway point, but we still have so many beautiful episodes to talk about. And I promise I won't sound like a bore when we talk about Season 4. Good night, everybody. Godspeed, and I believe in you. And most important of all, go Team Venture. Ahoyhoy gang! If this is your first time with us, welcome, and if you're coming from a previous video, hey, we love to see it. Regardless, thank you so much for tuning in, and I hope you're doing alright. Here we are, Season 4. I said that if you weren't invested after Season 3, you're just not going to be into the show, and the reason I say that is, for all intents and purposes, Season 4 is where the show takes its big leap forward. If TheVentureBrothers ended with Season 3, it would have been hailed as one of the best Adult Swim shows ever produced and an unsung marvel of adult animation. Which is high praise, don't get me wrong, but Season 4 is where the show goes from being a really good show to a genre-defining force of animated nature. Season 4 is where they take everything you've loved about the show and elevate it. Season 3 dealt with the past. Season 4 deals with grief and growth. I know I said there was a content warning at the beginning of Season 1, but honestly, it really doesn't come into play until this season. This is where things are going to get really heavy, and none of these characters are going to be the same. So without further ado, there's a lot in store here in Season 4. As I said in the intro, Season 4 is where the show actually gets started. Everything up to this point was essentially a prologue. Think about it. From Season 1 to Season 2, there may have been a few months in the twins unaliving, but other than Hank and Dean not being around and the introduction of Jonas, that's all that really happened. Season 2 to Season 3, we got the Sovereign, Phantom Limb's plan was foiled, and the Monarch and Sheila got married. That's relatively it. Season 3 to Season 4, we get the introduction of General Traster, Hank and Dean's clones are wiped out, Brock is assumed gone after getting caught in an explosion, Sergeant Hatred becomes the new family bodyguard, and Henchman 24 and Helper were taken out in that explosion as well. Like, that's where we come into Season 4, and the season premiere is a brilliantly interwoven web of time skips that slowly parse out the information you need to keep going. Brock survived the explosion with Helper implanted in his chest and was saved by the OSI, who also pumped Sergeant Hatred full of meds to make the bad thoughts go away so that he could look after the Venture compound. Brock escapes and vows to get revenge on the people that betrayed him, including Molotov and Hunter. Hank finds Brock's jacket and Helper's head in a box and starts to grow his hair out and wears his jacket everywhere. Dean gets a new dog named Giant Boy Detective and is growing out a mustache, all while a bunch of German bad guys try and get Doc to clone a prominent German bad guy leader. We also find out that the OSI had no idea about his cloning tech and are shutting it down, while he rebuilds Helper, and 21 goes on a journey of growth and vengeance, vowing to find whoever caused the explosion that took away his best friend. It's a lot, and we're not even done yet. Brock goes to see the doctor that did Hunter's surgery and gets a plate and Helper extracted, and this is where we see something really interesting. I'm gonna nerd out about this for a little bit. The doctor explains that ever since the Iron Man movie, everyone wants the robot heart. They establish in a world where effectively Doctor Strange and the Fantastic Four just walk around like it's every day, people still care about the MCU. Like, this entire episode has panels referencing Marvel issue number 1, back when they were pulp comics, and just shows how deep the love for comics and that kind of media in the series goes. I mean, this was 2009 era. This is still ludicrously deep cuts, and it's just, man, it's great. We also get Brock going to hunt the Blackhearts when he's confronted by a Sphinx agent, trying to do the same until he's knocked unconscious. Meanwhile, we see Hatred trying to bond with the boys and train them so they're ready for anything. We've seen the characters take on vastly different personas, and I really kinda love it. Dean has become far more emotional and almost depressed in a way, while Hank is turning into a jean jacket wearing rebel. He's grown his hair out and you can actually feel the growth of the character. And in much that same vein, Sergeant Hatred is the living embodiment of a rehabilitated character. They could have just as easily said that he switched sides at the end of Season 3 and that was it. He's still the gruff menace he always was, but he's not. He's on new meds. He's not treating the boys like the enemy anymore. He genuinely wants them to like him and see that he's changed. He is taking his mission seriously and even pushes Hank to shoot him if it means it earns his trust. I mean, the way they have Hatred go all in on the Venture family is just fantastic. He feels realized. This whole episode is reestablishing everything we know, and the growth feels natural. You have 21 training and bulking up not only to get revenge, but here is Gary, the fat nerdy guy, given drive, given something to work towards. 24 passing gave him purpose and a duty to realize. He becomes the Monarch's star henchman. He becomes actualized. For once, he becomes Gary. Even at the end of the episode, when Brock and Hunter are tied up in a dark room and Brock starts to piece everything together, you start to put everything together, and everything you've seen up to this point starts to making sense. All the pieces start falling into place. Hunter reveals he had a reverse sex change operation, that he, Mile High, Shore Leave, and the Doctor are the newly resurrected Sphinx, and recruit Brock into their new shadowy organization. Brock even runs into Hank after taking out a dog possessed by the soul of a German leader bad guy, and you feel a sense of hope after all of this tension. By the end of this jam-packed 23 minutes, you feel like there's hope in the show, that there's growth. Season 1 through 3 establish that these characters fail a lot. However, Season 4 sees these characters we've watched struggle and fight through hardship after hardship actually make progress. We see them actually grow. We see them succeed. This might be the strongest season premiere of any animated series ever. It really touches on everything it needs to and sets up a vast array of questions left open and needing answers. This is the jumping off point of a perfect, flawless season. Just a brief addendum before we get into the episode. I do talk about how difficult it is to talk about this episode. However, I need to extrapolate just a little bit more on it. With Captain Sunshine, played by the late great Kevin Conroy, he is very much a boy in a giant superpowered man's body. He is trying to connect with Hank because Hank reminds him of his childhood. And I don't feel I did that justice in this review. So please understand that he's very much, his house is even shaped like Neverland Ranch. Thank you to the YouTube commenter that pointed that out to me. But just pay attention to that when you're giving it a watch through, and it does help ease what's going on. Alright, full disclosure, this is kind of a tricky episode to navigate, but here we go. Hank and Dean are captured by the Monarch. Usual Venture fare. However, Hank is rescued by the shining crusader of our life-giving star, Captain Sunshine. Captain Sunshine, played by the taken too soon, once-in-a-generation voice talent of Kevin Conroy, aka Batman. He then proceeds to literally throw Monarch in jail and takes Hank with him to the Sanctum Solarium. While we had Professor Impossible and Dr. O, this is the first time we get an actual superhero introduced in the show, and it makes sense they'd fight the villains of the guild. We even saw some portrayed in Fallen Arches in the video, but none actually interacting with the Ventures. And so yeah, Hank has been chosen to be the new Wonder Boy! And the Monarch holds Dean hostage while they try and stall till they can get Hank back to return both to Doc after taking his ransom. We also see that Pete and Billy got a settlement check and got a ton of money to put conjectural technologies on the map. The wild thing about this episode is that it's largely a Hank episode. Think about it. How many times has there been a Hank or just a Dean episode? Sure, they've been separated, but they didn't really have much to do in the grand scheme of the episode. Here, Hank is front and center and carries a lot of the narrative weight as he's sworn in as the new Wonder Boy after the Monarch took out the last one. It's important to note the Wonder Boy Monarch took out was not in fact the first Wonder Boy. Anyway, we find out Captain Sunshine's alter ego is news anchor with the Channel 5 News at night, and by day is a superhero fighting group including members like Barbecue and Ghost Robot. Captain Sunshine is very obviously a parody of both Superman and Batman and the weird elements they both have. Kevin Conroy having famously played Batman in Batman the Animated Series and several other projects, obviously. I think he wouldn't have done as well as a character without Kevin Conroy voicing him. It just adds another intentional layer to the episode, and to hear him in a comedic role is both jarring and welcome in the best possible way. We get to see Hank living out his dreams of being a sidekick or even getting closer to realizing his true identity as Batman. We see 21 actually running into missions headfirst with knives on his wrists. Like, remember the Gary at the end of Season 3? He was smearing salsa and chips on his face to look battle-scarred for after the fight. Now he has a 5 o'clock shadow and is bulked up significantly. Now that being said, at the end of the day, he's still the nerdy, comic-loving Gary, but he's making necessary changes to his life to be better. We're seeing an actualized Gary. Anyway, Captain Sunshine has inappropriate relations with his wards, and it's a whole thing. That's why it's such a weird episode to talk about. I know it seems like I'm glossing over it, and I am. I'm not trying to get demonetized. But it's not like it detracts from the episode as a whole. Like, no one condones it or anything, it just is like that, I guess. That being said, Handsome Ransom is what these new filler episodes will be like. There is still growth in them, but overall they're there to just tell an elevated story. Like a news team being a superhero team? That's clever and plays into their different themes perfectly. This is a phenomenal way to show us the growth of Pete and Billy that will be touched on later in the season. We get a better understanding of the mundane rulings of the guild, and it just has so many extra layers to it. And yet through all of it, the part with Copter 5 gets me every single time. I mean, just seeing Captain Sunshine screaming Wonder Boy and the narrator going, "What brings you to Copter 5?" I mean, it's amazing. It's flawless. I have no notes. It has those great one-off jokes while also just smacking you in the face with quality. Like, at the end of the day, nothing was lost going from Season 3 to Season 4. You're still getting great comedy and sharp writing, but there's just a deeper quality to it. There's something underneath the surface that is pulling you forward, that is keeping you engrossed. This is only the second episode of Season 4, and yet it feels like we've already been in the season for so long in a good way. It feels familiar while also feeling drastically improved. What a surreal episode. This is an episode that could only exist in Season 4. No other place would make sense, and it's just magical in a way. We open with a flashback to Doc showing Brock the clones for the first time and terminating a failed product. However, that faulty Dean clone exists to this day and has been hiding away in the attic. We then flash forward with Doc showing his usual favoritism to Dean and making Hank do menial chores because he talked back to him and mocked him in front of company. You definitely feel that he's being way harsher on Hank than usual, and the way it makes you viscerally upset shows how much they've developed the characters. I want you to remember this. I want you to remember how you feel while watching Perchance to Dean, because that feeling, that sense of unfairness, will actually be addressed, even though they don't go over the head and go like, "This is a plot point that will be addressed later." You still get the feeling that you're going to get some sort of emotional conclusion to what's going on. If this was just the beginning, you could write it off, but here we see Hank just getting pushed around, and you can feel that it just isn't fair. Anyway, Hank runs into a delivery driver who he thinks has shining telepathy powers, and Dean is introduced to the world of prog rock by Rusty to hopefully awaken his mind's eye. Not only is this super cool with how they animated Dean's interpretations of the song, it also shows that Doc does have a human side to him and that he wants to share with his boys. And while his favoritism is showing towards Dean right now, they don't ignore it and confront it again later in the season. All of this juxtaposed with a failed Dean clone trying to salvage other clone bodies to build the perfect bodysuit. However, when he's dragging the final piece to the attic, Hank and Dermot hit the clone corpse and, thinking that they ran over Dean, begin to plan their getaway and eventual run from the law. I really do love that the more we see Dermot, the more Hank is questioning every little thing about him. Like, he gets that he's full of it, but he still sees the charm of having a friend, and it's a wonderful development for Hank. Anyway, the driver does in fact have shining powers and gets to the sheriff to raid the compound, where they find a bunch of docks made out of C4 as a defensive strategy, and then we see the failed clone hug one of the C4 docks and explodes, and that's that. I mean, here is an episode that builds off the clone idea in an unexpected way. And yeah, the failed clone tries to take out the current Dean, and that's a whole thing, but all in all, it's wrapped so quickly, yet concisely, that it still feels satisfying even if the episode is only 23 minutes. Again, yeah, an episode like this wouldn't fit in any other season, and shows that it is just a smaller part of a much larger masterpiece. Season 4 really doesn't have any fat that could be trimmed. Even episodes like this feel packed full of growth, even if the story doesn't really go anywhere, and that's okay. Season 4 is longer because it takes that time to focus on the characters, and as we'll get into later, it was actually released in 2 batches. But I digress. Perchance to Dean is something special. It's something unique because when you see Dean reacting to the prog rock songs and melting away and growing old as he's riding a dragon, it makes you get a good idea of what inspires Doc, because this is what he wants to share with him. This is what he wants Dean to use for super science, compared to, honestly, the neglect that he experienced from his father. Like, Doc is not a good person. I'm not a Doc apologist, but he is at least trying at some point to be a better dad than his was. He is trying to raise the boys. If he didn't care, he wouldn't keep clones around. And we have to keep remembering that. He's doing his best, even if his best is nowhere good enough. As I said earlier, Season 4 is very much about grief and growth, and there's no better example of this than Gary, aka Henchman 21. The episode opens with some grunt henchmen running into Gary at the bar on the Cocoon, and he says that 24 wasn't in an accident, but that someone took him out, and he was going to find out who. This is how you evolve a character. Gary has been transformed by the loss of 24 and is now one of the most respected members of the Monarch's crew. Sure, he still has his nerdy side, but he's evolving in real time into an actualized person determined to avenge his friend. He makes a list of possible suspects, and number 1 on that list is, of course, the Venture Brothers, Hank and Dean. All of this while Monarch prepares for an interview and photo spread when he has an allergic reaction that causes his face to swell up. But it's very much just about Gary, who's talking to 24's skull, and you can feel that he's starting to slip. Meanwhile, Hatred is trying to train the boys to survive since they don't exactly have a backup plan anymore. However, that same training gets them kidnapped by a very competent 21. I mean, he's not only able to take out Hatred, but also effectively kidnaps the boys, gets them to a secret hideout, and once Hatred calls the Monarch and gets Sheila, she has to find the boys so there isn't an illegal kidnapping attached to them. Something that was already set up earlier in the season with Handsome Ransom. Again, another fantastic episode that knows exactly what it wants to do and how to stick the landing with it. Seeing Gary try and rationalize death is terrific. Seeing Hatred actually being competent and showcasing his knowledge of malice to get him and Doc in is wonderful. I mean, there's just so many things to love about the episode, and it just lands on every note that it tries. That end conversation between Sheila and Doc just feels so genuine, and at the end of the day, you get that they're enemies, but that they don't hate each other. A very careful line to toe, but it's so important that they aren't active antagonists. Even that moment with 21 and the Monarch in the treehouse is just chilling in a good way. It explains why people follow the Monarch when everyone else sees him as just a dumb butterfly villain. He has more hate in his heart than anyone, and he hates himself more than anyone else could. The man is confident in who he is, and it's no secret that 21 is inspired by that. Even in the end of the episode, we get a red herring of the list being checked off and the skull moving in Gary's room that adds to that extra layer to everything. If it's the ghost of 24, that's one thing. If it's someone else, that's another. But we definitely know it's not Gary, and that means something is up. Return to Malice is very much a return to form, where we got effectively 2 episodes focused on Hank and then Dean. Here we get more world building as well as a better focus on Sheila, 21, and the Monarch as characters. We see the strained relationship between Hatred and Hank, and Dean is just fed up with it all. Like, these feelings carry over from episode to episode until they're addressed, and I just love that. I love that there are consequences for people's actions, and of course Hank holds Brock on a pedestal and has justified reasons to not like or trust Hatred. It feels earned, and while the episode is largely small scenes, it helps build the characters beautifully. The Venture Brothers isn't afraid to take that time to psychoanalyze its characters. It's not afraid to make these smaller scale adventures. Remember things like Escape to the House of Mummies, where they were traveling through time and doing all these complex things with Edgar Allan Poe and Caligula? Here, it's just them going on a kidnapping mission. It's just 21 trying to rationalize his best friend taken from him so suddenly. And at the end of it, you can't even say he's wrong for thinking something happened. It's tragic in a way, and it's horrible to say, but without what happened to 24, there's no way Gary would have ever grown up. This is necessary pain for him. This is necessary growth. How do you move past losing your best friend? What shows tackle that with the proper emotional baggage that comes with? I just think a show that, these episodes came out over a decade ago, and they still have such narrative weight, and I just don't think we appreciate that enough. And now we have an episode that blows everything wide open. Going off the reveal that Phantom Limb is still very much alive after he unalived Manotar, we see him raiding the guild headquarters with a toaster, mug, and shoe to gain information on the orb. Which, and I do need to correct myself, while I said in the last season review Doc found it and put it back, he did take it back to the compound, he just didn't do anything with it. He left it alone, but kept it safe. And so Lim picks off and kidnaps two members of the Council of 13, Red Mantle and Dragoon, and has Billy, the same person that gave him his fantastical limbs, put Dragoon's head on Red Mantle's body to fish secrets out of them about the guild and the orb, convinced he's the true and rightful heir to the guild and that he'll take it out from under the Sovereign one way or another. The guild then goes on to secure the orb and marches on the compound, and when Hatred thinks they're coming for him and the family, he enlists Hank's help to save them all, and Hank decides to see how long he can milk it for. The scenes with Hank and Hatred are just so dang wholesome. Hatred is by no means a perfect character. He is 100% flawed and has very unsettling characteristics, but seeing him actively combat them and doing everything he can to keep the boys safe, from a writing perspective, is super smart and really works for his character. Like, I know this is supposed to be about Phantom Limb creating the Revenge Society and taking out the guild, but like, it's a much more personal story than that. You have Doc teaching Dean to hide away like a true super scientist, Hank and Hatred actually bonding for a change, Billy's skills being showcased, and a great introduction to Dragoon and Red Mantle as characters, as they'll be recurring throughout the rest of the show. And I think the culmination of everything with the guild confronting Lim on the front lawn of the compound is perfect. Remember, the series is about failure and growth. Doc failing to live up to Jonas, Hatred failing at being in the OSI, then as a villain, now again as an OSI agent, and Lim failing to retake the guild because you can't retake what was never yours. He gets the power of the orb, attempts to use it to wipe out his enemies, and nothing. Turns out, Sandow broke the orb when he confronted the original founding Venture, and they decided to just not tell anyone. And it also turns out that Phantom Limb isn't the inheritor of the guild, but the rightful leader is none other than Dean, who proceeds to just pass it back off to the Sovereign because of course he does. And just like that, Phantom Limb is captured, his entire plan a failure, and Red Mantle and Dragoon have to learn how to adjust to their new two-headed, one-body life. Like, I don't want to go too in-depth 5 episodes into a 16-episode season, but look at how much momentum is picking up. Again, J.G. Thirlwell's soundtrack is one of the most prominent soundtracks in any series, and it truly feels like a character all its own. The background music perfectly conveys the tone of any scene. There's always that famous quote by the now canceled Joss Whedon, "Do gritty and dark, but for the love of God, throw a joke in there." What makes the Venture Brothers work is that it treats itself as a comedy first and adds dark scenes and suspense into it. Yes, it can make gratuitous violence funny, but it can also just have these high-octane fights that carry an actual weight to them. They establish stakes, and even if there is a dour low note, they don't try and break it with 1,000 jokes. Sometimes you just sit and appreciate a moment. The Venture Brothers is a masterclass in how to write to convey emotion without beating an audience over the head with symbolism and wit, and I think a large part of that comes from it being such a small team. The creative integrity of Jackson Public and Doc Hammer is unquestioned. They know how to tell this story. They know these characters, and they make sure that they craft each episode, each piece, perfectly. Is this something this character would do? Is this something, how would they react? How would they think about this? What would they do in their own way? Are they flawed? Are they perfect? How can we do this? And the fact that there was very little studio meddling in the story, just in the release, speaks volumes for that. This is what happens when an animated property is allowed to just be a show. I mean, this is a show where the main villain is a man named the Monarch who flies around in a giant cocoon. It could be Rick and Morty levels of parody and comedy, but instead you get confronting grief and understanding that it's okay to not be okay. You get people fighting for redemption. And it's just, where did this come from? Why is this happening now? It's beautiful. Venture Brothers truly, unequivocally, is one of the most beautiful shows ever made. And I can't stop saying that. Doc is being hunted down by the Monarch, who revs up his web launcher to work him like a puppet, but when he gets a notification on his phone about group therapy, the Monarch begrudgingly has to let him go. When I first saw this episode when it aired, I absolutely couldn't stand it and didn't really get it. I was also like 13. As I've gotten older, this is not only one of the smartest episodes, but also just one of the strongest of the entire season. That being said, let's get the B story out of the way first. Hank and Dean go to the movies with Hatred, and 21 and the crew are there because their planned henching was cancelled. Hatred runs out of his pills and starts panicking as he runs off to the panic room to try and control his urges, and yeah, it's a wild thing to cut away to Hank and Dean ultimately working with 21 to take Hatred down and get him back on his meds. It's a lot. The show is TVMA for a reason, folks. Does it work? Sure, yeah, of course. It does help with the characters and everything, but that storyline would not have been written in the year of our Lord 2023. Again, it absolutely works, it's just a product of its time. And then we have the A story, which is phenomenal and much needed. Like, we've had Hank or Dean or even Brock episodes, but how many times have we had a Doc episode? How many times have we focused solely on his adventures? Maybe once earlier in Midlife Chrysalis, and even then it doesn't really go into anything since it's a season 1 episode. Doc goes to therapy with Action Johnny, one of the previous Wonder Boys played by Patton Oswalt, Robo Boy, a play on Astro Boy, and the Hale brothers played by Seth Green and John Hodgman respectively. Doc reveals that his first therapist was his father, who guilt-tripped him about the issues he came to him with, and would say that he blamed and resented his father even though his father gave him everything, which understandably gave him a fear of therapy. It's great that there's group therapy for boy adventurers, and the best thing is, they treat it as just a normal counseling session. It's not some magical adventure or anything, it's grown men addressing the wild things adults threw them into and how they've struggled to cope with it, and it really makes you appreciate Doc. He didn't have a childhood. Wonder Boy developed an eating disorder and still walks around in the costume. The Hale brothers pretty obviously unalived their dad, and we've seen what happened to Action Johnny, and Robo Boy just doesn't know any better. Doc is actually somewhat put together. He's not perfect, but how could anyone be when they go through that as a kid? And when the therapist is taken out by a two-step viper, the boy adventurers rile themselves up into another adventure to find out who took out their therapist, eventually hunting down Dr. Z, of all people, in Florida, and accusing him when he turns around and gives them the best advice he can. Sometimes tragedy happens. You can't keep looking for adventures and mysteries where there aren't any. It's okay to just live. And when Doc comes to his realization, it feels deserved. He has the compound. He has the boys. He didn't take out his dad or walk around in rusty venture clothes. He grew up and didn't lose everything like Johnny did. Doc grew up. And that's why he's so harsh on Hank and encourages Dean. He wants Dean to be nurtured into super science instead of thrown into it like he was. He's not perfect, again, by any stretch of the word, and he still very much has his problems, but we see why he's like he is, and we also see he could have been so much worse. It puts past tense and his relationships with his friends into a better perspective. He's trying to be the best him he can be. He's trying to be a scientist, he cracks jokes, and he's actually likable to some people. Imagine Action Johnny as a father, or Wonder Boy. Doc is at least attempting to avoid having the boys raised in the same world he was. And as we learn more about what he went through, he's that much more humanized. The series may be about failure, but here we genuinely see that Doc isn't as much of a failure as we thought he was. That last bit with Dr. Z really is heartwarming though. seeing him guide the men that he still considers boys. And while he was a villain, now he's just a gentle old man offering his pieces of wisdom. That message, juxtaposed with hatred fighting his urges to touch kids, is really just tonal whiplash. But I don't know, it's kind of the magic of the Venture Brothers. The stories just shine because they don't try to make them fit. They can be vastly different and still work together. And then you find out Monarch took out the therapist and it all makes sense instantly. I say this a lot in my American Dad videos about how what makes the show work is they usually have an outlandish A story and a simple B story with an outlandish twist. And that idea is perfectly translated to the better man. The A story has the triad fighting Torrid, and when he summons an eldritch evil, he's taken out by the Outrider, aka the man who stole Orpheus's wife! He discovers that the Outrider has gained the power to access the Phantom Dimension, something that he could never do, and is determined to one-up the man that took his beloved from him. Meanwhile, Dean is dressing up to try and impress Triana as she hangs out on the lawn until Hank drags him to the mall to pick up chicks. That's right, Hank goes to the mall to pick up chicks. It's great seeing him just totally delusional as he hits on the girls, and even though he has no game whatsoever, he's at least trying to push Dean out to give it a shot. It's great seeing the two boys bond as brothers, and even having Dermot around to offer some rare advice is terrific. And I mean, just think about that. Hank is going off the compound. 3 seasons ago, they would have never left, but now, while they have their learner's permits, he's actually going off. He's seeing the world. He's experiencing it on his terms. He's not just going in some superjet and flying across the country. He's just going to the mall. He's just interacting with normal people. Anyway, basically, the Outrider cheated his way into getting the power, and after Orpheus confronts the Master to figure out what he's doing wrong, Triana sneaks in and meets him again. This time, he doesn't wipe her memory, and instead shows her what Dean will look like in the future because of how many times he's been cloned, and tells her she needs to get out and discover herself. The episode is great. It's a wonderful triad-focused adventure that sort of feels like One Half Blade, Hellboy as a sitcom, and You Are Here, the documentary about a mall. The two tones never feel like they clash, and it's great that Triana is moving on and going to live with her mom to learn magic, while Dean is open to giving up on his teenage crush and branch out. The kids are growing up, and the adults are just as childish as ever, with Orpheus insanely jealous of his wife's new husband. I don't know, having Al and Jefferson around is almost essential for Orpheus now. He just feels more complete with his team, even if they feel like they don't do anything. They make him a much more rounded person. He's the Sorcerer Supreme, but he's always at a 10. They bring him down a little bit. They help him relax. They help him keep the balance, and I think this episode does a great example of that. Sure, he's the power, but he couldn't do half the things he does without them. He's also just a single dad trying his best, and the fact that they hang on that is terrific. Triana isn't leaving because of Orpheus. She's leaving because she wants to, and she still loves her dad, and he still loves her more than anything. He just wants his little pumpkin to be safe. I don't know, I always thought their relationship was just kind of perfect, and I like that there wasn't an added conflict between the two. That he just wants her happy, he just wants her taken care of. It's one of the sweetest out there, and having him make that peace after bringing back the Outrider from his coma again with the help of Billy really feels like the conclusion of an arc. The season is about growth, and for once it feels like Orpheus is ready to move on. Like, even just comparing Orpheus and Doc as dads, Orpheus is willing to let Triana go out on her own. He doesn't have any protection plans for Triana. He just doesn't want her hurt. He doesn't want her in the same world that he's in. And I really love that about him. I don't know. Orpheus and Brock were always the moral pillars of the Venture family, and it's so fascinating to see where they are without Brock 7 episodes in. Gee, I sure hope Brock doesn't show up soon. I'm just kidding, everybody loves Brock. You can't hate Brock, Brock's the best. So, fun fact, Season 4 was actually broken into 2 parts and released with each part having 8 episodes. And so, here we have the mid-season finale, Pinstripes and Poltergeist, and boy howdy does it feel like a mid-season finale. The Monarch goes to meet Monstroso, the supervillain lawyer, and is ready to crush Doc once and for all. We see the ghost of 24 talking to 21, which I have to believe is a psychosis that really materialized after he saw the skull move when he didn't move it. Sure, he had been talking to the skull before, but now 24 is actually giving him advice on his surroundings. Anyway, yeah, the Monarch teams with Monstroso, who effectively claims the Venture compound through a legal loophole when it's discovered Doc isn't using all of the compound for do-goodery. And so Doc enlists Billy and Pete to move onto the premises to help balance his numbers, and when they go to a factory, they discover the secret headquarters of Sphinx, led by the always terrific hunter-gatherers. Basically, Doc wants them to pay for using the factory as a headquarters so he can get around the claim, but they refuse, stating why they do what they do. Sphinx exists for when a supervillain doesn't want to join an organization and decides to just torment regular, everyday people. If they abuse the system, they get a visit from Sphinx. It's a great idea that makes a lot of sense for someone like Hunter to put together when he can't trust the Guild or the OSI to get the job done. I think seeing Brock and Shore leave on a mission is super important because the exposition feels natural. The banter makes the world building just a little bit more palatable. Like you're going to have exposition. Every series has it, whether it's several episodes of just info dumping or it's a chunk here and there. The goal when writing is to deliver your exposition as naturally as possible. How would a character react to that information based off who they are? And to have Brock and Shoreleaf talking and then juxtapose that with how Hunter and the gang explain it to Doc, it's a nice touch. I don't know, the small things compound into what makes this series so great. Anyway, it's then discovered by the Monarch that Monstroso is double-crossing him and plans to write him out of Arching Doc. And so to stop Monstroso, 21 goes to the compound to prepare for an ambush when he runs into Brock, and they have probably one of the most satisfying fight scenes ever. Is it hyper-violent? No, absolutely not. But what makes it so great is how it's a direct reference to their encounter in Tag Sail You're It. Back then, 21 approached him like a Jedi, and when his lightsaber failed to do anything, Brock literally scared him away by saying boo. Brock tries to do the same thing again, and they actually seriously go at it. Now, whether he was really trying or playing around with 21, who really knows? But he genuinely earns Brock's respect, and that's something magical. I mean, this is the first time he's had someone that is just genuinely trying and putting in effort to be a hero, and it almost feels like Brock has a proper protege. Where Hank looks up to him, he and 24 have a mutual respect that he would never have gotten until the growth of Season 4. We also get introduced to Sphinx's brain-wiping machine that they use to wipe the boys' memories quite a few times. It's a funny bit, and I do appreciate that they don't regularly use it on screen. However, as Monstroso fills out paperwork, he's interrupted by one wandering Jedi who tells him to tear up his contract. The episode ending with Gary and Brock throwing down with Monstroso and Hank seeing Brock that night in utter shock. Pinstripes and Poltergeist is just outstanding. It could be a lesser show's season finale, and yet here it's such a strong midpoint that I couldn't imagine any other episode going in its place. The way it builds the world makes it such a key waypoint moving forward. You get Monstroso, Sphinx proper, the bond between 21 and Brock, and just man, it brings a tear to your eye revisiting this, knowing what's coming in the rest of the season. I mean, just looking back at the last 8 episodes, the show just feels like it's truly elevated already. It could have stopped here and been hailed as a wonderful next level piece of media, and yet it just keeps climbing. It just keeps improving on what's already been established. And here we have our continued ascent. We open with 21 leading the charge as he controls the cocoon and sends the Moppets after Hatred and the boys on his first solo arching. We also get the return of a very sick King Gorilla being visited by the Monarch and Sheila. And this is where the show effectively reveals its storylines. 21 is tired of the henchman being outgunned against someone like Hatred, while the Monarch flies around atop his elegant butter glider. Alongside Brock, Shoreleaf, and the boys, shrinking in a sub to go inside Doc to see why he's effectively stroking out, since his insurance got denied and that's really all they have. These story ideas could have been just the most bare-bones concepts and just been that, but instead we see a beautiful play on them, and with the clot in Doc's vein being caused by a clone set of Hank and Dean using a tiny submarine to explore their dad and getting stuck, and 21 striking retaliation to the Monarch blowing money on a butter glider and not body armor for his men, all encouraged by Sheila. There's a musical number with the butter glider, and I'm not going to lie to you, that was the moment that Monarch became the next level to me. That's how you write a perfect character. From that point forward, no matter what he did, he'd be one of the best written characters of all time, no question. The Diving Bell vs. the Butter Glider is a phenomenal episode and a great way to jump back into the series after an almost year-long break. This episode literally could not have come before Pinstripes and Poltergeist, and plays too much off of the elements and relationships already built for, again, basically a filler episode. Yes, it shows the respect between 21 and the Monarch, and even the start of Sheila really listening to Gary, while giving us more peak Shoreleave and Brock, and the boys' relationship maturing as they grow up. He still treats them like boys, but I don't know, there's something deeper in Brock's relationship with Hank and Dean now. Like when 21 bends the knee and puts his mask back on as the Monarch swoops back in, remembering that arching venture is more important than his butter glider while still flying on his butter glider. It's just one of those scenes that to this day I still think about as just peak television. If you watch a Genndy Tartakovsky animation, you're going to get a lot of motion and action, but very little dialogue unless it's absolutely necessary, because it's more about body language than anything else, and there's a magic in that. With Doc Hammer and Jackson Public, it's very much the nuance of the characters and the dialogue. Sheila isn't above going behind the Monarch if it's for the good of everyone. 21 isn't the same Tubbo he used to be and will stand up when he needs to. Hank and Dean can handle more mature missions. Even early in the episode, Hank is firing a turret atop the Jeep at the Cocoon. Season 1 Hank wouldn't do that, especially not as effectively. Again, it's that nuance. They're not telling you that Hank studied in the mountains for 8 years and now knows 18 different schools of karate with 88 new special techniques. They're showing you that small incremental growth that builds him up more and more. Like, I know it sounds like I'm harping on it, but right now I want you to try and think of 3 really great examples of this other than in Venture Brothers. If you can think of any, post them in the comments below. But if you had any difficulty with it, that's my point. It's such a hard thing to do well, and the pacing of their growth just feels so dang natural. I don't know, it would be very easy to write off the Diving Bell versus the Butter Glider as just a fluff mid-season premiere. And I'll admit, I probably did a few rewatches in my youth, but now I see just how important it is and what an excellent kicking off point it is. Not only does it remind you what these characters are, it showcases their growth. And, I mean, even just what Hatred does as he's protecting Doc while they go inside him. The establishment that Sphinx has a submarine and uses their dock. It's these small things that all compound in on one another that build the story up. And it would not be this complex if they had more writers, if they had more creators. Like, this is just 2 people crafting a beautiful narrative, and it cannot be championed enough, especially with all the work that they had to go into with it. I mean, think about all that effort, think about all that time to make a show with just a skeleton crew effectively, and then for it to be this. It's mind-boggling. How is this an Adult Swim show? How was this something that they were willing to put money into when they were basically doing Flash animation with everything else, with, say, Aqua Teen or Squidbillies? It blows my mind. It blows my mind that a show like this can exist. With their studies and their education bets completed, the boys get a congratulations from their grandfather and announce that they're now ready to join their next adventure in college. Only Hank didn't get his diploma for some reason. Meanwhile, at the guild, Red Mantle and Dragoon are trying to adjust to being 1 councilman instead of 2, while Phantom Limb talks to a mug and sends Wisdom to get the rest of the Revenge Society. This is where things start to get weird, and I wish I got how the powers work, but I'm a fan either way. His detached limbs and inanimate objects save him, and he runs off a free man ready to create his own evil guild with the perfect sidekick to rebuild his body. Professor Impossible, one of his fellow Boys Brigade members. This is also when we get a golden addition to the cast. Bill Hader is the new voice for Professor Impossible, and we also get him as his arch Phineas Phage. Like, obviously, it's no secret that Bill Hader is a terrific voice actor and overall absurd talent of a man, but I don't know, it really feels like he puts in a lot of effort and care into each role he gets. I'll be honest, I totally blanked that Kate McKinnon plays Dermot's mom and sister on top of her roles later in the series. I don't know, there are people out there that can bash them 8 ways to Sunday, but both actors really truly care about their craft, and it shines because of it. No one is in the Venture Brothers for the paycheck, and I really appreciate that. I mean, if they are, they make it almost impossible to tell, which should speak to their talent as well. Anyway, Hank looks for ways to not go to college while Doc gets Dean ready to visit campus and go to state just like he did. Hank deciding that he'll just join Sphinx, and Hunter and Shoreleave agreeing to test him just to prank the poor kid. Remember that tangent about incremental growth? When we get Hank doing the training course, think back to early show Hank. He wouldn't have tried at all. Even when he shaves his hair down to towhead status again, it feels like a return to form but not him downgrading. He wears his look with a renewed confidence. He fights through trial after trial, gets through the brain wiping machine to their shock, and it really exemplifies that he isn't all talk anymore. He's been through hell and he's come out stronger for it. We also get introduced to the rookie at Sphinx, a masked individual that keeps fumbling the job. They just seem to appear out of nowhere for some reason, but I'm sure that won't matter at all, and they're just another wonderful addition to the crew! And even with all this, we still have the B story of Dean touring campus with his dad, who thinks because Jonas donated a ton of money to the school, Dean should get in without any issue. But they get rejected while Professor Impossible covers up for Phantom Limb as he gets attacked by guild hunting dogs. We also get the return of Mr. Brisby and the introduction of the silent investors that are just 3 guys and super mega spooky. We set up the Revenge Society actually being a real threat, recruiting new members like Professor Impossible turned Professor Incorrigible and Baron von Underbite. We get Dean discovering a world outside the compound and Hank doubling down on his dream job even when Brock has to talk him down about pursuing it. Like, you don't need me to tell you that this is a great episode. It just works on so many levels, and you feel that it's going to have that potential right as the episode begins. When Hunter throws the phone, it ruins me. I'm devastated. I am dry wheezing on the ground. I mean, that is just peak comedic timing through and through. That is a shot that, like, you could have written out in any other show, but for Venture Brothers, that is essential. This is just some small, tight-knit crew, and yet they've sculpted something so incredible, so broad, so in-depth, and yet it still feels familiar because they took the time early on to build these elements. Season 4 would not feel so cohesive if it wasn't for seasons 1 through 3. Again, seasons 1 through 3 are very much a prologue to everything that's coming afterward. And then we have the biggest fluff piece of the entire season. But you know what's so great about it? That's the point. Any Which Way But Zeus opens with Zeus, god of thunder and rock and roll, blasting in and taking the sidekicks away from heroes and villains and bringing them to a gladiatorial Thunderdome, where they duke it out for his and Zero's amusement. Pete and Billy, alongside Shoreleave, 21, and Captain Sunshine's butler, are taken hostage and have to fight the other sidekicks on the field of battle. Meanwhile, all the organizations get together to try and figure out where all the sidekicks got taken, and the wonderful world of bureaucracy happens. They get the Guild and OSI together, the Peril Partnership, the newly formed Revenge Society, all in one room under the always super charismatic General Traster. And they literally do nothing. They just spin in circles while everyone else figures out what's going on. All this while the compound is left untouched and Doc, feeling neglected, goes outside with a sign to entice Zeus to kidnap him too. This is probably the closest to a real story in the episode. Hatred Hank and Dean, seeing him so upset that he didn't get abducted, decide to abduct and torture him as a means of validating him. I don't know, after self-medication, this is just so heartwarming to see. And then he says that if you have to torture the boys, you should torture Hank and leave Dean out of it in front of Hank in disguise. Like, that isn't to say the primary story of 21 rallying the team to uncover Zero's identity and saving everyone isn't great. It's actually spectacular, and I will say this about the Venture Brothers, it doesn't try and pull a surprise out of nowhere. Zero doesn't have a voice modulator or anything in his mask. His armor isn't super misleading on purpose. He sounds exactly like who he is, and from the context clues, you could absolutely figure out who he is on your own. If the clues weren't there and they just threw it at you, yeah, it would be a little jarring, but still kind of makes sense. Here it's just kind of flawless. Zero is, in fact, Henchman 1, aka Scott Hall. He survived the fight with Brock and vowed his revenge, setting it in motion as he threw down with 21, who used to be protected by plot armor, but can now stand on his own 2 feet. In a way, that's just more growth for him, taking down Zero with better planning and strategy. And while Doc is being tortured, Hank ups the torture level until Doc tells him why he wants Hank tortured over Dean. And in probably the most human moment he's had, he confesses it's because he knows he can take it. that Dean was born for this life and Hank was just thrown into it. And he sees so much of himself in Hank and just wants to apologize for him. Of course, he has no idea that Hank can hear him, but it's moments like this and in later episodes that show us deep down, Doc cares about both of his boys. He wants to do better with them than he was raised. He wouldn't do all this if he didn't care. He's a bad dad, sure, but he's at least trying to do better. And considering what comes afterwards, this is definitely needed. The Venture Brothers really banks on emotional leverage. How much can they get away with a character before they just feel irredeemable? It's the only show where someone like Sergeant Hatred can exist. Like, yeah, that's a lot of character develop, and it's a lot to talk about no matter what angle you approach it, but they take the time to build up all the facets of their character so that when they do something, they hope you still can see the character aside from the action. I don't know. Forewarning, I guess, because it's gonna get a little awkward. Any which way but Zeus is terrific. The Mike Lazo nod is great, and just again, it shows why the show is such a multifaceted gem. No matter what angle you approach it from, you're getting something great. Want just a dumb, superpowered foreign bureaucracy with great jokes written in? You got it. An action thriller featuring a Greek god and an old rival? Hey, you're all set. A conflict between father and son with a heart-to-heart that feels genuinely earned? Sappy, but I'm here for it. All of this wrapped and showcased in 23 glorious minutes. They have so carefully fine-tuned everything to just sing. Welcome to our cross-sequel, our parallel parts, a congruent continuation. Hank and Dean have adventures at the same time. Boom. With Dean heading to the Big Apple to study as a junior scientist / boy reporter at an internship at Impossible Plaza, Hank is left to find a job at the compound to figure out what he wants to do next. He then proceeds to open his own shop on the compound as a means to both pretend and make some money reselling his dad's stuff. He's still a kid, but it's great to see. Really dumb fun fact, but I don't know, I think it adds to the charm. So the Venture Brothers would do a Shirt of the Week club where every episode came with a shirt, and I'll be honest, I typed a good portion of this season's script while wearing my Hank Co. t-shirt. I genuinely think that camaraderie, that community, that devotion to the fans really does elevate the show. It shows that they really do care. Like, there's next to no American Dad merchandise at all. Venture Brothers had these delightful little almost like Mego dolls, you had bed sheets, a Shirt of the Week, and just that feeling that it harkened back to a simpler time, even if it was completely made up. Is this rambling? Probably, but who cares? It adds to it, and it really shows it wasn't just a cash grab. Anyway, Hank has many facilities at Hanko. You've got a restaurant, a department store, and a grizzled private detective agency determined to get to the bottom of any case they've assigned. Like, Hank is a little bit of everything. He's a notary. Anyway, Hank takes the mystery of Dermot's mom going missing, and Al, being bored and newly single, decides to join in on the fun. The episode goes black and white, and he talks in a true neo-noir old-time detective style. It's a great homage to the Billy Wilder and Carol Reed movies of old. I gotta say, Dana Snyder's performance as Al really shines through this episode. With everything going on, I don't know, compared to all the other voices he does, Al feels like the one he put the most care into. Master Shake is just a lot of screeching in a good way. Gazpacho is gazpacho. But Al, I don't know. For a man with such an iconic voice, he knows how to make his characters feel unique, and Al, I think, is one of his absolute best. Who's stalling? I'm not stalling, I just really appreciate voice acting. The greatest lies are the lies we tell ourselves. Alright, let's just get into it. Dermot's sister comes by the agency and flirts with Hank. She's a collector of old collectibles and tries to help to get to the bottom of the case. Hank is determined to find out if Dermot really is Brock's kid, even asking Brock himself, who outright refuses it. Look, we have been given a lot to enjoy about these characters. We have seen high highs and low lows. This is a meteoric descent, but it's a controlled dive. That's the best way I can describe this. It's the controlled dive to shake you awake and make you realize what kind of show you're watching. While Hank is losing his innocence with Dermot's older sister, Al and Orpheus decide to enchant a key to see what the full truth is. There they discover that Doc had slept with the president of his fan club, a teenage Nikki, and got her pregnant. Her mother saying she'd raise the child as her own. That child is Dermot. Dermot is Hank and Dean's half-brother. He is a Venture. Yeah, it feels really gross, but it's also not even all that out of character for a character like Doc. It's just, yeesh, you don't feel good watching it. Honestly, the last bit with Hank gushing to a now memory wipe version of himself that he got laid feels like a flower blooming in a field of ash. Like he's still just Hank. The sins of the father don't trickle down. He's just trying to live his life, and man, Hank has gone from being like the most whatever character to one of the most endearing, wholesome entities ever. The best part is they don't forget how to write him. He just stays this perfect season after season. I'm sorry, I'm tearing up. My boy Hank can do no wrong. And in the post-credits, when we get the return of Dean, a mysterious version of Doc appears from the future, maybe? And as we take that controlled dive down, we immediately pull up as we get a terrific joke-filled episode. Dean is an intern in New York, absolutely, but he's interning for the Revenge Society, operating in secret, and wacky hijinks ensue. His narration as a boy reporter is great, and you really get the sense of who Dean is. We've been given really strong Hank episodes, and even though we got perchance Dean earlier in the season, this is probably the one where we get the best idea of who he is now. We also get a drastically different Professor Impossible, and I think that really works for this new side of the character. Having him totally transform after stopping the explosion on Spider Skull Island just makes sense, and again, Bill Hader's masterful performance really brings him home. We get the demise of Manservant, the return of the Baron, and Baron, Phantom Limb, and the Professor decide to hold tryouts to join their illustrious new evil organization. All while Doc explores NYC and picks up going to shows on Broadway, where he gets inspired to bunk with Dean and pursue his dream of making a hit musical about his life as a boy adventurer. This is also our first appearance of Brown Widow, played by a little-known actor who I'm sure no one watching this has ever heard of before, Nathan Fillion. That's right, the man whose most notable role is Professor Mobius in the greatest video game ever made, Fallout New Vegas. Nope, hasn't been in another thing ever. So good of them to give this rising star a chance. I've got jokes for days on these bacon trays. I think the greatest thing about this is that Dean wants to be a junior reporter. He has his own passions and he isn't afraid to start standing up for what he thinks is right. Hank is confident to the point of being headstrong. Dean is practical and careful and shines because of it. The Revenge Society also gets a ton of development, not only with the new members Fat Chance and Lyndon B, but the introduction of such classics as Scare Bear and Brick Frog. Look, at the time of writing this, there is a strike going on for fair pay for WGA and SAG members, and I am not being facetious at all when I say, no matter how much AI develops, it could never come up with the sheer creativity needed to make a character like Brick Frog. Hear me out. It's easy to make a Magneto or Doctor Doom type character. There's plenty of templates to just plug and play and boom, you have a classic big bad. Very easy, very simple. Traumatic backstory? Sure, traumatic backstory, throw it out there, who cares? But no machine can truly understand the human condition enough to fathom the sheer and utter brilliance of a dude in a frog costume holding a brick. Why does Brick Frog work? Why did this character have just enough screen time to become an overnight icon and not be an overly annoying or overused character? I know it's gauche to explain a joke, but comedic timing is so vital to writing and something that only a human can understand. Even in this anti-meta meme era, the reason jokes work a lot of the time is that they don't have that traditional timing. But this interview scene works so well because it maintains a steady tempo. Remember, there were still laugh track sitcoms coming out in 2010, but they're not telling you to laugh at these parts. They know you're going to laugh, because a character like Brick Frog just smiling with a brick in his hand and a heart full of dreams hits right at your very core. And look, I just really like Brick Frog. I made 7 reviews about this show so that I could trap you in the middle of the 4th season and give you my speech on why Brick Frog works. You just got Brick Frogged. Tell all your friends. Where everybody comes to Hank's had revelations about the past, Bright Lights Dean City very much develops the future. Seeing the Revenge Society take off, Doc get brought back from an alternate universe where he tried to take himself out and steal his hit show on Broadway, and having Dean come into his own really emboldens a sense of hope you feel at the end of Everybody Comes to Hank's. The boys are growing up. I think this is one of the few shows that handles that growth and maturing perfectly. You feel their growth, and seeing Dean trying to run everything and take charge of his role really, I don't know, makes him feel dependable and confident in his own way. He may be awkward, but he's still a venture. Man, oh manatee, I can't even say the title of this episode without getting demonetized. The family is playing touch football outside when Brock senses someone is getting his new eco-friendly Adrian, and it's Doc in a hypnotic trance with a note saying goodbye cruel world. And after trying to set off a road flare in his mouth, the family investigates. Sure enough, it's the Monarch doing an against-the-rules brain-taking to try and take out Doc once and for all, while Gary and Sheila try and keep it under wraps since it's definitely not sanctioned. Orpheus decides to go inside Doc's mind to see what's troubling him. I feel like self-medication was enough of a positive light on Doc to make what happened and everybody comes to Hanks at least palatable. And then we have this episode that is a literal exploration of his mind with Thanatos and Eros, played by Pete and Billy respectively, as Orpheus has to encounter his ego, id, and super id. It's a much more complex exploration of the layers of the mind than you get in a traditional Jinkies. We have to go into their mind and stop the evil demon and they just gotta face their fears to beat it, blah blah blah. This looks at the facets of his personality he keeps hidden. The trauma he's endured, the remorse he feels for his dead clone sons, and having the Monarch just trying to do anything and everything to take him out from inside his brain is just amazing. Like he could be trying to find information or his deepest, darkest secrets while inside his mind, but no, that's not what he's about. No, he wants Doc to suffer. That's his whole reason for doing this. If it was any other character, they'd feel monotone, but Monarch does it with such gusto, you genuinely see a personality formed around the destruction of Dr. Venture. Gary and Sheila, while keeping the Monarch secret, begin to bond and start nerding out with one another, and I don't know, it plays off of what we saw in Butter Glider brilliantly. Even when they start to make out towards the end of the episode, it again feels earned. It feels like something to push the story forward in a natural way. You almost root for Gary as he comes into his own. He's no longer just a henchman. He's Gary. And even if we don't look at the complex exploration of Doc's broken mind or the simmering tension between Sheila and 21, there's still a smaller but still important ongoing arc of hatred feeling overshadowed by Brock. Here, he's come into the Venture family as a replacement for Brock and tried to help them grieve after he disappeared, but then BAM! Brock's back and his place in the family feels jeopardized. A man that's already lost his wife and just wants to help and keep his new family safe is feeling alone again. I don't know, it's why hatred actually works as a character. He's trying to do good. He's trying to be good. He didn't have to have a conscience. He didn't have to try so hard to win the boys' approval, but he put in that time and it's only right that he feels like he's part of the family. This episode is very much the beginning of the end. It's the last episode before we jump into the end of the season where things will never be the same. I feel like this episode with the title is a much needed flatline moment. You're not going on a grand adventure. You're seeing what Rusty has had to endure, and you almost feel a sense of pity for him. It just exists to remind you who these characters are as we turn the corner. Billy has been practicing medicine without a license, and when a doctor tries to get that rectified, he quickly bolts out only to discover that the investors that put conjectural technologies on the map were none other than the silent investors from earlier who he's convinced are vampires. They come in the night and abduct the poor quiz boy and take him to meet with the mighty Monstroso while Pete goes to Sphinx for help. Like outside of an appearance of hatred, the rest of the Venture family are just absent from the episode, and it largely lands on Billy, Brock, and Shoreleaf to carry the episode, and it actually really works. Billy bonds with Monstroso, who promises him eternal glory if he helps him, and Brock and Shoreleaf team up with the pirate captain to go and hunt down Monstroso's boat. We also get King Gorilla having his heart taken for a transplant. We later discover it's for Monstroso, whose heart is failing him due to his sheer size. All of this arranged, of course, by the silent investors and their mysterious ways. Like, that's it. That's the whole episode. Billy is tired of being used for shadowy underground deals and wants to be a real doctor, and Monstroso gives him the opportunity to do that if he does one less operation under questionable circumstances. There is no double cross. There is no deal with the devil. It's just surprisingly above board. I don't know, it makes his speech about the Hippocratic Oath hit different. Here's a former boy genius dedicated to wanting to help people, and sure, he may not have that fancy degree, but he's still trying his hardest and he gets the job done. Billy and Pete have been jokes for a long time, but having Pete realize how important Billy is to him, and Billy actually fighting to take charge of his own destiny feels well earned. Even in the end of the episode, when he could have just handed Monstroso over to Brock and Shoreleaf, he doesn't. He fights to make sure his patient will heal even if he'll immediately get taken out. The Silent Partners does obviously kick things into motion for the season finale, but it does it in a natural way. This could be a one and done episode that just never gets brought up again, but this is Venture Brothers we're talking about here. Almost everything serves a bigger purpose, and this growth for Pete and Billy is vital for what comes next season. I don't think you're ready, viewer. A storm is coming. A storm of pennies. The Silent Partners is tense in a good way, and I love that it can walk that tightrope of comedic and suspenseful like only this show can. I mean, we're 15 episodes into the season, and even at my most critical, there wouldn't be a single episode under an 8 out of 10. Imagine fine crafting a season to such an insane degree that each episode feels wholly perfect for the tone, characters, and narrative you've developed. And then there's Operation Prom. It's not even an episode. It's a formative experience. I know this review is somewhat short in comparison to the others, but consider it your last inhale before we dive into the brilliance we're about to behold. And again, The Silent Partners has a lot to love. It humanizes Monstroso, who we've otherwise only seen as this double-crossing, backstabbing villain. He's actually human. He may seem monstrous, he may seem like Monstroso, but he still enjoys having fun. He still has that delight. He still wants to live. And I think that's one of the most important messages of the Venture Brothers, is that deep down, you want to survive. Oh boy. And here we are. With the boys graduating, there's only one thing to do. Throw them the best homeschooled prom that $500 can buy. Oh, and Hunter is going to confront Traister on the OSI Skybase with a giant Monstroso-sized bargaining chip alongside Skypilot. The intro isn't something dynamic. It's actually designed like a movie with proper opening credits, much like the showdown at Cremation Creek. That shows how they try to elevate this to a full-on media masterpiece. Like, you have a Skybase showdown juxtaposed with a bunch of adult adventurers, magicians, super scientists, soldiers, throwing just a prom in a hangar. We also get a ton of focus on Gary this episode as he tries to bury 24's skull to get the voice out of his head, convinced he isn't real, even though the ghost of 24 does interact with other people. I don't know, the is he crazy or possessed idea really works for Gary, because not only is it easier to fool people with animation than it is live action, it just sort of fits that Gary would imagine a kind of Force Ghost companion for himself, but he does want to get over that. He wants to get better. He doesn't want that anymore, and that is just next level. I mean, you have Shore Leave and Hatred competing on who's got the better shot picking off 21's body armor. That's all in the first 4 minutes of this episode. There's so much jam-packed in because they know and trust you can follow along. We then jump to the boys in a limo with Dean picking up Triana, who we get a reveal of her new boyfriend Raven, a very obvious Twilight reference, and Hank is going stag after a failed attempt to pick up the mail lady. Classic Hank. Instead, Dermot tags along because, of course he does. I gotta admit, Dean is the most uncomfortable part of this episode. His jealousy towards Triana and Raven just feels really odd, considering he quote-unquote moved on while meeting girls at the mall earlier in the season. I don't know. I feel like there was a different way to handle this, but in the long run, it does make sense for his character. It's great that Brock is just back, by the way. Like, he could have just stayed in Sphinx and avoided the boys, but it really shows he and all these people really care about them. Like, in their own twisted ways, they want this to go well for Hank and Dean. This is a celebration of them. And then we cut to the Pupa twins, Tim, Tom, and Kevin, checking off boxes on 21's vengeance list, showing they were the ones that moved the skull and tweaked his list, proving 21 was being messed with. It's so quick, it's so almost shrugged off, but if you pay attention to what's being revealed here, it not only makes Tim, Tom, and Kevin look even worse, it almost vindicates 21 being so tormented. It makes Gary that much more empathetic. Monarch finds out that 21 went to the Venture compound, and he decides to take Sheila for a surprise assault, just for Gary to wake up at Sphinx headquarters with Shore Leave to help fight off some of Monstroso's men with Rookie and the rest of the crew. We then cut to Hunter being accosted by Cardholder and Doe on his way to meet with Traister, and this is when things just ascend for me. I've talked about Toby Huss before, but like, it can't be understated how much character, how much personality he puts into these characters, and how creatively he uses his voice. Much like Dana Snyder, once you hear it, his voice is very iconic and distinct, and yet the cadence makes his characters feel unique. Tracer is a role he was born to play. Like, that is a character that, if done by anyone else, would not be the same. A Roger without Seth MacFarlane, a Homer without Dan Castellaneta. Toby Huss is Tracer because the absolute absurdity that leaves his mouth only works because of the delivery. I mean, you have Hunter literally grappling with the head of the OSI, and the winner gets Monstroso. He reveals there's 2 guild spies in the OSI, and Tracer starts freaking out over the insinuation before Cardholder and Doe take Hunter out and get Tracer taken care of. Man, this episode is just something truly and genuinely special. Like, after they fight Monstroso's men and Brock comes back with the boys invite Gary to the prom and call him a hero. They value him, and you can just see that smile on his face, and it actually feels great. Look at how far he's come. People actually like him. They value him. He feels like he's had an actual journey of growth that you've seen in real time. He's becoming multifaceted, all while the Monarch and Sheila raid the Venture compound with a prisoner in the trunk. Cutting back, we see Tracer is trapped in some kind of amber after hulking out. He's a Hulk. Cardholder and Doe were very much the guild agents, something you could absolutely believe, but the twist still feels expertly crafted. Anyway, Doc hires some ladies of the night, and prom is on! Hatred catches the Monarch, and they basically say they didn't come to fight and even bring Princess Tiny Feet as a bargaining chip. Full disclosure, the reason I said there were uncensored versions of the show out there in Season 3 was mostly because of this episode. The gang all start arguing over what the bedroom technique of Rusty Venture entails, whether it's a gay or straight move, and going in full-on gruesome detail a la the Aristocrats. The censored bleeps are great, but I don't know, there's also just a charm to the uncensored insanity. Doc concocts a special Spanish fly formula to stop striking out with the ladies, and Shallow Gravy performs their chart-topping hit, Jacket. There's actually a little short after Operation Prom that was just a DVD extra, and you can tell since it goes from being this crisp HD animation to just effectively Flash with extra steps. The great part about it is it's a behind-the-music parody narrated by Bill Hader of all people. Like, to get him as some characters is great, sure, but here he is on this little 11-minute video just having some fun with it. I don't know. I think it's terrific. Don't skip over it, as it is the first time Doc starts to piece together who Dermot really is, and does have an impact going forward. Jacket is also just really catchy, and the music video they make for it is terrific and helps get the taste of Dean's awkward blow-up at Triana out of your mouth. He hears her describing a Rusty Venture, gets jealous, yells at her about diapers, and she justifiably runs off. It's not a flattering light for Dean, which admittedly helps make what happens next season work so much better. I just want to say, Drunk Triad is fantastic. Orpheus and Jefferson just gelling and being bros is so wholesome. Like, I don't know, having these moments where they're just drunk, letting their guard down, and having a good time makes you really believe they're old friends. And Orpheus talks with Gary, who tries to get him to see 24, and the mysterious mystical man can't. He even points out that Baba OJ is there, and Orpheus and Jefferson tell him Baba OJ's not even dead yet. The figments of Gary's imagination were wrong. For the first time, Gary can accept that his friend is gone. You can argue a lot about the red herrings in the Ghost of 24 storyline, but this scene, this closure isn't treated as a joke. There's a sense of relief around it, but it's not played up, it's not exaggerated. Just for the first time in a long time, Gary has some peace, and hugs it out with a very supportive Orpheus and Jefferson. Again, these wholesome moments in an Adult Swim show of all places just feels right in a way. It's just kind of perfect. Brock takes one of the ladies back to the factory when Rookie reveals they are in fact Molotov, determined to break Monstroso out and take him where he belongs after knocking Brock out. Hunter and Mile High are captured and thrown in a cell as Cardholder and Doe go to take out Monstroso, and Hunter is invited to the secret bridge, all while Hank, Dean, and Dermot go to impress Triana. But the growth of Gary isn't over yet. He confides in Monarch that he likes the Ventures and actually decides to quit. He's in love with Sheila and talks about making out on top of Monarch, who just shrugs it off, which really speaks to the strength of their relationship. Brock wakes up and sees Molotov driving away and is determined to not let her or Monstroso go. Hunter finds out that Tracer is piloting the OSI from the secret bridge, and Tracer tells him he knows he's not a Hulk and that Cardholder and Doe are double agents. This is why he's so great. He reveals he had double agents in Sphinx, including Mile High / Sky Pilot, and that he's retiring due to his cancer, and leaves the OSI in the hands of Hunter in hopes that alien technology can cure him. Hank and Dean are crowned the king and king, but aren't there, so it goes to Hatred and Tiny Feet as Pulp's Like a Friend starts to play in the background. Meanwhile, Molotov and Brock have one last heart-to-heart while she reveals that she's with Monstroso and actually loves him. She then tells him that her Blackhearts have infiltrated the prom and will take out the whole family if Brock doesn't let her go. Seeing Brock rush home while Like a Friend plays in the background is probably one of the best endings to anything in the history of ever. This is 4 seasons of payoff. This is 4 seasons of a journey coming to an end. It's just raw and probably the best song choice ever used in any show. It's not just a pop song that's popular at the time or something that will evoke emotion. They had every intention of this song playing at this point. It feels the tone, the story, the evolution of these characters. And as the Blackhearts turn into bug monsters and Brock is ready for war, the series cuts. We get an after credits scene of Dean effectively burning a cross on Triana's lawn, and that goes about as well as you'd expect. And that's how season 4 ends. I know there was always that talk that they didn't know if Operation Prom would be the conclusion of the series or not, and I gotta say, with everything that comes afterwards, it's smart that they wrapped all the major plot points but still left enough unanswered that they could keep going if they wanted to. Operation Prom is truly something special and a brilliant testament to the raw emotional power animation can provide. Don't try and front. I have never met someone that likes the Venture Brothers that doesn't also just love Operation Prom. It's one of the best crafted episodes of the entire series and of media in general. You grow as a person from watching it. I genuinely and truly believe it has the power to evolve you emotionally. There's just a raw depth of vulnerability to Prom that makes it feel earned and deserved. They took the time with these characters, and now here we are reaping the rewards of seeing them shine in their own rights, of coming into an actualization of who they truly are. Operation Prom is how you wrap something if you don't know if you'll be coming back. It gives everyone a satisfying conclusion. It gives everything a way to walk away into that sunset. It's how season 4 could conclude in a satisfying way. Good gravy, that was a lot to cover, but we got through it. I know this is longer than even some of my American Dad reviews, but it's just so necessary to go this in-depth with the series because of how special it is. Season 4 may very well be the best crafted season of the entire show and carries an extraordinary amount of narrative weight on its shoulders. This is the tipping point of the series and the kicking off point for a new normal. This cements The Venture Brothers as one of the greatest animated shows of all time, and everything afterwards just keeps pushing it up that ladder, including my favorite episode in the next season, which I'm sure many of you can guess which one it is. Season 4 isn't a reset of the world, but it is a new normal. Hank and Dean aren't just waking up in their same beds and living their same lives as we turn into Season 5. The characters all have tangible growth, both good and bad, and we get to see it on display. I don't know. Obviously, I'm gushing, but with everything great that we saw in Season 4, that doesn't mean any of the seasons afterwards are any weaker at all. If anything, with all the revelations and growth, we're getting an even more mature series that I'm so excited to talk about with you all. We're over halfway through the series, tragically, but this back half is just packed full of quality. And so, what was your favorite episode of Season 4? Least favorite? Anything you think I was right on? Wrong on? Let me know in the comments below. And if you liked what you saw, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. And of course, tell your friends we're out here. We've also got a Twitter, Discord, Patreon, and Twitch, where I should be gearing up for a game show on here soon. As always, thank you all so much for watching this little passion project of mine, and I hope you stay strong, keep fighting, know I believe in you, and that everything will always get better. I'll see you all next time as we take a dive into Season 5. Go Team Venture! Goodbye, everybody. Ahoyhoy gang, if this is your first time with us, welcome. And if you're coming from a previous video, hey, we love to see it, and I hope you're doing well. Man, oh manity, do we have a lot of just quality in this very short burst of a season. Technically, the length of a 10-episode run, Season 5 is very much the beginning of the shorter season run, and our descent towards the 7 seasons and a movie conclusion. Season 5 gives us some of the greatest character introductions and very much feels like the world is growing even more. We're getting a realized Venture Brothers utopia, and I wish I could go back and experience this show for the very first time again. If you've never seen the show before, please watch it all the way through. Support writers, support actors and animators, support the people that craft amazing stories like this that make you feel like a better person for having watched them. I'm not saying that from a sense of superiority, from the way it grips your heartstrings and builds a story that elevates itself time and time again and makes you realize that you can be a better person because they're trying to be better people. But enough of my rambling. Put on your clean suit because we're going live with Season 5. A very necessary episode to talk about alongside the actual season premiere. TheVentureBrothers Halloween opens with the assorted ways Hank and Dean tried to spook Doc and Brock and later hatred through the years. It's a wholesome reminder of where the series started, and I really love this intro as a perfect encapsulation of the writing of the show. They know how to deliver just truly hysterical highs. This episode takes place between different parts of What Color Is Your Clean Suit, so the ideal way to watch it is part of What Color Is Your Clean Suit, and then usually around the first commercial break, hop into Halloween, and then finish up Clean Suit at the end of the Halloween special. But we see Orpheus putting together a Brimstone Society celebration while Doc and Hatred start taking bets on what kids will get through the security systems. Hank, Dean, and Dermot go on an epic prank journey only to end up betting Dean to stay in a haunted house for a night. While in the house, he gets assaulted by a weird ape-like man and captured by a man voiced by J.K. Simmons. He reveals that he's Ben, the man that helped Jonas and Rusty develop their clone technology, and tells Dean that he's a clone without wiping his memory. Dean is now completely aware of what he is, even if his genetic makeup is actually better than initially thought, which does give him some hope for the future. We also see Hank and Dermot just bonding and being dumb good buds, and it works for the two of them. Hank definitely seems more aware now than he did, and that has some to do with what color, and the rest with just how much he's grown through the years. All of this while Orpheus and his magical friends, including his ex-wife and Outrider, as well as Red Mantle, put on a display of sorcery. However, when Al incites the group into doing a Raise the Dead spell, the Potter's field out on the back of the compound comes to life as dozens upon dozens of corpses rise from the ground and start to attack the house and Hank and Dermot. All of them immediately stopped by the power of the Master, disguised as Santa Claus, who goes to chide the magical overgrown children for raising the dead, only to have Orpheus come in and explain that the spirit of Halloween is expressing your true self. It's about discovering who you really are, both metaphorically and literally. Unlike A Very Venture Christmas, A Very Venture Halloween is essential viewing and elevates the season as a whole. Sure, it feels slightly out of place, but all things considered, it's a brilliant addendum to What Color Is Your Clean Suit that makes it feel that much more elevated as a result. A Very Venture Halloween isn't the best episode of the season, nor is it even the proper premiere, but it has a job to do, and it did it spectacularly. We continue watching the evolution of Dean in real time. And it's also just a fantastic celebration of all the characters and their friendships along the way. I mean, there's some absolutely twisted jokes in the Brimstone Society, but just seeing Doc, Billy, Pete, and Hatred having a good time really sort of supports that they're all one big extended family at this point. I don't know, the Halloween special very much surprised me, especially with the very touching message by Orpheus at the end. It's those kinds of moments that really show you what Venture Brothers is. Other shows have Halloween specials. I'm very fond of the Billy and Mandy one with Wayne Knight. However, the Venture Brothers Halloween special is able to mix in both great character development that will push Dean till the end of the season, as well as really touching moments, really touching speeches, and fantastic jokes interlaced in. In much the same vein as the Season 4 premiere, What Color Is Your Clean Suit tells a story that takes place over a long period of time. We open with the ramifications of Operation Prom, with Hunter retrieving everyone from Sphinx, leaving Gary all alone again, Monarch waiting for Gary after he left, Hatred meeting Princess Tiny Feet's lover, Hank waking up to Nikki watching him sleep, and of course, Dean being dropped off by the Outrider and storming in. All while Doc gets a call from Jonas asking about his shields for Gargantua 2 that he hasn't even seen a model of with just a few months before the launch. And Doc, being the procrastinator he is, switches into overdrive to try and get the project done, ignoring all possible consequences. Unlike Operation Prom, What Color Is Your Clean Suit is a longer episode because of everything it's setting up, rather than what it's concluding. They shotgun so many reopened holes into the story to explore, while also giving us a believable reason that Doc is so under the gun now. Dean burns his old life away in his learning bed and finally starts to live his life. He wants to be his own man, and it feels like he's finally catching up to where Hank is maturity-wise. They get to work cleaning up the Eden, the attic, and start to transition into their new lives as they get to work on the Palamon project. And when Doc needs more money, he enlists one of the greatest characters of all time. One of the greatest rivals Billy has ever faced. The downright diabolical collector and true arch-villain of only the most exquisite of scientists, the illustrious Augustus St. Cloud. All while Dean and Hatred go to State University to recruit interns to work on the project, where we're given Martin, played by Aziz Ansari, and Thalia, played by the amazing Kate McKinnon. I mean, for her to be so attached to this project and to not hear anyone talk about it is just genuinely criminal. She really does put in a ton of effort, and it does need to be celebrated. The interns are given different colored clean suits and broken into groups. We also get the return of Hank Co. as a company store. The interns get to work on the shield and are being pumped full of tons of radiation while Hatred starts to develop breasts. We then get a jump to after Halloween and Dean confiding in Thalia about discovering he's a clone, and she reveals that she's grown a new set of arms from the radiation they've been exposed to. The maintenance crew turning into stony Hulk thing-like monsters, while the development team turn into effectively four-armed greys, and the special class is picked off for food, aka Student Green, a play on Soylent Green that Hatred is very literal with. Dean then goes in and tries to take control of the Eden when everyone rebels, and he beats Martin at his own game to prove his superiority, while we find out Hatred's real name is Courtney. I'm skipping over it because yes, it gets the ray shield done and it's a large chunk of the episode, but it isn't everything. No, Mr. St. Cloud basically not only bribes his way into the guild, but also into being the arch of Billy Quizboy to enact his revenge. We also get the Monarch trying to bring 21 back into his fold because he just can't accept that he's really gone. I will say the interesting thing about the interns being transformed into the antagonists is it's a perfect example of how what happens at the Venture compound has been slowly leaking out into the real world. Season 2, they started exploring that idea. Season 3, kids would even come into the compound for a day camp. Season 4, you have not only Sphinx moving in, but the Ventures going off-site more and more to places like college or just the mall. And now in Season 5, you have everyday people being blasted with radiation and turned into mutated psychic monsters. Like, sure, Sheila is coming up with a way to counter these mutations because you fight fire with water, not more fire, but still very interesting to see. We also get Billy squaring off with Augustus St. Cloud to win back Doc's things, and we get our introduction to PY, an Asian albino much rarer than the Caucasian variety. And so in order to beat Augustus, Billy has to eat $1 worth of pennies. Eat the pennies, Quizboy. And so they enact their old quiz show days while Dean throws down with Martin to prevent the second dawn. It's a much needed morale booster for the boy, and it's great that even if it's temporary, he had a high point moment. Anyway, Doc and the Monarch pump the Eden full of effectively cold medicine and a cure for the mutations as they get high and transform back with the plasma shield delivered to Jonas. What Color Is Your Clean Suit is just a great Venture Brothers adventure. It doesn't force itself to develop 1,000 different plot points and actually keeps things pretty concise, all things considered. It knows the story it wants to tell and keeps it streamlined. Each part has just enough room to breathe, and the way the different facets come together at the end just feels like an introduction of a new normal to the series. In the beginning, it was just Hank, Dean, Brock, and Doc. Now look at the compound. You have Pete, Billy, Hatred, Doc, the boys, Dermot, Brock, and the members of the OSI. Their community has grown exponentially, and it's just so great to see. Dean grew, and Hank really just seems actualized. Like, Dean has developed this confidence in his individuality. He's been a twin for so long, and the Dean everyone else wanted him to be, and now he's becoming his own man. Something he could probably learn a thing or two about from Hank, who admittedly is honestly very absent from this special. He's not a huge part of the intro as much as Dean is, and that's great. It's good to have those moments where they just step back and appreciate Dean as a character and Hank as a character and realize you don't need both out there. That's not to say that Hank won't get his own time to shine in literally the next episode. This is also one of the few times that the family deals with a world-ending threat, of their own creation no less. This is where the family is at the start of the season, and as we go forward, the season premieres will almost feel like a season finale. All this in Gargantua 2 honestly fits better at the conclusion of this season than the start of the next, but I'm getting ahead of myself, with an entire season of quality that we have to look forward to. Season 5 definitely seems like the theme is consequences and repercussions. Almost every episode ties back to something that happened in the past without it being like Season 3, where it's just more backstory and development. Here it's a mix of things we saw in world building that just keeps building in on itself, and the next episode is a brilliant example of that. But what color is your clean suit? You could even make an argument for feeling a little bit like a filler episode. Compare it to, say, Operation Prom, where you had this long narrative that puts a footnote at each end of a conclusion of a narrative. Then What Color Is Your Clean Suit comes in, and sure, it does open some things, but none of them are as drastic as what Operation Prom concluded. It's an awkward start to the season. It's not bad at all. It just feels like it's a really, really long traditional episode of Venture Brothers. The scenes with the interns at first make sense, but as you watch it over and over again, I don't know. I personally feel like there was some fat that could have been trimmed. Now, was there enough fat to trim it down from a 40-minute to a 23-minute episode? I don't think so. And I think that's why they kind of let things stand. Because if you cut it down to, say, 37 minutes or 35 minutes, that sure is awkward. Like, how do you keep that from being a weird thing to broadcast on television? If it's streaming, okay, that makes sense. You can cut it up. But because of the time period this episode came out, you had to be aware of broadcast breaks. You had to make sure that your show comfortably filled that time. And I think leaving that extra content in really works for it, because I'd rather have more than less. However, in hindsight, I do feel that there is some fat that could have been trimmed off of this episode. It is nice that they set up Hatred more, but I honestly kind of feel bad for him this season. He doesn't feel downgraded, he just feels less, I guess. I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's not that Season 5 is bad at all. It's just that it came directly after Season 4. So there are more things that you can complain about, but they're again, very, very minor. Like, it's a nitpick to make a 9.5 into a 10. What Color Is Your Clean Suit still has a ton of great comedy, a lot of great developments, and is absolutely worth your time. While enjoying breakfast, a Black Hawk lands on the roof of the compound and soldiers storm in to deliver a message from General Manhauser. The weapons Doc provided have gone rogue and he needs them to stop them. The weapon in question? Venturestein and the Groovy Bunch. Now Doc and the family have to go to their base and recapture them. Dean decides to stay behind while they go to get Venturestein and plans to rebuild Helper while they're gone. The family is attacked by a pteranodon and separated. Jillian Jacobs plays the Senator Backwater. Doc and Hatred are captured by a cavalcade of monsters working as a team, and Hank crash lands on a coffee farm and goes into a caffeine-fueled Batman-inspired vigilante crusade. Doc is then brought to Venturestein, who explains he ran into Jorge, who taught him about Che Guevara and communist ideals to start a rebellion, and so he founded to liberate all of the evil scientist experiments and unite them under the same banner, hoping that Doc can represent them in front of other scientists. Doc says he can't, and they end up thrown in prison. We also get a nightmare from Hatred that shows his interest in kids comes from the Super Soldier program he was a part of in the OSI, which, I don't know, it at least explains his behavior and why he doesn't want that to be who he is. Again, it's the only show that can have a character like Hatred and actually have them be somewhat sympathetic. They never shrug off his actions. They have very real consequences and on very real people, but he does try his hardest to atone and tries his best to fight his urges. Like, obviously, he's not really that person anymore, and he is a completely different character than when he was first presented in Season 2. It's just unfortunate that in this episode, he starts to see himself like those monsters that were created by mad scientists, and he even says he wants to stay because, yeah, in the eyes of the OSI, he's just another failed experiment. He's just another monster like these people are. I don't know. You really kind of do feel for him at the end of the day. It's also just a huge elevation of Hank as a character as he flies around and humbles these experiments. He's high on coffee beans, sure, but this is all his years of training materializing in impressive feats of skill. I mean, he saves Doc in hatred when Hank from season 2 cut his tongue on the slit of his Batman mask. He carved a giant lobster open and turned it into a makeshift Batmobile to escape. Like, this is Hank being fully aware of who he is and owning it, and I love to see it. Helper comes to save the family, and Senator Backwood becomes a spokesperson for ERG, thanks to Doc's help. Venture Libre is a great episode in that it shows the success of two of Doc's creations, both Venturestein in uniting the freaks and monsters in one true abomination, and Hank in becoming an incredibly adept boy adventurer. Dean is just exploring himself while the rest of the family is out on an adventure, and that works for the dynamic as things stand. It's almost like everyone is trying to keep going business as usual as the world changes around them, and they feel more and more out of place while still finding a place where they belong. Even Hatred temporarily looks at the monsters as a place for him to belong. It's just kind of unfortunate that there's not a ton more that goes on with Hatred this season. He's just kind of there, which is just, I don't know. I feel for him. I feel like that is a character that as the show goes on, he gets progressively less and less screen time, and you understand it, but you also put a ton of time into him to begin with. Like, keep it balanced, I feel. But I don't know. Season 4 was about growth and grief. Season 5 is about consequences and how we continue to grow even after we have our arcs, after you've already done all the growth you think you're supposed to do. You never stop learning. You never stop adapting, just like the bat. The episode opens with Gary singing his own theme song as he tries to take justice into his own hands as the acting leader of Sphinx, only to foil an OSI plan led by Brock and Shoreleave. Gary then tries to help Hatred take out the cocoon, and so he keeps giving him pointers while trying to recruit new members for Sphinx by posting on Guildlist, a version of Craigslist, and sure enough, he gets discovered by original members of Sphinx who want their old operation back. Diamond Backdraft is voiced by Larry Murphy, who you'd probably recognize as Teddy in Bob's Burgers, and Windsong is played by the always brilliant and criminally overlooked Tim Meadows. And so they, alongside their boss, Sphinx Commander, and Hank, join up to revitalize the failing organization. Meanwhile, Monarch and Sheila disguise themselves as exterminators to infiltrate the compound. We also get a great parallel between the new OSI and the new Sphinx, showing that Gary is an excellent soldier, but he still lacks that backbone to be a true leader like Hunter. Hunter has been forged in the fires. He's no nonsense and isn't afraid to drop the hammer when he needs to. Gary rationalizes snacks on duty. Hunter is just such a cool character, and I really do love that he's taken such a position of power. Hank also gets a new power suit with his code name Destiny that gives him enhanced strength and fighting capabilities, and it's going to be around for a minute. Sphinx Rising isn't necessarily filler since it does give Hank a new weapon and focuses on Gary and him having to readjust and starting to feel like a failure all over again. He just can't keep Sphinx running, and the one time he does have something to lead, he gets the old Sphinx together and they try and take over the world while throwing him in prison. Hatred sees Dean as depressed, and he takes him to try and get him out of his funk by investigating the compound. We also get Doc showing Monarch photos, and he stumbles upon one of the two of them when they were kids playing with their parents in the background. And as Brock and Shoreleave save the day, Gary is left completely without a job or a place to call home. Sometimes you just don't win and have to admit it's time to pack it up. I love that Gary puts in all this effort and has grown so much, and that even then, he's still not at the level of, say, Brock or Shoreleave. He's stronger than the average henchman, absolutely, but now he's a small fish in a bigger pond, and he's having to face that. Seeing that the old Sphinx put cyanide chips in their brains and were willing to go out for the cause, it just shows that this isn't a game to these people, even if it is a bit wild. Even the part where Hatred tells Dean he's the best Dean out there, there's that sort of morbid peace that comes with that. I don't know, it's a weirdly heavy episode the more you think about it, but it just makes the next episode that much more refreshing. We open on a flashback to Jonah Sr. and the Venture crew exploring the shipwreck before going to a wedding on Scorpios while leaving Rusty and Helper on the boat alone and abandoned. We then flash forward to Russ selling everyone on the beautiful isle of Spanakos, where they say, Spanakopita! Larry Murphy returns as both Giorgio and Elron, and okay, I need to nerd out. This is just one of my favorite pieces of media of all time. To this day, I will just say, Spanakopita! It's dumb in all the right ways. And I just, man, this is why I couldn't review this show. It would be the most biased review ever, with me coming up with more and more creative ways to go 10 out of 10. Best show. Best thing ever made. Spanakopita is a flaky pastry narrative filled with magical writing, fun in the sun, and cheese. Anyway, Hank and Dean aren't going to the yearly Spanakopita festival, and so Doc wants Pete and Billy to join him, all while the dastardly Augustus St. Cloud watches from Bubo, the mechanical owl from Clash of the Titans, which is far from the only reference you're going to get from this episode. Augustus St. Cloud keeps buying up parts of the island and is determined to ruin the vacation as he takes over Spanakopita. Hatred is understandably incredibly suspicious of everything, even as Rusty makes a bet with St. Cloud. It's great that we get more Pete and Billy, and for once it's a Doc episode that's not focused on him addressing some trauma or anything. He's just enjoying himself and has a place that brings him genuine joy that St. Cloud wants to take from him. Like, in the grand scheme of things, Spanakopita exists because Giorgio and his crew ransacked the Venture ship and accidentally took Rusty hostage. But when they saw how sad he was, decided to throw a big festival to try and distract him. It's really kind of sweet in a way. But we also get a great stop-motion dream sequence done by Stupid Monkey and the Robot Chicken crew, with Billy and Pete fighting a giant four-armed St. Cloud again, an homage to the old Clash of the Titans. Pete and Billy raid the X2 and fight PY while trying to stop Augustus from taking Spanakos. Seeing the flashback of Team Venture fighting the ghost of Elron while too distracted to find Rusty just shows how neglected he really was and helps you feel some amount of pity for Doc. To hear that he came back after his dad died and was using this made-up holiday as an escape from his otherwise dreary life, and that St. Cloud would so unceremoniously take it away from him? I don't know. Spanakopita is just such a wholesome episode in a way. It exists to show off Pete and Billy, give Hatred some confidence in keeping Doc safe, and show that Doc is just a guy trying to be happy. I don't know. I love that. I love that he's been doing everything he could to just find his peace. And having this episode without Hank or Dean really gives him some much needed fun in the sun and time to shine as a character with confidence for a change. He's the reigning champion of Spanakopita. He's the unrivaled pro. Who cares if they made it up? It means something to him, and the fact they don't want to take that from him is beautiful. Like the fact that Georgios is willing to humor the idea even after Jonas and Team Venture paid him a visit and took out his eye as revenge for taking Rusty, he never turns around and takes that out on Doc. The crimes of the father are not the crimes of the son, and instead, you just get a good episode. It's just everything it needs to be. It hits all the right notes, and at the end of the day, it makes you appreciate a good spinach pastry. The episode opens with Molotov and Monstroso atop Monstroso's boat, sunbathing as Brock and Shoreleave lead a new team of OSI members, including Tank Top, Headshot, played by Bill Hader, and Amber Gold, played by Paget Brewster. They capture Molotov and Monstroso, and when we fast forward, we find out the Flying Fortress was taken down, and somehow the two escaped, as the OSI sends investigators to figure out what happened. This is a very weird episode to talk about, especially when you know all the final twists and turns. You're supposed to put the picture together with the characters, and on a first watch through, it's fantastic at doing that. But the more you watch it, the more you know what's going to happen, and it just sort of takes the suspense out. Basically, they take them back to the sky base where the Ventures are for Hatred to get a checkup. While on the sky base, Monstroso tells them about the guild and helps point out Clue Clown as one of the Council of 13 members. We also get some background on Amber Gold and Headshot as characters. Hank is also still in his power suit, and when things go to chaos while Doc is giving Dean a tour of the complex, he releases two precogs, a very obvious reference to Minority Report. Anyway, Monstroso gets visited by the investors when Molotov is trying to escape, and they phase him through the floor, taking him out once and for all. Granted, no one knows this happened other than the audience, so they think he's just missing after giving a ton of guild intel up. Molotov continues to wreak havoc, and when Hatred is almost taken out, Hank rushes to his rescue and considers him family, even calling him Uncle Ventrid. I like that for him. He's earned a little bit of recognition, and it's great to see for his character even if he wasn't conscious for it. He really cares for the family and just wants to do what's best for them. Molotov then steals Hank's power suit and escapes for one last epic showdown against Brock. They fight, Hunter reveals she's like a quintuple agent at this point, and she's actually on their side now, so he throws just the power suit into a turbine, and she slinks off into the shadows. The three men that are investigating the incident turn out to be the investors in disguise, and yeah, it's just a lot of cat and mouse the whole episode. Again, your first or second time you're discovering new things as they work at building out this new OSI, and you get a feeling for the mystery of it all, not really knowing what the truth is. The more times you view it, the more you piece together how it's parodying that trope where they have some completely inconsequential developments sprinkled in as red herrings to keep you guessing for no real reason. Also, seeing Hank all atrophied is it's just tragic, but it needed to happen. He was too attached to Destiny. OSI Love You feels like another anchor point for the series. Like, nothing will be the same from this point forward. It's impressive how they can build that suspense and drama in a comedy series and still maintain that delicate balance. But I don't know, I can't put my finger on it. Something just doesn't feel right about the whole thing. It's not a miss of an episode, but it almost feels too packed with things. Like it's afraid it's going to lose your attention as it builds up the world. Maybe because we as an audience already know about the guild and the council and have pieced together who a few of the members are from Dr. Z and Red Mantle. These characters don't know that, though, and you do, so I can see it being a glossed-over moment, even if it's super important. We also find out that David Bowie isn't the actual Sovereign, it's just someone that looks like him, which, yeah, it makes sense that's just a shapeshifter, but that doesn't mean I have to be happy about it. Doc gets ready for a very important phone call and puts the boys to bed. However, Dean is talking to a woman and keeps telling her he loves her and doesn't elaborate. Hank and Dermot decide to use a Teddy Ruxpin knockoff, the same from Every Which Way But Zeus, to keep him distracted. Doc is also a lot more harsh with Dermot and starts to parent him a little now that he's figured out he is in fact his son. It's awkward, but at least he's trying. But when Teddy doesn't make a call, Doc is positive something is going on and is determined to get to the bottom of it. I actually love dumb Doc. He's so confident that Teddy is held hostage. Like, this is a man that has seen wars in the lost city of Atlantis. He's been to space and actively works in super science, and he can't tell when he's effectively being pranked. Like, he's hunting down By Golly Gulch, and it's small, but the way he reacts to hatred using a V-phone and the use of the J-pad earlier really shows how jealous he is of Jonas for making such a big name for himself. Like I said, it's small, but it's there. Meanwhile, Gary, Hank, and Dermot decide to get admitted to an institute for the criminally obsessed so they can get the real Teddy Talks-a-Lot to talk to Doc and end the charade. This is just the single best plan that could ever come from these three working together, and I'm actually kind of about it. Turns out the person that Dean was talking to and ends up visiting was in fact Myra, Doc's old bodyguard, who has put together Mama's Boys, a group of the criminally obsessed villains, including our first introduction to Radical Left, and the Teddy Talks-a-Lot voice. Dermot doesn't get taken in with Gary or Hank, and has to actually be saved by Dr. Orpheus in one of his few appearances this season. Myra wants Dean put inside her and reveals she's not their actual mother. You really hurt for Dean here, who this entire time he's just been looking for some kind of maternal love, and hey, why wouldn't he think she might be his mom? Everyone's lied to him about other things, why not that? And then even that is ripped away from him tragically. It just stings for him, and you wish you could make it easier. All this while Doc and Hatred share deathbed confessions, even having Doc tell him that Dermot is in fact his son. Gary, aka the Viceroy, and Hank break out of the mental ward and lead a riot that causes the Teddy voice to save Doc and reinforce everything he thought was true. Dean confides in Hank that it's actually great that Hank is there for him, and that he does actually try to help. Mama's Boys is great and a wonderful juxtaposition of Hank and Dean. Hank is looking for freedom, and Dean is looking for some kind of connection. Dean knows he's a clone. Hank knows he's Hank, and they're both valid in what they're doing. Hank has shown a surprising amount of emotional maturity as the series has gone on, and he's much more aware of what's going on around him than he may have initially let on. I don't know, you can tell there's something deeper there, and as the series goes on, it really starts to materialize. It was interesting to see Myra again, but there really weren't any new big revelations, other than Dermot sort of unofficially being inducted into the family, and the closer that Myra is, in fact, not their real mother. Though that mystery, to this day, still remains open. Mama's Boys also has a very almost gothic tone to it that I can't really ignore. It feels like you could have made that a Halloween episode if you really wanted to, and it has a lot of the nuances, a lot of the themes that you would expect from it, that it just never really can commit to with only 23 minutes of runtime. I don't know, there's just a lot of really pleasing aesthetic to Mama's Boys that really helps tell the story. It feels very lost. It feels like you're getting lost in the woods, which explains Dean. It explains Hank trying to correct himself and getting lost in the lies. I don't know. The more you think about Mama's Boys, the better it gets. It has a lot that it works with. It has legs. And from Out of the Shadows, we get a guild-focused episode. Why show off one or two members of the Council of 13? We can just show all of them at once and get it over with. Red Mantle is at the funeral of Clue Clown when Vendetta, aka Venturion, announces that a meeting has been called. We get the return of Captain Sunshine and his new Wonder Boy, who seems to be a play on Damian Wayne. Brock and the OSI try and honey trap Vendetta by enlisting the help of Ghost Robot. Phineas Phage gets added to the Council of 13, and they all decide to go out clubbing. I gotta say, I just love that one of the council members is unapologetically a Kamen Rider reference. It just works, and seeing them just hanging out again, much like home is where the hate is, feels natural in this world. And of course, there'd be a supervillain club full of supervillains. But Vendetta and Ghost Robot go on a date and end up going to Don Hells together. Brock and Shoreleave dress up as villains to get into Don Hells, and Doc and Billy follow him to go to the party. Ghost Robot starts to bore Vendetta as he finds any excuse to run away. And then we get the return of Brick Frog! Brick Frog can get into Don Hells! For once, I have hope again. I gotta say that I love Doc and Billy getting into the club, and they think they get in because their disguise worked, but they were honestly just marked right away. They get thrown onto the wheel of torture, and right as Brock is about to throw everything away to save the day, the monarch of all people steps in to reclaim Doc. Doc is his arch, and he's not going to let anyone else have him without a fight, which has a charm to it in its own way. And right as things seem to be relaxing and the monarch is confronting Doc, the giant disco ball falls and seemingly crushes Doc underneath it. In the post-credits, Sheila is offered a position on the Council of 13, and we see that Dr. Henry Killinger has joined up with the Revenge Society. Bot Seeks Bot is a very sudden and unsuspecting part 1 of a 2-part season finale. You wouldn't think it was, and yet it has direct repercussions on the next episode. From the reveal of the Council and the introduction to Don Hells, plus just tight joke work and outstanding world building, we have a lot to take in that we may not realize the importance of initially, like Venturion. Bot Seeks Bot is very much a simmering start to a season finale, unlike, say, The Family That Slays Together or Cremation Creek Part 1. It's tense, but still feels like a plot that could be resolved in 23 minutes and move on. I don't know, it's not that I have a problem with the episode, it's really just the curse of any finale that follows Operation Prom. How do you compare to such a tight-knit 43 minutes of entertainment? Like, What Color Is Your Clean Suit was really just a long standalone episode that kicked off the season but didn't do anything horrifically major. Now remember all this. Remember where this season ends and where season 6 begins, and you'll genuinely understand my frustration with everything. There's a reason to it, and it's mostly that Gargantua 2 was shoehorned in as a special between season 5 and 6, even though it fits more as the season 5 conclusion than it does being associated with season 6, since season 6's second episode feels much more like a proper season intro. Dean wakes up in the middle of an old airfield where he was dropped off by Hatred and Helper under the assumption that Doc isn't around anymore. Colonel Gentleman takes Dean and Action Man takes Hank as their respective godfather. And right out of the gate, we have Action Man burying Ent Man because he rocked his chair back and crushed him. Gone, but not forgotten. So yeah, Hank is living it up in Boca Raton while Dean is experiencing Moroccan culture with the Colonel and learning just how violent thumbs can be. Hatred is determined to find Doc and get him back from the Monarch, and so he goes to Gary for help. And yeah, Doc is still very much alive and Monarch can't get over how excited he is to finally truly arch him, while Sheila tends to Doc's wounds and tells him to play along as much as possible, otherwise she'll destroy him. We also get Hank helping Action Man try and get with Rose, who we'd later find out is Billy's mom. Rose is great. She wants to save Hank with the power of show tunes, and she's just so completely delightful. Meanwhile, Gary and Hatred are raiding the cocoon. Gary then eventually does start getting homesick, and we get a flashback to Team Venture fighting Brainulo and having to fight their crushes. Triple threat actually being Rose, and it actually kind of elevates the story as a whole. We also see Colonel Gentleman is just miserable where he is, and he needs to do something more. All while Hatred and Gary bond until the Moppets try and turn the two against each other. However, when Gary runs into the Moppets and calls them out for taking out 24, he turns the other henchmen against them and takes the Moppets out once and for all. And while the Monarch struggles to even do anything torturous, he just says screw it and lets him go. All part of his greater scheme to mentally mentally and emotionally break him, while 21 comes back to patch things up, and Hatred accidentally blows up the cocoon as it collapses onto the house and into the middle of Malice. And that would be it if the after credit scene didn't hit. We get the Monarch, Sheila, and 21 moving back into the Monarch's childhood home, while Ant-Man gets a proper funeral on the Venture compound grounds. Dean and Hank finally have a heart-to-heart, and Dean just lays everything out and tells Hank they're clones. But what Dean took as traumatic, Hank takes with all smiles as he lives it up and celebrates that they're the Venture Brothers. Of course they're clones. They're awesome. They're amazing. And that actually puts Dean's heart at ease. If he has Hank, everything will be okay. It's such a sweet, undervalued moment that sort of wraps that whole season up. Just having Dean finally confide in Hank, thinking that, you know what, I don't have anything to lose. I'm going to tell my brother what we really are. And Hank just welcomes it with open arms. He's just willing to keep being him. I don't know. The Devil's Grip is complicated. Comparing it and Bot, it just doesn't feel right. They feel like two vastly different stories just kind of shoestring together, like two grocery carts tethered to one another. Each cart packed full of great product, don't get me wrong, but their connection just feels flimsy at best. It's probably the weakest finale so far, and that's not to say it's bad, just not to the same level as everything else on display. It's got a lot of great emotional moments, the very swift resolution of the Moppet conflict, and overall does have a lot of high points, mostly centered around Hank and Dean and their individual adventures, but it just felt very lackadaisical for a finale compared again to something like Operation Prom. And it's not that this duo of episodes couldn't work, it's just weird that they're together as the finale, and not something like Bright Lights, Dean City, and Everyone Comes to Hanks. I feel like that's more on the studio than it is Doc Hammer and Jackson Public. I wholeheartedly believe that all this in Gargantua 2 is the true and proper season finale, instead of just a big event. But alas, that's a conversation for a different video. And that's Season 5! Overall, it's very much the Final Fantasy VIII theory. The only thing Final Fantasy VIII did wrong was come out after Final Fantasy VII. How do you follow up a season like Season 4 and still stand on your own 2 feet? Between What Color Is Your Clean Suit, the introduction of Augustus St. Cloud as something more than a few lines in Tag Sale You're It, the brilliance that was Spanakopita, and the fantastic writing of OS I Love You, Season 5 is a short season jam-packed with quality. A lot of the gripes I could have with the season are minor at best, and they're only exaggerated because I watched Season 4 right beforehand. But what were your favorite episodes of Season 5? Least favorite? Anything you think I was wrong on? Right on? Let me know in the comments below. And if you liked what you saw, make sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe. Tell your friends we're out here. We've also got Twitter, Patreon, Twitch, and Discord. And like always, stay strong, keep fighting, and know that I believe in you. And I'll see you next time as we get our fix of Season 6. Go, Team Venture! Oh man, welcome to Season 6, the tragically penultimate season of The Venture Brothers. It's wild to me that I've done a review of a show with well over 300 episodes at this point, and it's still very much ongoing. Yet Venture Brothers had only 81 episodes and a movie, and still managed to pack so much in. Like, I want to sit here and gush about the dynamic transition in Season 6, but I feel like that's not right to do until we go over all this and Gargantua 2, which again feels out of place attaching it to Season 6. However, if you go by what Max or most broadcasters use for the show, they'll attach it to Season 6 rather than as the conclusion to Season 5, even though it fits better as the conclusion to Season 5. So, I know I keep alluding to it, but if you sit down and watch it, you'll get what I mean. So without further ado, let's get our kicks in Season 6 and see how a great story like this starts to wrap up. Oh man, talk about an opener for a season. The episode opens with Henry Killinger talking about how far each of the Revenge Society members have gotten with their training. We get the inclusion of Radical Left and Zero into the group, and they reveal that they plan to do a heist on the brand new Gargantua 2. However, their current headquarters is in fact the Monarch's old home. We actually get the return of Stephen Colbert as Professor Impossible, so that's actually pretty great. And yeah, the Ventures are going back to space! To the grand opening of Gargantua 2. We also get Brock and Amber Gold going on a secret recon mission when they find out that JJ was bankrolled by the silent investors. Meanwhile, Sheila gets called to a meeting with Sovereign, and the Monarch tries to make the best of a bad situation. However, as council members get ready to go to the meeting, they're picked off one by one just as quickly as they were introduced. They're wiped out. It may be small, but I also love that Hank and Dean are back to their old looks, just with some updated tweaks. Like their talk at the end of the last season at least let things heal a little. I know I've mentioned it before, but absolute kudos to Paget Brewster for her performances in this episode. Not only is her Amber Gold fantastic, her run as Mommy Longlegs is just genuinely inspired. I don't know, she definitely cemented herself as a multi-talented actor, but it's always great to hear her voice acting. Anyway, at the meeting, Sovereign is determined to take Gargantua 2 out of the sky, while the Revenge Society makes themselves comfortable in their new headquarters, the Meteor Major. The dialogue is really rich, and it's great to see Brock proud of Hank, and there's just so many genuinely wholesome moments that remind you who these characters are and why they have so much charm. But as we cut to the council and their meeting, things get much more dire as Sovereign decides to take out the rest of the members and put their plan into motion. However, as they're being gassed, Sheila is saved by Watch and Ward as part of the Guild Resistance. We also get Dr. Z and Red Mantle going into hiding. While Doc is on the warpath, he goes to confront his brother JJ, who's looking very unwell and reveals he doesn't have long to live. Basically, all of his organs are failing, and instead of asking anything of Doc, he just wants to spend time with him, even as they're visited by the silent investors. We actually hear them talk for the first time before Amber and Brock are locked up. However, as Swifty and the crew are going through space, they find a UFO in the form of a General Traster. Phantom Limb is preparing to heist Gargantua 2 when he's contacted by Sovereign, who keeps their deal to let him back into the guild if he makes sure they can sneak on board Gargantua 2 afterwards. Right as they were about to pull the plug on Traster, he comes back to life, ready to take on the world, as Fat Chance and the rest of the Revenge Society begin their heist and start raiding the space station. Sheila did survive the assault, and Monarch and Gary are flying to Gargantua 2, but with her wounded and struggling, the tension begins to build. Phantom Limb is approached by the investors, who just ask a few questions and then disappear. Brock proceeds to goad Zero on until he gets him to come to the cell and takes him out once and for all. However, with the force field now down, asteroids start pelting Gargantua 2 and threatens to take it out permanently. Red Mantle and Dr. Z then offer to turn over their information and Sovereign to the OSI if they're willing to keep them safe. Sheila confronts Sovereign, and he reveals that he wants to take out the investors so he doesn't have to pay on his end of the deal. The Venture compound is burning down, and Orpheus and the crew struggle to combat the Inferno after Monarch sets it ablaze. But when Jonas and Traster can't get through a door, Traster, pelted with gamma rays, becomes a Hulk like he always dreamed. Traster, Dean, and Doc turn the force field back on, and Killinger is confronted by the investors, who all seem to be related somehow. Gargantua 2 has started to melt down, and everyone begins their final escape. And as Headshot is thrown off by a wave, he pulls the trigger and takes Sovereign out of the sky. Jonas makes peace with his respective gods, and he and Traster plan to go down with the ship and save everyone, while Monarch, Gary, and Sheila make it to the Meteor Major, where Killinger finished taking out the investors. And in a final goodbye, Jonas sacrifices himself to fly the reactor out, and you see a look of remorse on his face as the rest of the family watches the Venture compound burn down. Killinger heals Sheila and creates the new Guild of Calamitous Intent, with Sheila at the head, tasked with rebuilding the organization. We then get a final send-off to Jonas Venture Jr. in front of the ruined compound. Professor Impossible is back to normal, and Doc is given Venture technologies and the multi-billion-dollar systems that come with it. And that's where we end all that in Gargantua 2. With drastic evolutions for the characters, the guild taken out and born anew from the ashes like a mighty evil phoenix, the loss of JJ, Tracer, and having the investors finally taken down. It's also just great to see Hank and Dean going back to how they were a little bit ago. Seeing Dean go from dark and brooding at the start of the season to actually cracking a smile and helping Doc out later in the special. There's a lot to really love about the episode, and really just one single issue with the entire thing. All that in Gargantua 2 technically falls between Season 5 and 6, and is a bit of a midpoint between the two. However, I genuinely believe if they just waited and let it come out alongside Season 5, it would have felt like a much more complete package. Have Spot Seek Spot and the Devil's Grip still be a two-parter, but then lead into Gargantua 2 as the capstone of the season. It just feels so much more like a proper season finale that lays the groundwork for everything going forward. It's kind of a disservice to Season 6 that this is what leads the season in if you're watching it on streaming. Like, how can you compare with the weight of what you just watched? If you look at this episode in the vacuum of just Season 5, it wraps everything that was presented in it perfectly. The Ray Shield they built at the beginning of the season is a huge plot point in the special. You have the newly formed Revenge Society, including a member of the Mama's Boys. I don't know. It feels like the special was done dirty, and that the release schedule was more for the studio than it was Doc and Jackson. You can tell it's meant to be an ending rather than a beginning. Looking at the last season at the actual season finale, it felt almost half-finished. But if you look at it after Gargantua 2, it's a strong contender for one of the best seasons of the show. It contextualizes so much and is another huge changing of the guard. It's a great episode, and if you just watch the entire show in one long sit-down instead of paying attention to episodes, it's a great tempo setter. It burns everything down and starts to present new sprouts. And this is our proper intro to Season 6. The compound is in ashes, the family is moving to NYC, and who knows what's in store for the Venture Clan. All this in Gargantua 2 really brings out the emotional spectacle of the show. It reintroduces characters that you thought were gone, like Tracer and Zero, of all people. Like, you seriously think that Zero's gone after Every Which Way But Zeus, but then here he shows up just to be unceremoniously taken out yet again. A man so devoted to his name being remembered and going down in the hallowed halls of history, just being eviscerated over and over again. But it feels very much like a true and proper funeral. A send-off, a salute, where we had the previous events with the Bay Doors in Gargantua 1. Here we have Gargantua 2 being put at threat. And what saves the day? The Venture Brothers. The Venture Group. The Venture Family. Look at how much this family has expanded out, how much this family has grown. In the beginning, it was just Doc, Brock, Hank, and Dean on the compound. And now you have an entire space station full of people that have been brought into the fold some way or another. The fact that something like this exists is a celebration of what Doc and Jackson created. This is beautiful. This special is next level, and it grips your heartstrings every time you watch it. Even watching it again for the 7th or 8th time making this video, I still shed a tear when I see JJ's final farewell. Even that end where you see them at the funeral, it feels like a final goodbye. Gargantua 2 very much feels like a funeral pyre for what was the Venture Brothers. It's the end of this, not fascination with old sci-fi, but staying in a traditional means. Here, the Venture family is being forced into the real world. They're being forced to interact with common civilian people. They have to now interact in a way they have never done before. All this in Gargantua 2 is, again, it's a capstone. It is a point that you can never go back from. And it makes the entire experience feel that much more vulnerable. It truly is one of the best episodes Venture Brothers ever put out. But what's in store for the Venture family now? There's only one way to find out. Season 6 really is the most serialized the series has been. Each episode literally builds on the next one over and over until we reach that shocking conclusion. But where do we start the season proper? Well, the Ventures are taking New York. They get moved into the Venture Industries penthouse, Doc fires the board for some reason, Dean looks at schools, and they get confronted on the roof by the New York heroes who offer various protection plans to keep Doc and the family safe on their stay until Hatred flashes his OSI badge and they realize they're under OSI protection. Meanwhile, at Casa de Monarch, the house is under construction and Monarch is infuriated that he's not able to arch Venture because he's just not set up for it. Meanwhile, up in space at the Meteor Major, the guild is struggling to rebuild after the explosive exit of the Sovereign and decide to throw a town hall and get the villains back in rank and file. We also get the return of Brown Widow, still played by Nathan Fillion, and he and Dean catch up on campus with him eventually becoming his new roommate. These episodes are tricky because, it doesn't really have a resolution to each episode. It's just a continued story pushing you deeper and deeper in. We get Monarch and Gary doing recon of the new venture building, Sheila trying to keep everyone calm as she becomes the unspoken de facto leader of the guild, and unfortunately that's kind of where her character stalls. I say this as a fan of her character, but Season 6 just isn't kind to her. She is basically just the guild personified and doesn't really do much else than speak on the guild's best wishes, even jeopardizing her marriage for it. I don't know, it gets better in the next season when they give her a bit more personality, but in this season she's just ignorant when the story needs her to be, and just trusts that you're too swept up in the story to notice. And it's not even a bad thing, she's just the best candidate for that job at the detriment of her character growth. Someone has to do it, and she's the only one that makes sense. Would it be half as interesting with, say, Phantom Limb or Red Mantle? You've spent seasons seeing her as the voice of reason in the Cocoon, and now she's taking her talents to the guild proper and helping them rebuild. And the only better candidate for the job wouldn't be introduced until later in the season, and even he wouldn't feel right in that spot. We also get Enzo and his weird Sicilian feud with Doc, who wishes to level up his speed suit game. Brock moves back in with the family, and Hatred becomes basically a security guard, which, I don't know, he's still around in the season, but come season 7, he's just delegated to these side roles that don't feel relevant at all. And I know I'm coming across super critical of one of my favorite series of all time, but those are complaints that persist throughout the rest of the season, and I'd rather get them out of the way now so I can focus on the positives, like the introduction of Wide Whale as both a new arch for Doc and a story device. It makes sense for someone like the Monarch to arch Doc when they're at the compound, but in New York you naturally get a more sophisticated villain, and Wide Whale, played by Hal Lublin, personifies that perfectly. He's basically Kingpin but with whale allegories. He also has a daughter that when Hank sees her assumedly drowning, he literally ziplines across to try and save her, while Brock has to go toe-to-toe with the heroes from earlier in the episode, including Stars and Garters, Wariana, played by returning great Kate McKinnon, Nightword for a detective, and Fallen Archer, speaking of feet. Sheila signs away Monarch's henching rights to Wide Whale, and he basically has to start all the way back at a level 4 of 10, and has to climb his way back up. Having marathoned the show from the beginning for this review, Season 6 is very much about new beginnings. How does Doc handle a sudden influx of fame and fortune? How does Monarch readjust and go from having an army to having a Gary? How does Sheila rebuild something over 100 years old that's just been burnt down entirely? How do Hank and Dean adapt to going from sheltered homeschooled kids to being dropped right in the heart of the city that never sleeps? Even Brock feels, if not new, refreshed here. He feels like he's the seasoned bodyguard he's always been, but also like he has a new air around him. There's a poignance to him keeping Doc safe. There's a value to it. Now Doc is a high value target. He's going to be facing level 10 arches instead of, say, level 6 or level 4. I don't know, it's something that's hard to describe without watching the show, but when you go from how he was portrayed even in the last season to now, he just feels both more unhinged and less insane in a teetering balancing act. And that's how the season properly kicks off, even having Doc comment on being in New York and cutting away. Hostile Makeover is 23 minutes of setup. You get a little mini adventure / altercation with the superheroes to make you feel a little familiar, but everything else around it is reshaping and building up a vibrant new world we only got a brief introduction to in Bright Lightstein City. The previous seasons were almost sterile in comparison. The Ventures usually interacting with costume villains, while their interactions with civilians were few and far between. As we get into Season 6, there's no avoiding the fact that someone like Wide Whale can regularly visit a pizza place with his whale lice henchmen, and that's just expected to be normal. This is the new normal. It gives everything the guild does a bit more weight. Who cares what happens at some compound or a Spider Skull Island? But when it involves civilians in the heart of New York or, say, Chicago, yeah, you need a system in place to make sure that these things get handled correctly, and the show does an excellent job of showing that if the guild fractures, everything falls apart. You know how jam-packed the last episode was? So jam-packed, I just totally didn't talk about Pirate Captain. He's basically the Steve Jobs of the whole operation, the public-facing entity that smooths things over when Doc goes crazy. Only he was until he got addicted to tranquilizers again. Yeah, he's back on the sauce. And with him fighting the ceiling-crawling babies, Doc finds his stock spiraling, and so he needs his pirate back. But that's not even what the episode opens with. No, the episode opens on conjectural technologies being menaced by the mighty Truckosaurus, piloted by the dastardly Augustus St. Cloud, who is in possession of the Red Ball, the secret to conjectural technology's power, or just a prop from a music video. Monarch has to deal with not being able to arch Venture and has Gary compile a list of villains that can have arching rights before him so that he convinces them to back off and leave Venture to him. It's a great idea and gives a different angle to the whole situation. Wide Whale lets lesser villains arch underneath him, and they even have this tiered list to them. It gives Monarch's goals structure, and we see it start to form in real time when they go to Redusa and fail to convince her peacefully and have to resort to violence. Maybe No Go is very much a coming to terms and readjustment episode. Brock has to carry a weapon, but he keeps it unloaded, and he has to find a way to release his stress and his rage. After he gets Pirate Captain back from the zoo, after he crawled into a polar bear enclosure to get tranked, the boys help him detox and try and center himself. All while Pete and Billy have a legendary battle of the ages with Augustus St. Cloud, and I actually kinda love it. Do Pete or Billy seem anywhere close to competent enough to be proper super scientists? Does Augustus seem like he's a true villain? They're like a level 1 or 2 and really helps you realize why Doc is such a high profile target in comparison. If St. Cloud tried to arch Doc, he'd be eviscerated in seconds by Brock. Helper could probably mop the floor with him. But Billy and Pete struggle against him of all people, even getting sold by him at the end of the episode, which admittedly is both smart and necessary to move the story along. How do you move Pete and Billy into the story when it's in New York and they're out in the desert? Oh, you just have Doc buy their company and have them run his new cutting technology lab. This season does still have episodic elements, but they're to the service of a much bigger narrative than ever before. In earlier seasons, you'd have to approach each episode with a fine-tooth comb to see the different connections. Here, the season takes the time to build each story, as much or as little as they need to with each episode. At first, there's a lot more Pirate Captain to set him up as grieving in his own way after the passing of JJ, but once he gets on his own 2 feet, he just shows up here and there. After Wide Whale gets declared Doc's arch, he decides to assault the new Venture home, and Brock and Hatred team up to take them out, even going so far as to leave a polar bear in Wide Whale's home. And as the episode reaches its end, Manolo, the trusty handyman of House Monarch, discovers a secret tunnel leading to a cave beneath the house, the lair of the Blue Morpho, aka the Monarch's assumed father. The Blue Morpho obviously being a parody of the Green Hornet. We're gonna get into it, don't worry, but having this as the second episode really does feel like everyone has gotten their city legs and has started to adjust to their new lives, and the juxtaposition of having a man with bodied armored henchmen coming out of a giant whale drill thing in the middle of a museum on the first floor of a giant Venture-branded skyscraper compared to Billy and Pete out in the desert fighting a frumpy weirdo over a rubber ball just kinda feels right. It shows the evolution of the characters in a way that you may not notice at first, but your brain appreciates. It's a natural way of raising the stakes. Hey, when's the last time you went to the zoo? I don't know, there's a lot of magic to this episode, and seeing that inclusion of the Blue Morpho, seeing how they get ready to set it up, it just feels natural. It feels like they're finally exploring where they could possibly go with the show. I don't know. It's a wonderful way to set up a season-long narrative. The episode opens with a classic adventure of the original Team Venture, with Jonas, Action Man, and Colonel Gentleman tied up by Scaramantula, and Blue Morpho and his sidekick Kano, yes, that Kano, come to save the day. The original Blue Morpho is played by Paul F. Tompkins, who you've definitely heard before. He's a great comedic legend, and his line delivery is actually top-notch, though you'd probably recognize him most as, say, Mr. Peanut Butter in BoJack Horseman. Anyway, Monarch is upset his dad was a hero while Brock takes the boys running, and Hank has his first proper introduction to Serena before Brock and the whale lice, including their leader Rocco, make themselves properly acquainted. We then get the introduction of the hoverbike, and Pete, Doc, and Billy going through all of JJ's old projects to find one that they could use, eventually releasing nanobots that infect Dean and start to make him just perform better overall. Meanwhile, Hank gets a job at Vincenzo's Pizza, since Doc told him to get a job, and he uses the hoverbike to make deliveries. It's a very Hank move. Anyway, Sheila is going to a party at Wide Whale's and tells Monarch to come when we're introduced to Copycat, the smooth-talking villain played by the still phenomenal Toby Huss. It should be said, Serena is voiced by Kristen Milioti, who gives a fantastic performance in Fargo, the TV series if you've never seen it, and she absolutely nails her character. Again, no one seems to be on the show for the paycheck, and everyone involved really is giving it their all as they swan dive into their characters. Anyway, Monarch shows up in costume, Copycat takes him down to his apartment, knocks him out, and sneaks over to Ventures dressed as the Monarch to put a wedge between him and Sheila. Hank is sent to deliver a pizza to Wide Whales and has to sneak around and run from the guards until he bumps into Serena again. Meanwhile, Dean passes his entrance exam for college with the unknown help of nanobots. Like, on the absolute surface, it feels like nothing happened. Like this was just an episode that spun its wheels and just sort of reveled in the aesthetic of the Venture Brothers. But think about it. Think about all the little things that add up. We get Monarch being besmirched by Copycat as the Monarch, while discovering his dad was a hero and a fellow butterfly lover. We get Dean actively pursuing higher education and through his hard work getting in and looking to find his own way. And then we get Hank. I'm going to be completely upfront here. Hank doesn't deserve what happens to him, but he has the emotional strength to endure it. Hank is very much the tether for the Ventures to their old lives. Think about it. Hank is still the most Hank man to ever Hank. Dean continues to move away from the family work. Doc has to run his brother's company. Brock has to bodyguard Doc from actual non-butterfly related threats regularly now. Hank bought a giraffe and is now a pizza delivery boy. Hank hasn't changed. Hank is still who he was in Season 5 and even the end of Season 4. Dean went through his depression and came out of it a changed kid, and I gotta admit, I like the new peace he's found with himself that really comes to the surface in this episode. But who gave him that peace? Hank. Who comforted him when he knew no one else would really understand? Hank. And now we have Hank, everyone's favorite little towhead falling in love with a woman that sees his charm and he doesn't know what to do with it. He wants to play it cool, he wants to be Hank, but he's never had this before. You get to see young love through the eyes of the moral core of the family, and in a real way, it's touching. You could say it's a whole Romeo and Juliet thing, but it's never like Doc or Brock forbid him from seeing her. He just has to contend with Wide Whale and his men getting in the way. It's hard to describe. This entire season feels so aesthetically pleasing. It's like a realized idea of the family moving from a broken idea of the future into the actual future. We went from hover bikes in the old Concorde-style X1 to airships in a street-legal hover car that can just bounce around effortlessly. We're seeing a family stuck in the past being flung into the future and having to confront it head on, but it's all presented so naturally, so matter-of-factly. The old guild is gone, Sheila has to make compromises to keep the new one up and running, and doesn't even have a council of 13 anymore, just a council of about 5. Everyone is learning to reject tradition and embrace the change. The episode opens with a hologram of JJ waking Doc when his alarm goes off. A very solemn haunting by a ghost of Doc's past in a very literal sense. Talking about these episodes just by the chronological events doesn't really do them justice, because they're really just one long 8-episode movie. 11 if you want to get technical with narrative payoff. So I think I'll cover the smaller things first. Hank is planning his date with Serena and getting help from Brock on learning the do's and don'ts as he's trying to figure out the best way to impress her and capture her heart. He's Hank. You know he's going to bungle it in an awkward way, but he's going to do it with a can-do attitude and his eyes on the future. I love that about him. Hank is great. The main focus of the episode is very much Doc needing a project to show off, and Monarch, after seeing a video of his dad admitting to the camera that he's a bad guy as he hangs out with Jonas, decides to embrace being the Blue Morpho with Gary as his trusted Kano by his side. Together, they're going to pick off the arches that have dibs on Doc one by one, including Harangatang, who decides to show up at the Venture building and beat Hatred black and blue before Wariana comes to stop him and Brock from fighting. Poor Hatred just really does not get a break. I mean, here you have a character that's had a ton of growth and could have just been ridden out of the show. Instead, he's kept around as a security guard that ends up hospitalized. It just feels like this unceremonious fall from grace. Give the man some peace. That's not to say he doesn't have some great comedy bits later on in the series still, but man, you really wish he got a win somewhere in there. Doc, Pete, and Billy all decide to showcase a mind-altering gas, and when they test it with the return of Orangutan, things get wild. Everyone gets high and starts seeing deity figures as they fall under the hallucinogenic hypnotic spell. Brock, infatuated with Warriana, Billy in awe of Blue Morpho, convinced it is in fact Doc and not the Monarch, hint hint, and everyone just losing their minds as Blue Morpho takes out Orangutan and the Monarch is one step closer to arching venture. While the disguise of the Blue Morpho is great cover for the Monarch to do his covert operations, I think it's important to also look at the symbolism prevalent too. His work with Gary becomes much more intimate. He doesn't have a whole armada to order around. He has Gary. Gary is also just super into being his Kano and sidekick for now. It gives him a chance to play a more heroic character than usual, which is a nice touch for him. They have to make this relationship work in order to get back to where Monarch once was. Again, the season is more interwoven than the last ones, and I strongly encourage just sitting down and barreling through it in one go. Don't take a few days to get through it, just sit and power through. It will feel so much more cohesive if you do. It really hammers home how they're very much in the honeymoon phase of their development together, that they don't really understand the weight of what they're doing just yet. For now, it's just like any other buddy cop adventure for them, and the classic cartoon intro is a perfect example of that. It's still bright and filled with hope, and Sheila, despite all her training and intellect, is blissfully unaware of what's about to come. While the Blue Morpho is very much based off the Green Hornet, the impact it has feels much more like, say, DC's The Spirit. It feels like this looming ghost over not only the Venture building, but also New York as a whole. This is an alter ego of the Monarch's father. This is someone that we're just now finding out about that's attached to Jonas in some way. It makes you wonder what's really going on beneath the surface. Sheila goes to pick up Orangutan's body and thinks it's Brock that did it, only to find out that he wasn't responsible at all and was actually at Warriana's, and that they are on the hunt for a vigilante, the rogue Blue Morpho. The god gas backfires and ends up becoming a media flurry after Billy reacts to it and ends up with a viral video. Meanwhile, the Monarch and Gary have to get the Morphomobile out of impound, and Sheila has to help Orangutan's grieving widow, Battle Axe, get their tank from the same impound, and you see what's being set up, right? Yeah, the two are about to have their first proper run-in. Meanwhile, Dean is in a philosophy course where his professor, the in-disguise think tank, played by the brilliantly talented and absolutely surprising guest star Jeffrey Wright, has gotten permission to arch venture and actually encourages Dean to be away from the house when he makes his visit. It's a considerate touch, or he could just want to have a perfect night alone with the doc in the ultimate battle of wits. There's also a small subplot of Brock and Warriana hooking up and him not being able to get over her, but it's largely not brought up again. It does play into the conclusion of the episode, but I don't know, it feels like a lost thread. Anyway, Think Tank attacks Doc and sets up a chessboard just to find out Rusty is a checkers man. Think Tank wants a true test, an intellectual equivalent that will challenge him and force him past his limits. He gets Doc, who sort of fell upwards into success, and Brock, who's determined to cut through the barrier and get to him even if it doesn't do anything. Battle Axe sees the Blue Morpho and assumes it's Doc, so after getting back her tank, she heads for the Venture Complex just to crush into Think Tank, and the two take each other out, while Gary and the Monarch hide from Sheila and find out that the Morphomobile can fly. We also get bursts of Hank working at Vincenzo's and being just a solid delivery boy, which is really great for him. It shows he's adapting as best he can. Tanks for Nothing really had a chance to go deeper with Sheila and completely avoided it. Here she is going around town with a widowed villain, and she never even considers what it would be like if the Monarch wasn't around. It's because she's not Sheila anymore. She's just the leader of the guild. Everything we see her do is for the guild, and even with the backstory we're given of her, it's just confusing that she would be so passionate about it all of a sudden, if only because she wants to make sure Phantom Limb doesn't run things. I don't know, the episode definitely feels like one of the weaker episodes of the season, and it's not even bad. It just requires the most suspension of disbelief of the season. Sheila can't recognize her husband, of course Battle Axe hits Think Tank, and it's all just a sliding scale of how plot-protected characters are for the good of the joke and the good of the overall story. And usually I don't have a problem with it, except for when they're doing it to artificially build drama before moving into the end game, which if this was a longer season, yeah, okay, it wouldn't be as bad. But when you only have 8 episodes, 9 if you count Gargantua 2, you kinda have to make the most of each one. And with this being 6 episodes, or 5, into a season, you have to wonder if it couldn't have come earlier. And then you get It Happening One Night. The episode opens at the Doom Factory, a loving homage to the Legion of Doom, with all the avant-garde artistic and villains inside its hallowed walls, led by the diabolical Wes Warhammer. And yeah, they decide to arch Dr. Venture. The episode is very much based around 2 main events. Not necessarily an A and B story, since the other characters aren't wholly involved, but 2 main focus points regardless. On the one hand, you have the Doom Factory sending an experimental indie film threat to the Ventures, and on the other, you have Hank taking Serena out on the date where they're mugged by an albino and then photographed by an albino journalist, and yeah, he stages the whole thing to impress Serena, which is just peak Hank. He even goes so far as to help her disappear from her dad's bodyguard, so Rocco teams up with Brock to find the kids, eventually hunting them down to a ninja-themed izakaya, where they square off with waiters and the Brown Widow. The Monarch and Gary taking a moment to sneak into the Doom Factory and blow it up while they're gone, so Gary can have a somewhat cleaner conscience since he's starting to get uncomfortable taking a life no matter the reason. And honestly, this is the first time he's really had that power and that responsibility in his hands. He thought Hank was immortal and then realized he only had dart guns. He personally didn't take anyone out as Henchman 21, even seeing Zero return after Every Which Way But Zeus just in Gargantua 2. He may have been responsible secondhand, but it was never him pulling the trigger until now. Monarch did it all the time. He's numb to it. He wouldn't be bothered by it. He's a man that decided to be a supervillain. Gary was a kidnapped, scared kid. I don't know, it's why I have such a problem with the last episode not looking into Sheila even an iota of a bit. Like, they do this with all the other characters, even going into something with Gary they wouldn't have to if they didn't want to, but because the guild is so fractured, you need that uniting force. You know it has to be Sheila as the personification of the guild. She has to represent that order because she's been the only true voice of reason in the show a lot of the time. It's the most tragic sacrifice of a character that doesn't involve them being written out. And like, there's all this that we can talk about the episode, but it really just boils down to date night and the best arching Venture has ever experienced. Like, Hank has spent the last few episodes perfecting and crafting the best date possible to completely win Serena over. Not to tag and bag or just be a weird, sleazy kid, but to get her to genuinely like and be impressed by him. This is a homeschooled kid on a compound that wants to impress the big city mafia daughter and show her why he's Hank. Of course it's goofy and almost cringeworthy in parts with the bad-inspired dance-off, but it's all quintessentially Hank. At the end of the day, it feels exactly like what you'd think Hank would do, and it's the most honest depiction of himself. And who's helping him with it? Pete, but more importantly, Dean. Dino Depresso isn't here anymore. He is genuinely coming along to support and love his brother, and how he's been helping out really feels like a much more mature love between the brothers. Beforehand, they were just brothers. They were forced to be together almost 24/7, and being on the compound, that was really all they had as far as companionship. But now, with the option of a wider, broader world, and Dean being a more actualized person, he chooses Hank to be his brother. He recognizes that Hank has always been there for him. It's not a competition between the two or anything anymore. They're just two brothers, and it's a very kind of wholesome feel, especially compared to the other brotherly relationships of the show. Again, it's so subtle, but the inclusion of Dean being there, fully committed, smiling, and goading Hank on is so important to their bond. The Brock and Rocco stuff is good, and it does help build Rocco out as a character, but you still very much understand where things stand with everyone. And a lesser show would have this as the primary focus of the episode. A lesser show would have done even further into the relationship between Brown Widow and Serena, and planted a seed of mistrust between her and Hank as the main conflict. Instead, you have two lovebirds running through the city on a wild, scripted and unscripted adventure, with the boy's father being tormented by the greatest artful rogues gallery of all time. I mean, I know it's a joke, I know it's just all a gag, but it's so effective as a legit arching tactic, and that's what blows my mind. Wes Warhammer turns the Venture penthouse into an impromptu art studio and has Doc be a part of his films, where naturally Doc is getting drunk on all the attention and going for as much of the spotlight as he can get. But while he's doing that, they're robbing him blind until Warhammer is tired of him and just leaves with his stuff, leaving him both psychologically and literally robbed. The Monarch tried psychological warfare in The Devil's Grip. Warhammer perfected it in It Happening One Night. It truly was one of the most clever episodes of the season, and I don't know, even as their flying base gets blown up by the Monarch with them inside, it just feels like a satisfying culmination of everything as we head into the last 2 episodes of the season. We're not done with the weird yet, but I remember seeing this episode years ago and knowing they hadn't lost a string on what the show was. Everything felt like it made sense. You just have to have faith they know what they're doing. The episode is peak Venture Brothers and really has an early season energy to it. It's aware how tongue-in-cheek it is, and it's a celebration of its jokes. It's episodes like this that make the show truly feel ascended. It's a Scorsese episode. I can't believe I might have to explain this, but just in case, for the sake of being thorough, Martin Scorsese is a film director. You know his work even if you've never seen one of his movies. Goodfellas, Casino, Taxi Driver, Raging Bull, The Wolf of Wall Street, to name just a few. He, much like, say, Quentin Tarantino, Christopher Nolan, or Wes Anderson, has a very distinct directing style. His style focusing primarily on inner monologues and crime-based character pieces. They're introspective while telling both true and entirely fictional stories. Again, knowing who Martin Scorsese is should be as commonplace as being able to spell the color red. But you never know. Anyway, yeah, that's what A Party for Tarzan is. It's a crime whodunit with several different perspectives, backstories, and monologues that if you take it as just a Venture Brothers episode, yeah, you're gonna be confused. But if you get the joke, if you get what they're trying to do, it just gets elevated that much more. It's probably one of the smartest pieces of satire ever written. It's smooth, incorporates its own story into what's going on, adds creative world building. It works on a lot of levels. And I just gotta take a second to celebrate all this, because that's really all there is to the episode. If you don't like Scorsese style, you're just not gonna like this episode. But if you just absolutely hate that style, why are you even watching something like this? It was almost like the last episode was weeding out who was cool and who wasn't. You chill with basically Studio 54 but villains? Cool. Here's a whole episode made like the Goodfellas. You're welcome. I will also say this, especially with this episode, but Season 6 is very in love with the aesthetic and feel of New York City. There's a love for the city and the culture and the writing, and it's impossible to ignore. And I know I'm going in depth on all the things surrounding the episode, but it's a very simple plot at its core. It's how it's presented that feels special. Let's put this pot on the burner and boil everything down to its most basic components. The episode opens with Doc dressed as the Blue Morpho, having a bunch of red on him, and then being shot as they change perspective, and you learn about Gary's past as he narrates. Basically, Gary has to take out another villain on the list at the same time the Monarch is arching his new scientist to get his wife's suspicions off of him, and he can keep working in peace. Meanwhile, Doc is throwing a lunar eclipse party and invites one Christopher Lambert. Christopher Lambert was in a movie called Highlander, and if you don't know what Highlander is, what you're going to do is find it, watch it, and then have your mind blown. Not only does it have a several-season TV show with an intro done by Queen, the movie also had not only Sean Connery, but a very young Clancy Brown, aka Mr. Krabs, and Red Death in this series, and Highlander even had an anime. Highlander rules. Oh, and Sheila is hunting down the diabolical Blue Morpho. Doc steals the Monarch's Blue Morpho suit while it's at the cleaners, puts it on, it has a bulletproof vest, and boom, that's it. That's the whole thing. Now, is that me saying that you need to skip it? No. Absolutely not. It's essential viewing and a necessary element to the show as a whole. It is completely elevated not only by the direction but also by the dialogue that the show has been so masterful with up to this point. They earned a Scorsese episode. They earned being able to do it in that style and have it pay off like it does. Family Guy couldn't do that, nor could, say, something like Royal Crackers. Royal Crackers is a show you all should try. I don't know, it's a diamond in the rough with some surreal ideas. But I digress. A Party for Tarzan is a phenomenal episode and actually feels like a well-deserved victory lap. Even the fake out at the end of the episode feels earned and not cliche. You know he's fine, but they're still going to keep you on your toes as we dance our way into the season finale. The episode opens with a Saw-esque scene with two random guys chained up in a bathroom with a pile of not moving guys in the middle of the room. Food comes in at regular intervals and they start to figure out who each other is, eventually realizing they're both supervillains. It's a chilling side story that we cut to randomly that works for the episode. We then go to the park where Hunter is meeting with Sheila to go over their plan for a sting operation. Since Blue Morpho, aka the Monarch, has to go after Red Death next to get closer to Arching Doc, they want to set up a decoy sting to try and catch him in the act and end this once and for all. Red Death, of course, being played by the infinitely talented Clancy Brown, and is one of the most premier terrifying villains in the guild. Outside of an absolutely insane design, he also just incredibly wise and feels like a character that's been in the game for a very long time. Monarch runs into him at the park while he plays with his daughter, and he even compliments the Monarch to his surprise. His gentleness is earned, and it's brilliant how they deliver his perfect blend of maniacal rage and sage-like wisdom. And so yeah, everyone gets an OSI or guild body double and they plan the sting to end all stings. An OSI agent and a guild agent fall for each other, they all play volleyball in the pool as one big happy family, it's just great. I will say this, how Monarch tries to handle Red Death is brilliant. He goes to Red Death's home, talks to his wife and warns her that something's happened and she needs to stay with her mom. That's it. No threats, no hitting her or harming her in any way, mainly because he just knows better than to do that to someone attached to Red Death, but also that's just not who he is. He's not going to take out or kidnap some housewife, his rage is for Doc and it just wouldn't be right. Red Death then gives them the Taken speech when he thinks his family is in peril, and the guys understandably freak out. Red Death hunts them down, discovers he's Blue Morpho, they explain the situation, and then lo and behold, we find out Gary has been keeping villains in the basement instead of taking them out, but one has gone psychotic and started eating the others, so they still ended up unalive. Red Death offering to help them with their problem. And yeah, that's just kind of it. That's the season finale. On the one hand, it's nice to see the story progressing and everything. On the other, it just doesn't feel concluded, and that's kind of where season 7 comes in. Not in a, like, yeah, idiot, the next season usually does build off the last season way, but more in the beginning of the season, feels like that's the justified conclusion of the previous season, much like with season 5 to 6. Hey, look, it's becoming a kind of weird pattern. Like, it's hard to put your finger on one element that makes the episode and finale work so well, but if I had to, it would have to be Red Death. He just seems so necessary after his introduction, and the reverence everyone has for him is much needed. It's like letting an adult supervise the kids playing, and it gives a sense of security as the curtain falls on an overall stellar season. This isn't as weird as The Devil's Grip being the finale. Here it at least ends with everyone playing in the pool and just having a great time. Looking at it in a post-Baboon Heart world, scenes like that become all the more important to the overall fabric of the series. It's just something great to see, and those small heartfelt moments in a world and a season that had been so grandiose feel that much more poignant. A simple game of volleyball has much more narrative weight than a giant-headed man challenging Doc to the ultimate game of chess, and I don't know, I think that's one of the many ways the Venture Brothers just shines. And there we have it, Season 6! What a surreal season, and really just one straight shot through. You're in, then you're out, and you're ready for more. I will say newcomers to the show are very lucky that they didn't have to wait the sometimes years between releases and just have the entire series available at any given time. Now more than ever, it's so important to fly those V-fingered flags and remember why this show is just so incredible. And like always, I'm sure I sound like a broken record, but it's still important to support the writers, the actors, the creators that pour their lives into these works. Everyone deserves fair pay, and the best way to support those that at the time of writing this are still fighting the good fight is to talk about the great shows and productions they've made, to celebrate the creators that have helped redefine genres. Venture Brothers is a complicated series, and a lot of people have very complex feelings about it, but you can never ignore the impact it had. You can never ignore what it means to so many people. The Venture Brothers has continued to ascend, and even though Season 6 just feels like one really long event, it has a ton of elements to love. Season 6 is very much about exploration, exploring who we really are, exploring new love, academia, a new city that may as well be alive, and of course, exploring the limits of what science can do. It's a new beginning for the family, and at the end of the season, they truly feel moved in. It really is great to see all this growth, and it would be such a tragic shame if the next season happened to be its abrupt last. However, with all that being said, what was your favorite episode? Least favorite? Think I was wrong on anything? Right on anything? Let me know in the comments below. Woohoo! It's the final season that they had no idea would be the final season of the show. Woohoo! What's that? They had a whole 8th season mapped out and they had the green light for it until the studios basically rescinded their offer, and instead they had to compress an entire season plus a special into one movie to conclude such a massive web of goings on? What could possibly go wrong? But I'm getting ahead of myself. Since 2018, Season 7 would be the last piece of Venture Brothers media the fans would have for 5 whole years. 10 episodes to tide them over until we got something, anything more. And the worst part? Season 7 is really, really good. Like, if it was bad, what happened afterwards wouldn't be nearly as tragic. Alas, here we stand on the event horizon, looking at the swirling beauty as our reality collapses in on itself. And so, for one last time, I must ask, what worked? What failed? And did you know a Japanese company owns 7-Eleven? It's time to talk Season 7. Rhyming 7 with 7-Eleven? Nailed it. Take that, T-Pain. It's the beginning of the 3-parter that totally feels like the proper season finale to the last season, which will feel that much more obvious the deeper we get into it, but I digress. The episode opens with JJ finding the problem machine from all the way back in Careers in Science out in the desert after the destruction of Gargantua 1. He had it moved to the Venture Industries Tower, where it still blinks to this day. And that's where we find ourselves in the start of this little adventure. The tower then becomes haunted with all the electronics starting to bug out for some reason, and the family's being tormented, all while Hank is hanging out with Serena and gets caught by Wide Whale and Rocco, who destroy the hover car he used and gets him fired from Vincenzo's. And so he becomes determined to go in as Enrico Matassa to prove to Wide Whale he's worthy of being a villain and impressing the father of his girlfriend. It's sweet and helps taper the truly chilling technical horror in the main story. Pete and Billy can't crack it, and the hauntings get worse, even having the family call Dr. Orpheus and the Triad to try and fix everything and get to the bottom of it. It's great to see Doc just unbothered by it all, because he was a boy adventurer. He'd been through these kinds of tribulations time and time again. And when they realize the source of everything is the problem light, they decide to investigate. Meanwhile, we cut to Wide Whale ordering Hank to take out a captured monarch, which we'll get back to in the next episode. As they open the problem machine, they find the disembodied head of Jonas Venture Sr. The old Team Venture explained that he was put in the machine after the Sharky's Machine massacre, where someone opened the bay doors on Gargantua 1 during movie night, and they'd meant to bring him back to life as he used roaches and scorpions to survive by draining their life. But Pete White charges in and swings an axe into the machine to sever its connection to the building, and in a panic, Jonas tries to run away, attempting to take the building with him. It's a very tonally intense episode that really sets the stakes as high as possible. It's great. I really love that not only do we get development of Jonas, and we now know that he was taken out in the movie night massacre, but that he had all these backup plans in place. The Hank stuff is a much needed break from the heaviness surrounding what's going on, and is our excuse for getting out of the house and building on his relationship not only with Serena, but also Rocco and Wide Whale. Unlike all this in Gargantua 2, this very much feels like a potential season premiere and season finale at the same time, and it at least picks up from where things were left last season. That being said, it definitely shows the Venture Brothers needs to be binged and just blasted through in one solid go. The seasons start to blend together as it's just one ongoing narrative at this point, and we still have a few more episodes before we can properly breathe again. There's a sort of charm to this, that this technological, unsettling, horrific idea is just throughout this entire episode. Again, J.G. Thirlwell's soundtrack that I have gushed about time and time again really gets your heart racing. It really adds just that extra layer, and I think we need to properly appreciate it, especially now in the final season. It's much more prevalent this season. You can definitely hear the more creative beats, and again, you feel like the soundtrack itself is a realized character. But It's time to flip the coin and see where the other side falls. Now it's time to see what's going on the other side. The episode begins with Gary having a nightmare about all the villains he's had to eliminate just for the Monarch to be able to arch Dr. Venture again. He sees them all haunting his dreams, and it throws him off as he oversleeps and rushes through everything while the Monarch plans to take out the biggest fish on his book, Wide Whale. Breaking into Wide Whale's office, confident Gary will be there to help him take him out, he unsurprisingly gets knocked out and captured by Wide Whale. All while Sheila tries to calm the guild down about Blue Morpho, and Red Death promises he can catch the Blue Morpho for them for the right price, knowing full well who it is. We then see that Wide Whale knew that Blue Morpho was just the Monarch the entire time, and he couldn't care less about it. No, what he wants is revenge for something a little bit more deep-rooted. Remember how Captain Sunshine hated the Monarch for taking out Wonder Boy? Remember back in Season 3 when he vaporized Dr. Dugong in a fit of rage? Dr. Dugong was actually Dr. Doug Ong, Wide Whale's older brother. That's when things start to fall into place. We get Wide Whale's backstory, banter between him, Rocco, and the Monarch, and now effectively Red Death, Sheila, and Gary have to save the Monarch. The new team breaks into an OSI dummy corp and steals something. It's unfortunate seeing how tense things are between Sheila and Gary, and it really just kind of hammers home that she isn't part of the Monarch team anymore. She's the Monarch's wife, absolutely, but it's like the rest of the story has moved on without her. We also find out that Red Death was actually at the Sharky's Machine viewing with a team of young villains ready to make a name for themselves. Anyway, Hank is brought to take out the Monarch, Gary talks him down as the Viceroy, and right as everything is about to fall apart, Sheila and Red Death come to the rescue, showing that Dr. Dugong is actually very much alive thanks to his starfish DNA. There's actually a great bit where Hank questions why he makes up these characters and loses himself in them, something that'll be brought up later, but seeing Dr. Dugong justifiably upset with his younger brother and having never even met his niece just hurts in the right kind of way. You never think that someone like Dr. Dugong would be integral to the moral fabric of the show, and yet here we are. And as the episode ends, another Blue Morpho appears to be heading into the shaking building to face the issue, leaving everyone very understandably confused. The episode very much feels like a send-off for Wide Whale and Rocco. While we'll get more of Serena throughout, those two just don't show up nearly as much and are not as hands-on as they were in the previous season. They were a great introduction to the city, but now that the family has moved in, they just aren't as necessary anymore. Serena still has value to the story, but with all the other villains under him gone, what is Wide Whale really going to do? And that's not to say that he won't still be around, but he's not actively arching Doc anymore. He's not actively going after him. And in the grand scheme, it's the best way to write him out. He's still going to do his thing. He's still going to be around. It's just that they're not really caring about him anymore. He steps down, as we find out later in the season, from the council. We see him embrace just being a good villain. He did his job and he knows when to pick up and go home. And I actually really like that about him. I feel like that is an honorable way to write a character off without them being completely taken out. Now, do I wish we got more Wide Whale? Regrettably, yeah. At the end of the day, if we got a full, proper 8th season, I think having some more Wide Whale would have been kind of nice, just as a final send-off proper, because otherwise, we just get one thing in a later episode, and that's it. And he's just gone. Rocco, I mean, is just kind of whatever. He's there, he does his job, he's fine. I don't know. I was never huge into Rocco. He just never really rang true for me, but I get it. I understand his purpose, and I'm fine with it. I am totally fine with where things were left. The episode opens combining what we saw in the last 2 episodes with the new Blue Morpho walking into the building and revealing that he's none other than Vendetta. After Brock beat him up back in Botseek's bot, fragments of his memory began to trickle back and he knew he had to go home. Of course, home being the Monarch's old home, which means Vendetta, aka Venturion, is actually Blue Morpho, the Monarch's father brought back to life by Venture technology. He then goes to hack into Problem to have a much-needed confrontation with Jonas. It's kind of morbid that he'd bring back his friend with rudimentary technology, but also, like, that's what Jonas did. He fixed his friends with science. Entman was about to die without being shrunk down into the tiny Entman that we got. And after Blue Morpho died, he brought him back as a weird cyborg. It just it makes sense for Jonas. Jonas, in his own warped way, never wanted to lose his team. Even as Major Tom crash landed, he was calling out for him. He was a man that actually did care about his chosen family. I will say, given all things in perspective, I kind of wonder what Jonas's backstory was. I want to know more about his history and how he got the team back together. It feels like a story that might make everything else feel okay. I'm not saying it justifies everything Jonas did by any means, but I don't know. After seeing everything, it makes me question what was really going on. Anyway, as the sign falls, Brock and the guild are blocked out of the building and go to a diner to discuss the next course of action, where they all start to be honest about what caused the movie night massacre, and the short answer is no one really knows. Red Death was up there with Vendetta, but Vendetta doesn't remember pulling the switch after confronting Jonas. We also find out that Dr. Z was the one that made him into Vendetta from Venturion by literally just flipping a switch on the back of his head. Rodney, aka Action Man, has a heart attack and the family has to get him out into the hospital, all while Jonas tries to keep Vendetta occupied so he can hack into his mind and take over that body. We see Blue Morpho coming to his best friend with his problems just for Jonas to blackmail him, and even offer to help the couple have a kid while they're failing to, offering for his wife to come to the Venture compound for a very special checkup. Like, we had inklings of how bad Jonas was. We saw he was a neglectful father and a manipulator, but this really does kind of just take the cake. He isn't afraid of using anything at his disposal to take what he wants when he wants and manipulates people expertly. The man lauded as one of the best super scientists in the world was genuinely one of the worst people. The Monarch then swoops in to get to the bottom of things and confronts Vendetta, who calls him by his first name, Malcolm, something only his dad would know. Then he, Vendetta, and the Problem Machine take off and fly through the air as Vendetta attempts to end things once and for all. And with Jonas definitively gone, as well as Vendetta, Monarch takes the credit for both and clears his name in one fell swoop. It is a lot. It is a lot to go into in 23 minutes, but it's probably one of the best three-parter they could have ever done. Part 1, the Venture side. Part 2, the Guild side. Part 3, the conclusion of so many different stories, while still leaving some questions up in the air. If Vendetta didn't open the bay doors, then who did? I know I said The Venture Brothers and the Curse of the Haunted Problem felt like a solid season premiere, but looking at it in the grand scheme of the 3-episode arc with how it perfectly wraps up the Blue Morpho storyline, it just feels like it would have fit better at the end of season 6. We even get that Jonas's head is now property of the OSI, the Triad is moving to New York, and the old Team Venture is joining together in solidarity with their friend in a coma. I don't know, there's a lot to really love about these episodes, and it's just so impressive how well they marry the ideas of technological horror, family drama, crime noir storytelling, and still next level comedy. Like at the end of the episode, you have Hatred walking a parade float down for the Macy's Day Parade, and it slips free, just terrorizing the city with a giant inflatable rusty Venture. The fact that they can marry all these different aspects so perfectly is just next level. And now we've reached that new status quo. We get a fantasy flash forward of a very well-armed new Monarch crew taking over a Venture Industries boat to steal Oppenheimer-class munitions, only to realize he's got a surprise eval and has to impress Dr. Z to move up to hopefully become a level 10 villain. However, when he goes to get a loan, he discovers he's completely broke and his trust is empty. Meanwhile, Doc is showing off JJ's old hover belt and jumps out a window to show it off and quickly gets hospitalized for blood loss. We also get Dean continuing his studies and moving on campus when Brock tells him that despite his wishes, Doc has signed him up for a ton of science courses that he keeps trying to fight against. Gary Cole would actually play Dean's professor, Professor Baron von Helping, the son of the supervillain Baron von Hellfire, a very obvious play on Doctor Doom. It's really sweet seeing this Carl Sagan-esque character actually helping Dean figure out what he wants to do and doesn't want him to blame science for his dad being his dad. Super science can be great in the right hands, and he's someone that learned that the hard way. Lo and behold, sure enough, not only does Dean share a class with Serena, but the Monarch actually has to arch Professor Von Helping and ends up taking Serena hostage when Von Helping lets his real colors burn through. The very clever thing about this is, Dean just buys the Monarch off to back down. Season 1 Dean would be wrapped up in the whole game, but now he's just tired of it. If it'll get him to disappear, then it's well worth any price. We also get I don't know, I find it really heartbreaking. It's a scene with Hank and Doc. Hank goes to visit Doc while he's in the hospital opposite a comatose think tank still recovering from last season, and while he's pumped full of drugs, just comes clean to him about not understanding why he's so harsh on him, why he shows so much favoritism to Dean. I don't know, it just really hurts to see this happy-go-lucky kid starting to question everything. He used to be so headstrong and confident, now he's questioning things. And when he was there for everyone else, who's there for him now? Who is helping Hank? Serena is at class, Dermot is gone. For all intents and purposes, Hank is alone, and so he goes to confide in his dad, who he tells he loves him, thinking he's someone else. It takes a knife, stabs it in, and twists. It hurts seeing Hank treated like this. I don't know. It's great to see everyone else growing and branching out, but it stings to see Hank just left by the wayside and forced to figure things out on his own. He's forced to try and keep up in his own way. The episode itself is fantastic, and I don't really have any notes on it. It sets the tone for the season without setting up this big season-long conflict as well. Monarch has to climb the ranks, Dean is in school, Doc is trying to impress shareholders, and that's really all you need. Season 6 was moving into the city. Season 7 is when they start to feel like the old show again, and it's very much intentional. All these elements feel fresh. We're in the aftermath of everything that just went down, but we're not brooding on it. The story feels more grown, more mature. It's a much more interpersonal story rather than them being against the environment. This isn't a show trying to stretch itself as long as possible. This is a story worth telling, characters worth exploring. This is what the show should be. Doc is called upon to lead the second Treaty of Tolerance Summit to help the Guild and the OSI create a new treaty as a third-party judge. And where are they holding this event? Why, nowhere else but the old Venture compound. The family is going home. Yes, next to the charred remains of the compound, Doc, like his father before him, joins the Guild and OSI in a generational bickering and shouting match for the good of the world. Dean and Hank break off for their own adventures, Dean going to visit Ben when he's instead introduced to Helper 2, voiced by Rice Darby, who you'd recognize from Our Flag Means Death. They explain about how the Helper they know is a prototype and he's effectively a living AI, while the two commiserate, and he gives Dean a new appreciation for his life that he's been given. Meanwhile, Hank runs into Dermot, who is now an OSI soldier thanks to a recommendation by a party that wanted to be left anonymous so long as he never revealed they were related. I don't know, that makes what happens with Hank feel that much more out of place. He's willing to help Dermot out and get him into the OSI, but he can't be bothered to even tell Hank he loves him. I don't know, I get it's his character, but after everything in the season, you really just want to give Hank a hug. I mean, really, like, the more you think about it, you never really get the resolution to what was set up in Every Which Way But Zeus. Sure, he sees a lot of himself in Hank, but then why would he withhold love from him? Why would he treat him like Jonas treated him? It just doesn't make... I wish I understood it other than the self-loathing aspect. I understand that that's who Doc is. I get that that's his flawed character. But I don't know. I feel like this would have been fine 3 seasons ago, but now that we're towards the end, or what is the end now, it just feels like Hank is just slept on. He's ignored. Anyway, Hank and Dermot go to explore the old compound when they run into the star-crossed lovers from Red Means Stop, the OSI agent and the Guild agent. However, as they're getting busy, the OSI agent discovers PP on the Guild agent's belt and demands he leave. We then also find out through Helper 2 that Rusty was in fact cloned, and he thought he was talking to him the entire time and not Dean, which does help Dean become more familiar with his dad. I don't know. On the one hand, it's great that there's this big display of these two old organizations being no more than whining kids to each other when they don't get their way, and the Ventures just have to call them out and get them to actually negotiate. But on the other, like, why does Dean have so much support and Hank just slips more into his imagination to try and cope with things? It's intentionally frustrating. That's the part that hurts the most, is that this is all so well done. It's not because they forgot anything, it's because they want it to linger. They want that pain to be there, and I just hate that it's constantly there. It's nice to see Dermot, though, and really does help that they didn't just completely forget about him. And then, as the credits roll, the after credits revealed that the guild has a mole. The PP on the belt stood for Peril Partnership. Another group has slithered their way into their ranks, and Sheila needs to get to the bottom of it. Gary and the Monarch are on their way to the Guild HQ, guided by Watch and Ward, while Sheila has to get the mole to turn on the Peril Partnership, which he's willing to do if they can get him his girlfriend back. All while the Monarch is determined to raise his rank by whatever means possible, including the Little Big Villain program, where a higher ranked villain is tasked with helping a lower ranked villain move up in the guild, and there's only one available. The mighty level 1 threat, collector, purveyor of quality goods, the one, the only, Augustus St. Cloud. And so Monarch and Gary have to teach Augustus how to be a better arch for Pete and Billy, and when Doc finds out that Monarch is training Augustus and sent a formal challenge, he decides to take Pete and Billy under his wing, and he and the Monarch basically have a proxy war. Get it? That's what the title's about. It's kinda neat that Hank and Dean aren't around and they just let the adults take center stage. Sure, there's the stuff with the guild mole, but overall that storyline just doesn't feel like it goes anywhere worth talking about. They try and rig the arching so that the OSI agent has to show up so they can bump into each other again, but I don't know, it doesn't feel like it's worth it. It just kind of detracts from showing off how skilled the Monarch actually is about arching. He's been doing this for well over a decade. He can definitely teach Augustus a thing or two. And Augustus St. Cloud is just laughably pathetic. Like beforehand, when he was properly introduced in Season 5, there was still that air of mystery to him. Maybe he really was a convincing threat. Then in Season 6, sure, he wasn't a horrific threat by any means, but he had a Truckosaurus. He could still do something. But backed into a corner and forced to confront his super scientist rivals, what does he do? Absolutely nothing. He is the lowest rung for a reason. He has a malicious air when he's around Billy, but someone like the Monarch that he kind of looks up to, he's just this vulnerable antagonistic blob, and he almost kind of owns it. Like, sure, there's the scene where Rose beats him up for breaking into their home, but you have to remember, Rose used to go on adventures with the old Team Venture. She's no slouch, even in her old age. Granted, Gary would probably fare just a wee bit better than he did. Anyway, while they're setting that up, Doc goes and gets Pete and Billy costumes and trains them with Brock's help to beat St. Cloud once and for all. Finally, as the gas shoots out and spreads around the circle and St. Cloud steps out, the three are ready for their epic battle as their trainers watch from afar. In the after credits, they recount their story to Hank and Dean blissfully unaware that they got high on laughing gas and just sort of laid on top of each other. The episode has a ton of charm, great jokes, and it shows that the adults are still kind of the kids in the room. Like earlier in this season, we saw Dean stare the Monarch down and throw him a check just to leave him alone and keep him out of his life. Hank is willing to throw a Batman mask on and dive into danger head first. Remember, earlier in this season, he was willing to go up to Wide Whale and say he wanted to work with him. He has no fear. They lived this boy adventurer life. They saw real danger. They could handle way higher than a level 1 arch. Meanwhile, Billy and Pete can barely get a draw out of fighting Augustus St. Cloud. It's just baffling in a good way to see them so nonchalantly deal with problems their dad's friends couldn't handle on even their best days. It really shows how far the brothers and the show itself has come. Doc and the team invent true and proper teleportation. They are on the cutting edge of the future of technology, and that's gonna be a problem. Again, Hank and Dean aren't around for this episode, which, honestly, good. They should have their own lives, and it's not like having them around makes the episode worse or anything, just that it makes sense they shouldn't be dragged along on every little adventure their dad has. The Monarch, in an opportunity to move his villain ranking even higher, agrees to join up on a heist led by the illustrious Copycat to try and steal the aforementioned teleportation technology. A little-known voice actor by the name of Mark Hamill plays several characters in the episode, including the transforming clown of crime, Presto Changeo. I mean, when you have one of the best in the business in the building, you get him to play a few characters because, man, just hearing his voice makes this feel elevated. It makes you feel like you're watching something special, and the episode truly does not disappoint. Brock tells Doc he needs to hand the teleportation technology to the OSI, and he's taken to meet the round table of shadowy elites to convince him to give up his tech. It's intriguing when this Illuminati-esque group shows up, and you can see characters like General Manhauser, Roy Brisby, which you could argue makes sense, but then you also have the doctor from the University of Tijuana that looks like Dr. Tenma of all people. Who knew he was part of such an illustrious shadow organization? And so the Shadow Group offers Doc a chance to see what they're about and offer him an invitation to join their ranks. I gotta say, I do love how headstrong Doc is here. He could have just shrugged everything off and handed the teleportation device over, but he genuinely stood behind it and didn't want to give it up. It was a rare moment that made you at least respect Doc as he goes around the eyes wide shut masked affair, even bumping into a masked Sheila conveniently. Meanwhile, it's heist time, and while they tried to keep Brock and the crew distracted, he eventually catches on and they're trying to steal the teleporters. Copycat, however, has a card up his sleeve, Daddy-O. The Monarch and the crew are nothing more than a decoy for the B-team comprised entirely of copycats. When Gary tells Monarch, they try and bail and end up failing upwards as the Monarch just so conveniently ends up with the teleporters and makes his escape back to the Guild. Meanwhile, Doc agrees to join the shadowy group in exchange for his teleportation technology, only for it to be revealed that he was basically drugged by the OSI and given a virtual reality where he just gets lost in the sauce. It's a lot, but it makes sense that a group like the OSI wouldn't leave something like that up to choice. It feels like Brock's role has changed this season. There's a lot more weight to protecting Doc than there was before. Before he could work on Adrian and just chill around the compound, but now Doc is an actually reputable super scientist, and there's proper ramifications for that. He has to keep a proper eye on everything he does, and you start to realize he's very much working for the OSI first and Doc second. He still loves the boys and wants to do what's right for the family, but he's still an OSI agent, and this really puts that in perspective. While the end may feel like a cop-out, it makes sense, especially this late into the season. How could you introduce another group this late into the game and have it work without any prior mentions? With the Peril Partnership, you at least knew about them as far back as Season 2, and they've been brought up a few times since then. Again, they're small touches, but they're important all the same. How do you keep bringing in elements and making them work? And having just a few new villains with other villains that we've seen previously sprinkled in makes them more digestible, and so the episode really does shine as one of the best of the season. In this episode, I call the Peril Partnership member Wide Range when his name is actually Blind Rage. That's my bad. Hashtag my bad. The Guild meets up at Vincenzo's where they run into Wide Range, a Peril Partnership spokesman. Turns out Wide Whale had been paying off the group so they'd pretend to be afraid of the Guild and stay out of their business. And so Sheila calls a council meeting and they go through the charter agreeing to formally rebuild the council. However, in order to properly do that, they have to give up arching, and so each member is given an opportunity to do one last big arch curated personally for them and hang it up forever. Phantom Limb takes Hunter Gathers, Red Death takes the aforementioned Wide Range, Red Mantle and Dragoon sit at home and watch Downton Abbey, Dr. Z takes Action Johnny, and Sheila takes Novia, a cat burglar and Black Widow that Doc is spending the entire B story trying to romance. Wide Whale eventually rescinds his spot on the council since he's not done being a villain, and honestly, that makes a lot of sense for his character, and it's also a good way to just walk away from him. Like, that's the whole episode. It's creative, it's a bunch of touching in a way vignettes that give the council more depth than we got with the old one. I mean, just remember, the old one was fully revealed and then taken out not 2 episodes later. Here is the new council ready to step up and represent something higher, something more important. I mean, the Red Death scene where he takes out Wide Range is just terrific. Chilling in the best kind of way. We get very rare development for Sheila and even get some humanization of Radical Left, a character we know next to nothing about. There's a lot to really like, and then there's the Doc story. I don't know, it just feels like they need to do something. You can absolutely have just had the episode focused around the council and given them more time to shine, rather than having Doc trying to romance a Black Widow because she will treat him like a god before he gets done in. It's just almost sad in a way, just like in Every Which Way But Zeus, where he feels neglected because the villains don't kidnap him. It's just, he even admits how pathetic he is for wanting it, but he doesn't turn it away. He's like, I am so desperate, I will take anything at this point. It's just like, this is it? This is the person that is the patriarch of his family now? It's just, it feels uncomfortable at that point. It feels like you just want to give him a hug and just doesn't feel all that important compared to the final archings of the council. The episode is still funny and still has a charm to it. It's Venture Brothers. I mean, come on. It just doesn't do much else than to be a wacky story that just sort of simmers away comparatively. It just feels like filler. Again, not that there's anything wrong with that, but it's surprising, all things considered. It just feels like they knew they had more time that they obviously didn't have to flesh out the story. They allowed themselves time to breathe, which in retrospect just worked against them. I wish I didn't have to question if they could have sped up the story with this episode instead of what happened. Because I know if the show got the 8 seasons and a special that it deserved, this episode wouldn't feel unnecessary. It's not bad, it's the context around it that sours it for me. There's a blizzard over NYC, and Doc is determined to have Billy test the temperature-regulating suppository. However, they hear a phone beeping, and after a brief panic, they go to answer the phone, and it's the OSI telling Doc to go and stop a weather machine responsible for the blizzard outside. Meanwhile, Sheila has Monarch and Gary go to take out the villain that stole the weather machine and started using it. The Creep is a leader of the Peril Partnership and a collector of weapons, including not only the Butter Glider, but Grover Cleveland's time machine, all the way back from Are You There, God? It's Me, Dean. He challenges them to a game of dive bomb where they throw lawn darts into the air and have to jump out of the way just in time. If they succeed, they get inducted into the Peril Partnership. It's unsettling, but it's a solid story, and I really like how they've built up the Peril Partnership so much this season. Doc and Billy go up and use the suppository to save the day by using it to take out the weather machine functionality, and Monarch and Gary, with the help of a Doc and Billy from Grover Cleveland's time machine, take out the Creep. And that's the whole episode. Yep, nothing else happens. That's it. Just your normal, everyday, run-of-the-mill Venture Brothers episode. Isn't this fun? No other stories or loose ends, just good old-fashioned rusty shenanigans and good, dependable characters. That's good soup. Oh, this one hurts to talk about. There's another story, obviously. Hank hasn't heard from Serena, and he gets worried with all the snow coming down. Granted, he can be smothering, but it makes sense he'd be worried about her with a giant blizzard going on outside. So he bundles up and goes to check on her. Playing some snow football, he throws the ball, dives into it, and hits his head against a street lamp, concussing himself. Look, the episode isn't bad at all. It's actually one of the best episodes so far, and really shows how talented Doc Hammer and Jackson Public are. While Hank is concussed, passed out in the snow, he's saved by Scare Bear, the bear with the knife from Bright Lightstein City. We don't know anything about them. They just start carrying Hank around for some reason through the snowy wastes. Eventually, they get to the campus with Hank still out of it. They get to the dorms, and for some reason, they're in front of Dean's room instead of Serena's. And as they open the door, Hank catches Serena in bed with Dean, who admits he was sleeping with her. It's abrupt, it's heartbreaking, it's probably one of the best written betrayals ever shown, and it's really the only one you can do with any sort of weight. To break that bond that had been forged through everything they grew up with, the tribulations they faced. When Dean doubted who he was and Hank reassured him, there's a pain at the end of the episode. Even with the OSI agent and the guild operative reuniting just for the OSI agent to be an emotional husk. It's like they suddenly stabbed you and refused to take out the knife. At first it's cold and you just shrug it off, but the more they let the episode linger, the more it starts to hurt. That's masterful storytelling at its finest. That is next level. Few shows have earned an episode like The Forecast Manufacturer, and fewer handled it with such masterful precision it still stings half a decade after it aired. And like, it may seem weird, but that's where things are left with just one more episode to go. Hank in a coma, the brothers more split than ever, and Doc a hero of the day. Guild agents are sent to pick up Doc to take him to Meteor Major for a ceremony. After capturing him, Brock starts hunting the soldiers that use the teleporter. Meanwhile, Hank is in a coma and saved by Action Man as they celebrate old sci-fi movies and compare Barbarella to Star Wars. They also run into Phineas Phage along the way, another casualty of the teleporters. The Guild is throwing a ceremonial test for the Monarch by reciting the history of the Guild and tempting him with the different trials and tribulations to see if he passes and earns his mark as a level 10 villain. Dean and Hatred are at the hospital, and to Dean's credit, he stays with Hank while he's in a coma and apologizes for every horrible thing he's ever done to him. Dean tries to own up to everything and is actually repenting for what he did. He made a mistake, and he wants his brother to be okay. It shows that he's trying, but their relationship may never be the same again. Action Man also tells Hank that his mom is an actress by the name of Bobby St. Simone in the dream world, and he just for some reason can't believe it. Gary is offered his own supervillain organization and a chance to ascend from being a henchman, and Monarch puts his foot down, as does Gary, declaring no matter what, he will always be the Monarch's friend and henchman. Hench for life. They then reveal that Monarch and Doc are related. I know I'm sort of speed running through everything that's been set up here, but that's because there's so many things that got set up to continue for the show's next season. Even in the after credits, you have Hank putting on his Batman mask and slipping away into a crowd and disappearing to find himself. This is what people had to sit on for years as they believed Season 8 would come along and wrap up the story. Even Doc Hammer and Jackson Public believed they'd have more time. But this, for all intents and purposes, is the last episode of The Venture Brothers. This is where things were ended for half a decade. It's a great way to end a season, don't get me wrong, but look at all the things that still need to be revealed or developed. Monarch and Doc being related, Hank fighting Bobby St. Simone, any follow-up on Scare Bear, and just everything else left by the wayside. It's a great season finale, but it's a very open-ended series finale. Compare it to, say, Operation Prom, where you could have just easily concluded the series there, not pushed it further. They have said that Doc Hammer and Jackson Public would have ended it at the end of Season 4, and honestly, that would have been comfortable. Even their growth from going from the beds to graduating was displayed there. It would make sense. But to end it here, to end it on this episode, just feels off. There's so many Hank storylines just left unfinished, and there's just one more piece of media to look at after the end of this journey. The movie. Could a 90-minute movie comfortably conclude a series 20 years in the making? Could it wrap from this point a wide overarching world in a satisfying way? It is no secret Doc Hammer and Jackson Public had developed an 8th season and a special. They had planned on that for the conclusion of the show. To have all that writing be forced to be stripped down to just 90 minutes is a challenge and a half on its own. The Safrax Protocol is a fantastic conclusion to what felt like a more comfortable season of Venture Brothers. It wasn't a rush story like Season 6 where it was treated as one continuous narrative, but a realized season with filler and fluff to build the characters back up. It felt like it was building to a climax and a satisfying conclusion that we only needed to be patient to see. And that was Season 7, the last season of The Venture Brothers. Anything you think I was right on, wrong on? What were your least and most favorite episodes? Let me know in the comments below. It's a bewildering thing to talk about, especially with how many times it was promised that a Season 8 was coming, and then the studio backed out and said, hey, you get a movie instead. Understand, any complaints I have are not because of Doc Hammer or Jackson Public or any of the actors or animators. This show still and forever will be a lovingly crafted masterpiece. It will always have heart and charm and will always be worth revisiting time and time again. But they got done dirty, and I'm allowed to be upset by that. I will review the movie, don't you worry, we're going to get into it, we have to. And at the time of writing this, I've already seen it, and I'll admit it did bring a tear to my eye. But why? Well, you'll have to tune in to the complete Venture Brothers review to find out. That's going to do it for Season 7. Like always, thank you all so much for tuning in and giving me a platform to do my thing. None of this would be worth it without all of your incredible support, and I really do appreciate each and every comment. If you like what you see, make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Tell your friends we're out here. And if you're interested, make sure to check out our Twitch, Discord, Patreon, and Twitter or X or whatever. Anyway, stay strong. Keep fighting. Know that you're stronger than any hurdle you run into. And for the second to last time, go Team Venture. All right, Ventureroos, spoilers galore as we are about to get into Radiant is the Blood of the Baboon Heart, the cinematic conclusion to a 20-plus year-long journey. I am going a bit off script and just sharing my thoughts on the movie, as it is something that you should experience. I'm not going to go into each plot point bit by bit, because I don't think there's any problems with those points at all. I'm not even going to be playing footage from the movie. I'll be playing stuff that they've released, like trailers and the like, because I don't want the movie spoiled. Not that it can be spoiled. It's weird because, like, at the core of it, all the revelations really boil down to just one thing at the end, and everything else is just fanfare. Radiant is the Blood of the Baboon Heart is a tricky thing to talk about. It's obviously not what Doc Hammer and Jackson Public wanted to make. They very much wanted to make a proper Season 8. A Season 8 and a special to conclude the series. And Radiant is the Blood of the Baboon Heart feels much more like a sizzle reel than it does a movie. It feels more like these are story ideas that we had, and here's all the different elements that we wanted to incorporate into them, but unfortunately we didn't have the time, so here's the Cliff Notes version. For example, Dean is going to find Hank. After Hank leaves at the end of Season 7, he disappears into the crowd, and everyone's on a hunt to try and find Hank. And then they just kind of give up on it, and it doesn't really feel great, but I appreciate that Dean wants to hunt him down. So with the help of the Triad, he goes and he tries to find him, and they get in the blood vessel. They go with Jefferson Twilight to Chicago, and we actually get to see his old hideout. I mean, sure, we get references to, like, New Jack City with the other Blackulas, which is a Wesley Snipes movie, and Wesley Snipes played Blade. But we also get information on Jefferson Twilight. We see that he shared this, like, factory with other, like, dark anti-heroes. One of them inspired by Darkman, the Liam Neeson movie, which would have been amazing to, like, you could see that was an episode, that we were actually going to get a Jefferson Twilight episode. The episode starts with Dean going in, he runs into the homunculus, then they go across the country, they end up in Chicago, that's about 3 minutes into the episode, and then the rest of the episode you get a little bit of Jefferson Twilight, you get Dean facing, the demons of sending Hank away and judging Hank and betraying Hank's trust. And you can see, and that's not the only one, you can see these episode starts and episode conclusions throughout the movie. You can go, oh, that was supposed to be an episode. Oh, that was supposed to be an episode. All these elements that you feel could have been extrapolated on feel like they were supposed to be. They feel like they were very much episodes that they just gutted so that you got the most important parts in. Debbie, the introduction of Debbie and Arch, and having Debbie be an ex-girlfriend of Monarch, as well as someone that worked closely with Rusty. Yeah, that's great and all. In the movie, she's in maybe 4 scenes, and then she's gone. And they're like, oh no, she's not actually bad. She just wants to be a member. And then she joins the Pearl Partnership. Wasn't that fun? I'm like, yeah, okay, I get it for her character. That makes sense for everything they, shoehorn in and just shotgun out there. But also, like, you can tell they had a story arc planned for her. You can tell that there was suspense intended in her coming in and her taking guild operatives and turning them against the guild. You could tell that Brick Frog was meant to be in it more than just like 2 minutes. And then, they just couldn't. They had 90 minutes to work with. And overall, the movie is good. The movie does its absolute best to wrap everything up. And I would say, all things considered, it does an excellent job. I would rather have the movie than nothing at all, which is not something I could say about other revivals. I would even argue that something like Clone High, the Clone High reboot, would have done better as a movie rather than as a full-on second season. However, I just genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, believe that Radiant is not as good as what a whole season would have been. It's good enough. I loved all the character moments. I loved everything that was there. I wish there was a resolution between Hank and his dad. They don't talk. Doc and Hank have like one scene on screen together, and that's it. Otherwise, he's talking with Dean. He's interacting with Monarch. You find out the whole twist that Monarch and Doc aren't brothers, they're clones. And that's the other thing that really gets me, is that at the end of the movie, they reveal that the Monarch and Doc are just rusty clones. And that kind of throws everything that we've set up about Jonas into question. Okay, he did not sleep with one of his friend's wives, or he did, but that wasn't part of it. That was a separate thing entirely. And then Jonas is always saying that family is the most important thing, and it's not the family that you have by blood, but rather the family that you find. Yeah, that makes sense in Team Venture, in him having that crew, and there is that sense of him really having that camaraderie. Remember when Major Tom died and he was distraught? That was heartbreaking. You felt for him. But then as the series goes on, you're like, oh, I hate Jonas. Jonas is awful. And then you get this final scene with no other payoff, and you're like, wait, so he wasn't the total monster we were promised he was? He actually had layers to him? And that works for his character. I mean, it can. It just makes you want more. It makes you want to see, okay, why is Jonas like this? Do we get any payoff for Jonas? Because it feels like there's some extra thing. We don't find out who opened the bay doors at the Sharky's Machine Massacre. That's just left up in the air. Who knows? Isn't that wacky? And it's just, I don't know. I do not blame Doc Hammer and Jackson Public. They did their absolute best with what they had, but you could tell there were so many obvious points where they wanted to just sit and talk more about what's going on. When they had the helper bots starting to take the building up and everything, that felt like the conclusion of a season. But when you have Brock on the helicarrier, whatever it's called in this, it's very obviously just the helicarrier from S.H.I.E.L.D. And obviously, everyone knows that. But when Brock's there, he's like, that's Dr. Venture, and everyone's laughing. It's like, okay, but why would Brock say that? Why would Brock defend Doc like that? That feels like there were scenes that we just never saw. The Bobby St. Simone stuff with Jane Lynch, that was great. But you could tell that there was an episode there. You could tell that there was probably lines that they intended for Jane Lynch to deliver that just never got said. I'm so sorry, because I know I have seen the reactions to this movie. I have seen people going like, I love Radiant as the Baboon Heart, Baboon Blood, whatever. And it's like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. Talk about a conclusion. And no, it's fine. It's just, it feels like there could have been more because they had planned for there to be more. And now people are like, oh, but if this gets super popular, then maybe there's a chance. Yeah, maybe. I guess. Personally, with how Warner Brothers has messed everything up with the Max or Discovery acquisition and everything, we're lucky we got this movie, and we'll probably never be able to revisit Venture Brothers. But I would love to hear what Jackson Public and Doc Hammer think about it. I would love to see what they had planned. I don't care if it's just storyboards. Just being able to experience what they had for episode 1, episode 2, episode 3. Being able to see those fleshed out ideas. I mean, there's a lot that I really did love. The animation was super crisp. The writing was still stellar. I did like Debbie. I liked the idea of Arch. It just, they didn't have time to build them up, introduce them, have them have a main conflict, and then conclude in 90 minutes. They're very much a seasoned villain. They're, you set them up at the beginning, they're taking guild villains, they're turning them into something else, and then they disappear. But like, how? How did she build Arch? How did she get any of this and then just has him disappear out of nowhere? And then she goes, oh yeah, they were never real to begin with. Okay, but then how did she do any of what she did? Her power is invisibility, not materialization. What's going on? And I feel like there was an answer for that. I feel like there was an answer for every question I had, because every episode prior, every season prior, if I had a question, if I had a quandary, there was going to be an answer. And the fact that, I'm sorry, I know I'm harping on it, but the fact that we almost had a Jefferson Twilight episode, a focus on Jefferson Twilight, it breaks my heart that we didn't get to see that. But just, I'm sorry. It looked like there was going to be Faust references and Spawn and Darkman, maybe even Toxic Avenger. There was so much camp that was being celebrated in like 4 to 5 minutes of screen time that you could tell they had an entire episode dedicated to. And that breaks my heart. This is 100% a movie that was lucky to be made. The studio bungled it every step of the way. They were promised an 8th season. They could have done amazing things with the 8th season. As the movie has shown, it just fumbled. And I'm at a loss for words. I watched the movie and it broke my heart. It broke my baboon heart to see that movie, because it showed that things were truly over. I would have waited 6 more years if it meant we would have gotten a true and proper season 8. I just, seeing the potential there was heartbreaking. Seeing what could have been was devastating. I loved that Hank was battling his inner Hanks. I thought that was a great idea. And then you're in and you're out, and that's it. The big reveal at the end of the movie is, and I've waited this long to get into it, that Doc is the only parent to Hank and Dean. That's fine. That makes sense for him. I would have liked that built on. I would have liked Doc and Hank having some kind of reconciliation, but we just don't get it. It's just not there. And I feel bad that I'm talking about this 90-minute movie and I'm almost done and I haven't been going for more than like 12 minutes. It's just, what else do I talk about? That I enjoyed the Venturion bit? That I enjoyed the parts with Dr. Girlfriend, Dr. Mrs. the Monarch, Sheila, whatever? That Gary and Monarch working for Debbie was a cool idea. Them joining Arch, they looked awesome. It's just, there's nothing I can say that hasn't already been said before. The movie is great. The movie is an excellent watch. It is peak Venture Brothers. However, the elements established in the movie had plenty of things that they could have built upon, and they just didn't have the ability to. And I'll say this, the fact that Brick Frog was included, I appreciate. The fact that they gave Brick Frog the attention, they gave him love, they turned him into an ultimate bad guy with Arch, I appreciated all of that. And then it just kind of goes away. There's no real resolution to it. He doesn't come back with all the other Arch villains for a big showdown or anything. He's in that one scene. And that's another example. Arch doesn't exist. But then that whole lab that got blown up, what about that? What about all those tools? If you just said like, oh yeah, it's just a hover carrier, it doesn't have any actual weapons or anything attached to it, but it did. It took out an entire lab. That's a real thing that really happened. Like, build on that. Give us something. I mean, it's not like me going like, oh, how did they establish the Ventronic is at Venture Tower for them to pilot and save the day? I don't care about that. That's nitpicking to nitpick. But if you sit and you think on any of the plot points in this movie for more than like 5 minutes, you come up with more questions. You come up with ideas and you start thinking like, that could have been something. That could have been something. That's an element I would have liked to see extrapolated on. And you just, as someone that started their journey and watched through every single episode of the show before watching the movie, I took on this giant undertaking. It just feels half-baked. It feels unfinished. Like there was more to the story that they just could not say. And that's the part that's devastating. Radiant is the blood of the Baboon Heart, is the best kind of send-off we were ever going to get for Venture Brothers after studio interference. It's a tragic truth that is what's happened. But again, the voice cast is brilliant. Jane Lynch is an amazing addition to the crew. Clancy Brown, Doc Hammer, Jackson Public, Michael Sinterklaas. I mean, there's so many great elements to it. It's just there could have been so much more. But what did you think about the movie? Do you think I'm completely wrong? Let me know in the comments below. And that, Ventureroos, for all intents and purposes, is the end of our journey through the Venture Brothers. That is the end of everything that was set up over 20 years ago. What can be said about Venture Brothers that hasn't been said before? It's groundbreaking, it's meta-defining, genre-defining. It's a celebration of all things that animation is capable of. And while I had my thoughts about the movie, the message at the end of it rang true. And it's not a message that felt like it was shoehorned in. It feels like a message that had been established throughout the entirety of the series. And that's that your family isn't your blood family, but it's rather the family you choose. If you look at how the compound, you started with just Brock, Doc, Hank, Dean, and Helper, and then you get Orpheus and the Triad, then you get Dermot, then you get the rest of Sphinx and the OSI, and you get a proper chosen family. When you look at it as a fan, when you look at it as someone that was just a lone, isolated boy all those years ago, falling in love with it, watching it on a loop on his PS2 in the basement, it really puts things into context. The amount of friends I've made by sharing this beautiful piece of work with all the different people I've come across is immeasurable. I have been blessed to meet so many beautifully creative individuals, so many amazing people. I've been able to share my life with incredible individuals because of this series. I have been able to recognize who I am because of this series. The Venture Brothers is very much a formative series. It is a series that will carve you raw and lay you bare. And it will expect you to heal, to admit that it's okay to grieve, that it's okay to not be a perfect person every single day. There's a beauty to the Venture Brothers. There's a beauty to the message that everyone fails and that eventually you'll stop failing and you'll succeed. It's a celebration of growth. It's a celebration of being unique and being you. And the fact that this series has gone so under the radar for so long, that it has been a love child of Mike Lazo, that it has had such dedication to it. It's tragic that more people don't talk about this beautiful series. I have been very lucky to be a member of the Shirt of the Week Club. I have had Venture Brothers bed sheets. I have the giant coffee table book. I adore the series. It is very much a part of my very being. And it's something that we need to look at as a people. How media shapes and defines us. How media makes us who we are. Now more than ever, we are more interconnected. We share shows, we share movies, and we share the messages that they have for us. And we all take something different away. And I truly believe that if you watch The Venture Brothers from start to the end of Baboon Heart, I'm not saying skip the movie. I will never say skip that movie, because that movie is still a love letter. It may not be the best conclusion we could ever get, but it is still a love letter to the fans. It is still a love letter to those characters. And I know, deep down, Doc Hammer and Jackson Public hurt that they can't make that last season proper. That's what sings the most to me, is the amount of passion that was put into this show, the amount of true grace by everyone involved. I mean, the soundtrack by J.G. Thirlwell, the voice acting, the writing, everything was so top-notch throughout it all, and it's just humbling to have been able to have been there at the very beginning of that journey, to have seen where the series started, and to be able to follow it all these years. There's a magic to the Venture Brothers. There's a genuine charm to this weird, out there series, this surreal experience that at its very core is about family. It's saying that you're good enough, that you're enough for the people around you, that you're not a waste, that it's okay to fail, because eventually you will succeed, and the people that love you the most will be there when you do. Now, am I reading too much into it? Yeah, maybe, probably, but whatever. It's my video. I can do what I want. And The Venture Brothers is something truly, genuinely special. I mean, the hundreds upon hundreds of hours of media I've consumed, there is only one show like The Venture Brothers. There is only one thing that has touched my soul in that way, that has shaped me as a person. And I truly hope that each and every single one of you, whether you have seen the show and are just having your opinions defended and backed up by what I'm saying, or those of you that have never seen the show before, saw this video and are like, oh, maybe I should give The Venture Brothers a shot. Rewatch it. Watch it for the first time. Tell me what you think about it. It doesn't have to be on this video. It can be in the Discord or wherever. I want to know your thoughts. I want to know how The Venture Brothers has impacted you. Maybe I'm just reading too much into it, but I don't think I am. I think The Venture Brothers truly is one of the most special shows we've had in the modern age. It truly has so many layers to it that just go uncelebrated for so long. And I just want to take this final moment to thank you all so much for joining me on this adventure, for joining me as we ventured through The Venture Brothers. This has been a whirlwind mission to try and get this out somewhat close to when the movie dropped. I know I'm a little late, but I figured I might as well drop this, a week or so after the movie came out rather than waiting until I'm satisfied with it. I'd rather just get it out and go, here. This is my raw, passionate review of one of my favorite shows of all time. It's not the end. This is not the end of the channel or anything like that. This was a passion project. This was something I knew I was always going to do. I may come back and I may touch this up some more. I don't know. But this is something that I am just so humbled that you all have watched. I have been so lucky to have the success that I have had on my channel, and I know I said in my American Dad video I wouldn't have the chance to go this in-depth, but I'm so glad that I've gotten this chance to just thank you all once more. I would not be who I am without each and every single one of you. Your positive comments, your negative comments, whatever. I mean, make your negative comments. Tell me I suck. I don't care. But it's just everything feels like vindication that this years-long journey has had a payoff. And being able to talk about all these amazing series, being able to impact people or make their day has just been a truly humbling adventure for me. So from the bottom of my heart, truly, thank you all so much for watching. I can't thank you enough. And I just one last time, with a tear-filled V in the sky, go Team Venture.